by Gabriel McKnight. Chapter 1. The moment Darius Moreno scented his mate, he understood immediately that life as he knew it was over. Everything changed in a split second. His priorities, his center of gravity, his understanding of the world and where he fit into it, they all shifted in the span of one breath. And though the rational, reasonable part of his brain screamed that this couldn't be happening, not here and not now, he knew the truth. Fate was a power greater than any man, even him. He could try to fight it, deny it, ignore it even, but in the end, fate and his wolf would insist he forge the mate bond, which meant there was nothing he could do but brace for the inevitable. That was how mating felt. Inevitable. At least, that's what he'd heard. He'd listened to his friends, his enforcers, and packmates talk about the mate bond. He'd heard about the power in that first flash of recognition. He'd been taught since he was young about the instinctive need of a wolf to possess and then to protect when he found his mate. He'd witnessed the power of it in action. He'd watched it happen only days ago with Rafe, his alpha's brother, and Zoe, his alpha's best friend, and he'd been the one to tell Michael that there was no coming between them once the bond was formed. He'd just never thought it would happen to him. In truth, he'd given up hope for a mate of his own a long time ago. His coming of age had come and gone. He'd spent over a decade alone since he first transitioned into adulthood. At first, he'd gone to all the parties and the mixers, thinking he would stumble upon his mate there. Later, once he'd become head enforcer, he'd gone to summits with Michael, and he'd met so many different packs and leaders that he'd lost count. At 18, hell, even at 25, he'd thought that somewhere out there his mate must be waiting for him, looking for him even. But by the time he turned 34, he'd long since given up on finding the someone whose soul was a match for his own. He'd made other plans for his life. He'd made himself indispensable to Michael Hudson, and he loved his alpha like a brother. They were more than just packmates. They were friends. He would happily give his life to protect the man that was more family than boss. That was his duty as head enforcer of the Moray pack. But it went far past responsibility and obligation for him. He was proud to be the man that his alpha trusted and relied on most. Their connection was far more valuable than any mate bond in his estimation. At least, that's what he'd been telling himself, right up until his lungs filled with the scent of his mate and his wolf lunged for the surface, desperate to find the source. Darius had been on edge since the moment he woke up this morning. His wolf had been pacing just beneath his skin all day. He wasn't a young wolf by any means, and Darius had long ago learned how to keep his animal side at bay unless he called for it. But today, he hadn't been able to shake the feeling that the wolf knew something he didn't, knew that a fight was coming. He'd tried to calm his wolf. He'd tried to calm himself. He'd only ended up pacing his office, and then the lodge, and then the entire Moray pack compound, hiking through the woods until he should have been exhausted. But still, his wolf remained just beneath his skin. The full moon the night before should have left his wolf all but hibernating today, but of course, nothing about last night had been normal. Instead of an evening spent in the woods, running with his packmates, Darius and the rest of the Moray pack had been ambushed by wolves from the nearby Crescent pack. They'd attacked unprovoked, and it had been mass chaos. There had been numerous injuries, but luckily nobody in the Moray pack had been hurt so badly that they couldn't heal. The same couldn't be said for the Crescent pack, and depending how things went today, the relationship between the two may be just as impossible to save. Supposedly there was an explanation. Supposedly, the rightful alpha of the Crescent pack had been murdered and his heir run out of the territory. Supposedly, the usurper had kidnapped the females of the DeLuca family and the only son, the eldest, Leo DeLuca himself, had asked Michael's brother Rafe to get the Moray pack involved. Only Rafe had gotten distracted when he came home and discovered that Zoe was his true mate, and they'd all been attacked before any sort of plan could be worked out to benefit both packs. Fucking Rafe. Darius cursed under his breath, just thinking about the other Hudson Alpha. He was a total fuck-up as far as Darius was concerned, and Rafe being mated to the woman Michael had loved his entire life only further confirmed his feelings on the matter. Darius wasn't looking forward to the elder Hudson brother being brought into the fold, and not just because Rafe was a wild card, a practically feral wolf who had already abandoned the pack once. He didn't like anyone that could challenge Michael's authority, and letting Rafe bring an unknown alpha from a now rival pack into the pack lodge, into Michael's domain, didn't sit right with him, which was why he'd eventually given up on his plan to exhaust himself and his wolf in the woods, and returned back to the lodge to await the new arrivals on the front steps. He'd intended to be a one-man welcoming committee, or unwelcoming as the case may be. He'd wanted to be the first person this new alpha had to face when he stepped foot onto Moray territory, so he would know immediately what he was up against. But there was no way Darius could have planned for the way his entire world would turn upside down as soon as the door of the SUV opened, even before he set eyes on the man that must be the true alpha of the Crescent Pack. Rafe Hudson stepped out of the driver's side of the Jeep that belonged to his new mate. Across from him, the man in the passenger seat was slower to get out of the vehicle, but it didn't matter. Darius already knew that the man with Rafe was Leo DeLuca. What he hadn't known was that when the wind shifted and carried the new wolf scent to him, it would light up every single one of his supernatural senses. His wolf all but howled inside of him, scratching for the surface. He felt his wolf's claws inside his own skin, painful and sharp, insistent that he be set free. "Mine!" His wolf all but snarled, snapping at the cage Darius mentally locked around his animal half. Heat burned through his veins so fiercely he broke into a sweat, and he felt the answering shudder of his body when his wolf lunged again, trying to break free. "Mine!" Every beat of his heart thumped harder, and that one word reverberated inside his skull. He tried to close his eyes, to focus on centering himself and regaining control, but it didn't help. Limiting his sight only heightened his already superior sense of smell, and the scent of his mate floated to him on the breeze, wrapped around him, and delved inside of him. Every breath he took pulled more of that darkly masculine scent into his lungs, and forced his body to make room for this other piece of his soul that he'd all but given up hope of finding. Darius opened his eyes again, and realized that the man had gotten out of the vehicle. Rafe was coming up the steps, but behind him, Leo DeLuca had stopped in his tracks, his eyes on Darius and his mouth open slightly. Darius knew what was happening, knew that Leo's wolf must have scented him as well, and that in all likelihood Leo was experiencing the same overwhelming reaction that he was. The bond had started even before their eyes met for the first time, and there was nothing either of them could do to stop it now. The best Darius could hope for was to delay the inevitable, he reasoned. It wouldn't be easy, and it might just kill him, but now wasn't the time to get distracted. Distraction got people killed, and fated mate or not, Darius didn't trust Leo DeLuca. Not yet. He was a threat to Michael, and to the pack that Darius had sworn allegiance to. Nothing and nobody came before that oath, not even a newly found mate. Darius clenched his jaw and pushed back the rush of desire that hit him square in the chest when he met the dark eyes of the man that was meant to be his. Leo DeLuca was a sight to behold. He was dark-skinned with thick eyelashes and striking, almost black eyes that matched. His hair was shaved short, and the same stubble that covered his head framed his sharp jaw and drew attention to the lush, full lips at their center. He was tall, nearly as tall as Darius, but with a thinner build to him, lean muscles, and long limbs. Pretty was the first word that came to mind when Darius looked him up and down. His mate was pretty, gorgeous even. With bedroom eyes and a mouth to savor, he was sex on legs. Add in the power of his own alpha wolf radiating off of him, and Darius knew that this man, his mate, was a male that was accustomed to being the center of everyone's attention. A male. His mate was a male. Darius only gave that twist of fate a moment's consideration. Shifters were far less concerned with labels than humans. He'd been with both women and men in his lifetime. Hell, when he was young, he'd made a habit of enjoying multiple partners at the same time. He'd never paused to consider if fate would send him a female or a male as his true mate. But one look at this man, at this gorgeous, powerful alpha, and Darius knew there could never be anyone else for him. Inevitable. That was the feeling. As if his entire life he'd only been muddling through, surviving but not actually living, waiting for this exact moment. The one when his mate would find him. And now he had. Only the discovery had come at the worst possible time and with the worst possible person. Darius struggled to stand tall, to keep his back straight and his chin high. He would not, could not go to his knees for anyone but Michael. Michael was his alpha, not Leo DeLuca. His gaze refused to leave the man who was not just an alpha, but a pack alpha in his own right. His wolf would be stronger than the one inside of Darius, but that didn't matter to him. What mattered, at least right now, was that Leo DeLuca wasn't his alpha. Darius was Moray Pack. He wasn't a crescent wolf. He didn't bow to their alpha, not even if their alpha was his mate. And damn if that wasn't yet another reason this couldn't happen right now. He ground his teeth and forced back the overwhelming urge to move towards Leo DeLuca, instead flipping his attention to the man that might be able to annoy him into ignoring the mate bond that had flared to life. "About damn time, Rafe. Michael's waiting inside." He turned on his heel and opened the door, walking back into the lodge without allowing himself so much as a backwards glance. They would follow. They would have to. And that, at least, gave Darius some sense of satisfaction. He hadn't lost complete control of himself. He hadn't bowed or kneeled and shown his throat. He hadn't submitted, and he didn't intend to. Not if he could help it. He heard Rafe mutter something about being just as friendly as usual, but he didn't care. Darius didn't like Rafe's sudden reappearance in their lives, or how Michael's brother's mating had threatened to send the entire pack into turmoil. He knew Rafe had no say in mating with Zoe, that it was fated and unstoppable, that a bond like theirs was impossible to deny. But still, he didn't like Rafe, and he wasn't in any mood to deal with the man's shit today. He had bigger things on his mind. His wolf growled inside his head, and Darius tried to tune it out. He didn't have time to deal with his own meeting situation right now. There were far greater issues to figure out than whether or not his alpha mate would let him top or force him to submit when they sealed the bond. He shook off the imagery that came with that thought, but it only allowed his brain to question more important problems. Like whether he could bond with the Crescent Alpha and remain a Moray enforcer. No, his heart ached at the thought. He knew that wasn't possible. If he mated with Leo DeLuca, he'd lose all his ties to the Moray Pack. He'd become part of the Crescent Pack, not just a part of it, but a leader in his own right as the Alpha's mate. Only that thought reminded him that right now, Leo wasn't the Pack Alpha of the Crescent Wolves. He'd been run out by a rogue wolf that wanted him dead. The same wolf that had murdered his parents and kidnapped his sisters. Darius just barely contained his wolf's vicious growl at the thought. His mate was hurting. His wolf could sense it, even though Darius had refused to do more than look at him. Leo was in pain, and that pain was seeping through the already burgeoning bond and straight into Darius's heart. His wolf didn't want to go to this meeting. He didn't want to sit while Michael and the other alphas devised a plan. He didn't need any more information. His wolf knew enough to know that his mate was hurting and that the person responsible needed to die. Darius would kill the bastard, and soon. He might not be ready to face what it meant to mate with Leo DeLuca. He damn sure wasn't ready to give up his entire life and his own pack for the male, but he could and he would take care of this situation for his intended mate. He would help restore Leo DeLuca back to his rightful place as Pack Alpha. He would get Leo's sisters back for him. He would make sure the Crescent Wolves fell into line. And then, and only then, would he allow himself to consider the possibility of losing himself in the male that fate had made for him. Some part of him knew that his plan to ignore the call of the mating heat and put off bonding with Leo DeLuca until after the situation with the packs was settled was stupid. He might be strong, but fate was stronger, and she would bend him to her will. But he also knew that if he let the heat distract him from protecting what was his, that he would regret it. All his life he'd been a protector at heart. It was the reason he'd become an enforcer for the Moray Pack. He found meaning in his life by protecting the people he cared about, and he wouldn't fail them now, not when they needed him most. He would protect his pack, even if he wasn't quite sure which pack that would be by the time the next full moon rose. Chapter 2. Leo DeLuca's life was an utter turmoil. He'd watched his father murdered in front of his eyes. He'd seen his mother die from the pain of losing her true mate. He'd barely escaped being killed by the same psychotic bastard, and he was absolutely desperate to save his sisters and get his pack back. But when he saw the big, rugged man standing on the steps of the Moray Pack Lodge, there was only one thought that ran through his head. Fate had sent him an angel. This man was his. He knew it instantly. His man, his mate. Finally, fate had gifted him with his mate just when Leo needed him most. He couldn't help but stare up at the man in awe. He looked fierce and unmovable. He was an ancient gladiator, an immortal warrior, plopped down here in the middle of nowhere bayous of Louisiana. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with dark brown hair that grew long and fell over his forehead. His skin was a beautiful olive and stretched tight over bulging muscles. He had his arms crossed over his chest, but Leo's first instinct was to leap straight into them and let this stranger take some of the heavy burdens he'd been carrying alone for so long. He'd always known his mate would be a male. Fate had its own say in things, but Leo had always figured if she saw fit to send him a mate at all, it would be someone he was attracted to, and he'd only ever been attracted to males. He'd never actually said the words aloud, told anyone he was gay, but people seemed to know. It wasn't the kind of thing that mattered in a pack, especially not when he was a born alpha. Nobody questioned the heir apparent after all. He knew down the line, when it came time to produce heirs and continue the DeLuca lineage, he'd have some decisions to make. But right now, seeing this beautiful beast of a man and knowing innately that he was his, Leo couldn't manage to think about anything but the sweet relief of knowing he wasn't alone anymore. Leo felt the instinctive pull of the mating heat. It curled low in his belly and made his cock hard. It made his fingers itch to touch and his wolf claw for the surface. His skin flushed, and he took a step towards the other man, fully distracted from his purpose and from the friend who had brought him here. But the snap of a harsh, cutting voice stopped him mid-stride. "About damn time, Rafe. Michael's waiting inside." The man on the stairs turned on his heel and walked into the lodge. Leo watched that broad back as the man walked away from him and tried to figure out what was happening. Was it possible that he was the only one feeling the mating heat? No, there was no way. It was too intense. His wolf was prowling beneath his skin and all but howling to be set free. The other man must have felt it too, and yet he'd turned away without so much as a greeting. Leo didn't know how that was possible, but his wolf didn't like it, and damn it, neither did he. He wasn't used to anyone walking away from him. "Nice to see Darius rolls the red carpet out for everyone, not just me," Rafe muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes in Leo's direction. "He doesn't like you?" Leo found himself frowning, wondering what Rafe had done to get on the man's bad side. "Not many people do, besides you, my friend." Rafe nudged his shoulder with a grin that Leo couldn't quite manage to return. Leo trailed behind as they followed the big man into the lodge. Darius. His mate was named Darius. Leo's heart gave another wallop as he took in the new information. He'd heard the name before today. Darius was Michael Hudson's closest friend and trusted advisor. He was head enforcer of the Moray Pack. He was powerful and loyal, and, if Rafe was to be believed, and considering the welcome they'd just gotten he assumed it was reasonable, then Darius was also a total asshole. That spot deep in Leo's chest that had begun to open up for this man the minute he'd scented his mate ached with emptiness. Darius walking away from him shouldn't have felt like a loss. They hadn't even been introduced, not yet, but still, with every step that other man took away from him, Leo had to fight to keep his wolf from lunging out and tackling the man to the ground. Had to fight not to simply take what he knew was his. It had to be the result of the full moon being only a day behind them, he realized. If they'd met yesterday, they'd have been tearing each other's clothes off and sealing the bond instantly. The mating heat grew stronger the closer it came to the full moon. But since they were officially on day 1 of a new cycle, perhaps it was possible Darius was strong enough to ignore his wolf's pull to mate. "It's fine." Rafe didn't bother lowering his voice, since the wolf hearing would allow Darius to overhear even a whisper. "He doesn't like anybody. Do you, D?" "I like your pretty little mate just fine," Darius shot over his shoulder, a hint of a sneer in his voice. Rafe growled, low and menacing, but Darius only chuckled, and Leo's eyes widened. Darius had actually chuckled at Rafe's angry growl, and Leo felt the sound vibrate deep into his bones. The sound was rough, as if it was rare, and he treasured it even more for that. Despite his stoicism, Leo's mate had a sense of humor, twisted as it may be to taunt a newly bonded wolf about his mate. He found himself putting a hand on Rafe's arm to steady him and possibly even hold him back. If Rafe decided to pounce on the man, Leo was fairly certain his wolf would insist on protecting Darius. Rafe's wolf was volatile on a good day. With his recent mating and the attack last night, he was far too close to the edge for Leo's liking, and he wasn't prepared to referee a brawl. "Where is Zoe anyway? I thought you couldn't bear to leave her alone for even a minute." Darius spoke without even looking back at them, clearly knowing that while his taunts were getting to Rafe, that the other man wasn't going to jump him from behind. "I expected her to be with you this morning." She was sleeping when I left the cabin. I'll go home and get her if Michael calls a formal meeting. I didn't think there was any reason she should have to hear all the details about what Maddox Clary had done to Leo's pack and his sisters. Darius paused at a doorway and turned, his brows knit together and a skeptical look on his stone face. He pursed his lips and then opened his mouth. He shut it again and then shook off whatever he'd been about to say, and Leo was almost thankful he'd exhibited some restraint, until Darius opened his mouth again. "Smart," he finally said. "I wouldn't have expected the forethought to protect her from those details, but you're right. There's no need to get Zoe all worked up. I think she dealt with enough chaos last night." Rafe emitted another low growl. "I protected my mate."
"Hey, easy!"
Leo put a hand on his friend's arm again. "I'm sure he didn't mean to imply that you can't protect your mate." The big man narrowed his eyes, flipping his gaze to Leo. "Actually, that's exactly what I meant. Did he not tell you that he took off to hunt the attackers on his own last night? That he left his new mate alone in the midst of her first shift and an attack? That Michael was the one that had to coach her to shift back?" Rafe practically vibrated with anger. "That's none of your business." Darius pulled his gaze off Leo and shrugged at Rafe. "Just thought your friend should know the type of wolf he's hanging all his hopes on." Leo clenched his jaw when Darius continued to taunt Rafe. He wanted to smack him, strangle him, maybe just shut him up with a kiss. This guy. Leo shook his head. This was his mate? The man fate had sent him to make him whole? He wasn't at all what Leo had been expecting. He wasn't just gruff or rough around the edges. He was being purposefully mean. Leo knew about Rafe's trouble with his wolf. He knew far more about it than Darius possibly could, because while Rafe had been out roaming the countryside alone, Leo had been sure to keep tabs on his old friend. Nobody in the Moiray pack had seemed to care where Rafe went or what sort of trouble he got into, and Leo had a few things he'd like to say to both Darius and Rafe's brother Michael about that too. But not right now. Right now, he needed their help. Biting their heads off because they turned their backs when Rafe needed them most wouldn't get him what he wanted, and he didn't intend to start his new relationship with his fated mate with a fight either. "I told you he was an ass, right?" Rafe all but snarled at Leo before turning back to Darius. "Taunt me all you want, but in case you've forgotten, this is Leo DeLuca, rightful heir of the Crescent Wolves and Pack Alpha. You may not have to show me respect, but I think my brother would expect you to show him some, so why don't you stop playing at being the big bad wolf and let us in to see Michael, now?" Darius audibly growled, and everything inside of Leo heated with need. That shouldn't turn him on. That dark, dangerous sound coming from this man and being aimed at his friend definitely shouldn't make him want Darius even more. Yet it did. He tried to tamp down on the mating heat, praying that he could keep his cool and get through this meeting. It didn't seem to be giving Darius any issues, and if that was the case, he could ignore the pool too. He would focus on this meeting with the Moiray Pack Alpha. He would plead his case. He would get Michael Hudson's help, and then he would confront his arrogant, dismissive mate and kiss him until his mouth was sore, so he couldn't make any more infuriating comments. The door behind Darius opened suddenly, and Michael Hudson came into view. His gaze snagged on his brother, and then flipped from Leo to Darius and back to Rafe. His jaw clenched, and he stepped out of his office to stand beside his head enforcer. "What's going on out here?" "Nothing. We were just on our way." The superior tilt of Darius's chin slipped a little when he deferred to his alpha, but Michael only narrowed his eyes and looked towards his brother. "Rafe?" "It's nothing.
I was just introducing Leo and Darius.
His friend gave a small smile for his brother's benefit and then motioned to his side.
Michael, you remember Leo DeLuca?
Leo, as promised, my little brother, the Moirai Pack Alpha.
It's nice to see you again.
Michael offered his hand, and Leo shook it.
I wish it were under better circumstances,
he conceded.
Yes, me too.
Michael nodded over his shoulder. Come on in and tell me what's been happening, and then we can figure out the best way to handle the situation with this rogue wolf. Darius stepped aside, and Leo tried not to even look at the big man as he walked past, following Michael into the office. He could hear his mate's heartbeat sounding strong and steady, if a bit fast. Leo bit the inside of his cheek to keep his focus. There was no point wondering if that fast heartbeat was due to the mating heat or the argument Darius had been having with Rafe. Absolutely no point at all.
So, this wolf that overthrew your family, Michael started as soon as the four of them were sealed inside the office. Maddox Clary? Has he been with the pack long? A handful of years. He's a transfer from a pack out west. Dad took him in.
Leo ignored the slice of pain that nearly split him open at the mere mention of his father.
He's strong, and his wolf is a fierce fighter. Dad thought he'd make a good enforcer, but Clary had bigger plans. He'd set his sights on my twin sister, Luna, and he's been trying to convince her to mate with him for a while now.
They're not fated? Michael frowned.
No, but Maddox is handsome, charming, and clever. No doubt he knew that mating with Luna would give him a higher seat in the pack. I believe he intended to use her to gain power. Only she refused him, and not just once. When Dad fell ill, Clary must have realized that without Luna at his side, his only shot at gaining power was by initiating a challenge. He told as much of the truth as he was comfortable sharing, carefully leaving out mention of his younger sisters for the time being.
A cowardly move, with your father ill, Rafe growled from his seat next to Leo, and he managed a nod, confirming what his friend had said. No decent wolf would challenge another, knowing they're not at full strength.
The challenge may as well have been fixed. When Dad went down,
he struggled past the knot in his throat.
When Clary won, his allies immediately took control of the pack. My mother died in the melee, weakened from the broken mate bond. They put down any wolves that dared challenge Maddox's authority, and they came for me. I only barely escaped.
Darius emitted a low growl from his spot, leaning against the wall beside Michael's desk. He looked furious. Every muscle in his body had gone rigid, and his nostrils flared as if he was fighting to keep his breathing even and his wolf under control. Still, he didn't look at Leo, so Leo forced his gaze back to the man at the desk.
And your sisters?
Michael steepled his hands together, ignoring Darius as well. Leo's heart ached, and he shook his head sadly.
I couldn't get to them. I didn't realize it at the time, but Clary had his own men in the pack, prepared for the moment my father fell. They captured my sisters before I even knew they were missing. He has all three of them. My youngest sister, Nova, is just a child, so I doubt he would hurt her. But Maya is a teenager who doesn't take well to threats. Then there's Luna. God only knows what he plans to do with Luna since she denied his offer of marriage and mating. I have to get them back. Get them out of there as soon as possible, but I can't do it alone. I'll need your help.
Michael looked thoughtful for a long time, and Leo found himself all but holding his breath. Could Michael sense that he was holding something back, not giving him all of the details? He hoped not. He'd thought about nothing but how to get his sisters back since the moment he escaped Maddox Clary and his henchmen. He'd thought if anyone could help him, that it would be the Moirai Pack. He hadn't considered what he would do if Michael Hudson said no, and instead chose to stay out of the politics of another pack.
We help.
It was the harsh voice of the enforcer that broke the silence, and every man in the room turned to look at Darius, even Michael. He held his alpha's gaze and nodded. "We have to help him. Them. You know we do. We have to avenge the attack on our pack from last night anyway, so going in and getting those girls, killing that bastard, it only makes sense." The Moray Alpha gave a small nod before turning back to Leo. "He's right, of course. We have to show some sort of retaliation for the attack last night, or else they'll think we're weak. And I can't in good conscience leave your sisters as hostages of a usurper. We'll help you get them back, but we'll need to bring in the rest of my council to approve a full-scale attack. We can call a meeting for later this morning and get a plan in place to present to them, if that works for you." "Yes!" Leo almost yelled, but just managed to keep his tone steady. "Yes, that would be great. Thank you, Michael." "Don't thank me yet. There's still a lot to work out." Michael nodded towards his head enforcer. "Send out word of a council meeting and get everyone that needs to be involved to the lodge." "Yes, sir." Darius nodded and headed for the door. On the way, he had to pass Leo's chair, and their eyes met. Leo sucked in a gulp of air at the barely contained heat in those dark amber eyes. He'd been right. Darius felt the mating heat too. He was feeling everything that Leo was, but he was holding it at bay so that they could handle the situation with Leo's sisters and his pack. He gave a small nod of acknowledgement before Darius pulled his gaze away and walked out of the room. "Now, first things first. We'll need a layout of the Crescent territory." Michael's voice pulled Leo back to the task at hand. "Right. Save his sisters. Save his pack. And then, and only then, deal with his new mate." Chapter 3. Darius stood at Michael's side in front of the all-but-filled meeting space. He and his enforcers had sent out the word, and the council had convened. All of the elders and the alphas of the pack were in attendance to hear what it was Michael had to say, only they didn't know that it wasn't Michael that would be speaking. It was Leo De Luca. Michael and Leo had spent over an hour in the office earlier discussing the best way to proceed, and they'd agreed that getting the Moray pack involved was for the best. They'd also agreed that there was no way Michael could keep their involvement under the radar. They had to tell the Moray pack what was happening, why they'd been attacked the previous night, and why it was so important that they help the rightful heir to the Crescent pack reclaim his place and save his family so that relations between the two packs could go back to normal. It wouldn't be an easy meeting for any of them. Nobody in the pack was going to like having a Crescent wolf in their midst once they learned the pack had been responsible for the attack last night. They wouldn't like the idea of risking their own members by going into the neighboring territory to save a family they had no ties to. That was fine. They could be upset. But if they tried to take their anger out on Leo, they were going to meet a very unhappy end. Darius clenched his teeth and tried for the millionth time to calm his raging need to be closer to Leo. Luckily, before he could do anything stupid like cross the room and pull Leo into his lap, Michael spoke, drawing him out of his head and back into the moment. "Rave, Zoe, glad you could join us." Michael gave a nod towards the back of the room. "I'm sure you don't need introductions." Darius tried not to snarl at the happy couple that had just come in. It was just like Rafe to be the last to arrive when he'd been the first to know this meeting was happening. Darius ignored the smell of sex and mating that seemed to radiate off the two of them. It made his wolf edgy, and his eyes instantly shot to where Leo sat, leg bouncing nervously as he waited for Michael to introduce him. Everything inside of Darius wanted to wrap Leo up in his arms and get him out of here, hide him, protect him, cherish him. The people in this room were not going to be friendly, and he wanted to protect Leo from their anger and accusations. but the best he could do right now to reconcile that need with his duty to Michael was to stand guard and take their side on the issue of invading the Crescent land to rescue the DeLuca sisters and restore Leo back to his rightful place as Pack Alpha. "As I mentioned before," Michael's voice rose, and the sound of murmurs and whispers all but ceased. "I've invited a friend to join us today to discuss last night's attack. Some of you already know him, but for those of you that don't, meet Leo DeLuca, rightful heir of the Crescent Pack." Leo stood slowly and came forward to stand beside Michael. Darius held himself completely still and kept his face blank and emotionless. He couldn't seem to shake the voice in the back of his head that said he should put himself between Michael and this outsider. That was his job, to protect his alpha. But he also couldn't shake the new voice that said he should be the one standing at Leo's side, that Leo was the one he was supposed to be protecting. It was enough to give him a headache, and that was before Michael spoke up again and turned the peaceful meeting into a riot waiting to happen. "The Crescents were behind the attack on our pack last night," Michael announced, and just as Darius had expected, at least half the wolves in the room began to growl and snarl in Leo's direction. He fought the urge to move in front of the man that was his mate. That wasn't his place, not yet. He locked his legs and stayed right where he was. Michael held up a hand to quiet the room. "That wasn't his doing. We've all heard the rumors. We know that we've received members of the Crescent Pack that defected after a new Alpha took charge. Leo's here because he needs help reclaiming his pack before the bastard that killed his father does any more damage." Darius clenched his jaw. That particular bastard wasn't going to hurt anyone else if he had any say in it. Maddox Clary was on borrowed time, and as soon as Darius came in contact with him, he was going to die. "Why did he come after us?" One of the enforcers, Paul, spoke up from across the room. "I don't know," Leo admitted with a shake of his head. "Maybe because he's power-hungry and he wants more than just the Crescent Land? Or maybe he somehow found out that I'd asked Rafe to get the Moiray pack involved to have my back when I challenge him." "So you brought this on us," one of the pack elders accused with a snarl, and Darius swallowed a threatening growl in return. "Leo didn't bring this fight to our door," Michael spoke up quickly. "It would have come sooner or later. An alpha like this one, he wants power, and he's willing to go to any lengths to get it. I don't know why he came after me in particular, but I do know that we're not going to let this stand. We've always had a peaceful relationship with the Crescent Pack, and in hopes of continuing that relationship, we're aligning ourselves with DeLuca now. If you have a problem with that, speak now." There were a few murmurs throughout the room, but Michael stared down each and every person until they went quiet again. Darius breathed a sigh of relief. He'd worried it would take more convincing to get the pack on board, that Michael would have to make promises, or that Leo would have to guarantee some sort of return. He hadn't counted on the rest of the pack being as thirsty for the blood of their enemies as he was, but maybe he should have. After all, there were several who weren't in attendance today because they were still home, recovering from last night's attack. "Good!" Michael clapped his hands in front of him when nobody spoke up to dissent. "Now that we're all on the same page, I'll fill you in on the plan." "Plan?" the same elder asked suspiciously, and though Darius glared at the grumpy old man, Michael just nodded. "We're going to hit them just as hard as they hit us. No warnings, no attempts at diplomacy. We're going in hard and fast. The mission is to find and extract the DeLuca girls. There are 3 of them being held hostage, and Leo believes they're in 3 separate locations, so we'll break into teams. I'll lead one, and Darius will lead another." Darius narrowed his eyes at his alpha. That hadn't been the plan at all. They'd already discussed this. He'd told Michael that this wasn't his fight. Darius had thought he convinced his alpha to stay behind for the good of the Moiray pack, and to send Darius and the enforcers to do what they did best instead. "Wait, you're going in?" Rafe growled, pushing to his feet. "You're our alpha. You should stay here where it's safe. You're still recovering from your injuries as it is."
Darius almost snorted in disbelief. He and Rafe were on the same page? That had to be a first. Michael frowned. "You're right. I am Pack Alpha. That's why I'm going."
Zoe cleared her throat.
"Michael, I think—" "I don't lead from the sidelines." Michael cut his friend off with a scowl. "You should know that by now. I'm going."
"Then I'm going too." Rafe jutted his chin out as if it was a dare, and Darius barely contained a groan of annoyance. Damn it. This was going to turn into a shit show. He'd already talked to his enforcers. He had a plan. That plan involved sending his guys to retrieve the girls while he found the sorry piece of shit that had murdered his mate's parents so he could rip his heart out. Nowhere in his plan was there room for Michael to tag along, let alone for a near-feral wolf like Rafe to be running around. He'd end up covering Michael and worrying about Rafe going crazy and doing something stupid. No, this wasn't the plan at all. "Fine," Michael nodded. "Thank you." Rafe lowered his head in acceptance. Darius put a hand to his forehead, rubbing at the spot between his eyes where a pounding headache had begun to form. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he heard Zoe squeal Rafe's name and knew the two must be putting on another public display of affection, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Not when he was already trying to replot everything he'd planned and work out a way to keep his alpha safe and still take his revenge. "As I was saying," Michael's voice pulled him out of his thoughts and back to the meeting. "If nobody else has anything to add, we'll break for now and regroup tonight to go over the plan." "I have something to add," Rafe spoke up, and Darius muttered under his breath when he saw that the man now had his little mate perched on his lap. "You do?" Michael asked. "We have a wedding ceremony to plan once we take care of this Crescent situation," Rafe announced loudly. Darius glared at the younger man when the meeting room erupted in celebration at the news. Wolves loved a good party, and a wedding was as good a reason as any. Darius didn't cheer or even crack a smile. Now wasn't the time for congratulations. They were planning for a fucking battle. What about that did Rafe not understand? He bristled when his own wolf chose that moment to rub against his skin, searching for the connection to his mate. His eyes went to Leo of their own accord, and he found the other man watching him with an unreadable expression. He looked away just as quickly. "It's about time." Michael smiled at his brother, and with that signal, the meeting ended and the room began to empty. Darius blew out a rough breath as he watched his alpha jog down the aisle to hug his brother and Zoe. Michael was grinning and clapping Rafe on the back. They were all acting as if they didn't have a care in the world, when in reality, they could all be dead in a matter of hours if their incursion into Crescent territory went bad. He was just turning to leave the room when a hand clasped his wrist and a quiet voice said, "Hey." All of his training told his brain to jerk free of the hold. His head was already working through the best maneuvers to defend himself, only his body didn't budge. No, that wasn't entirely true. His body moved. It just didn't move away like his brain told it to. Instead, his wolf surged towards the surface again, all but howling with the heat and electricity that sparked at the point of contact. It was such a simple thing. Leo's hand on his skin, his fingers wrapped around Darius's wrist. Yet he found himself staring at the spot where their flesh met, mesmerized in a way that completely unnerved him. "Hey," Leo said again, stepping closer so anyone listening in couldn't hear. "Is there somewhere we can talk?" No. Darius formed the word. He could taste it on his tongue. He needed to say no. Now wasn't the time. No. But instead, what came out was, "Follow me." He turned and walked to the nearest doorway, opening it and ushering Leo through before slipping inside himself
and shutting the door quietly behind them. They didn't have long. Michael would wonder where he'd disappeared to, and he didn't want his alpha of all people asking questions right now. He turned to tell Leo to say whatever it was he needed to say so they could get back to work, but as soon as he faced the other man, Leo wrapped his arms around him and buried his head against his chest.
"Oh, God."
Darius sucked in a gasp of air, but it didn't help steady him at all. Leo was hugging him, rubbing his face against his chest. His scent was everywhere in the small room Darius had forced them into. It was a closet. A fucking closet. Which was somehow a joke unto itself that he couldn't think to make. Not when each breath he took only brought more of Leo's scent into his lungs. His brain screamed at him to push Leo away, but again his body and his wolf rejected the voice of reason, and he found his arms coming up to wrap around Leo as well, to hug him and hold him close, to give him whatever comfort it was that his mate sought.
"Damn it."
He ground his teeth even as he lowered his head and nuzzled his nose against Leo's short hair.
"We can't do this now."
"I know," Leo murmured against his chest, though he didn't pull away.
"Leo?"
Darius frowned in warning, but the other man only tightened his grip on the back of Darius's shirt. "I know it's bad timing. My life is a damn mess, and now I've gotten your pack involved in it too. I know we need to focus on taking down Clary and getting my sisters back, but I thought I'd lost everything before I stepped out of that car and found you. I need this, just for a minute. I need you. I need to know I'm not the only one that feels this connection between us."
Darius thought about lying, but he knew it was pointless.
He could feel Leo's wolf rubbing against his human skin, putting his scent all over Darius, just like his wolf was trying to do in return. The bond was already forming, whether he had consciously decided to give into it or not. They were connected, and he could feel Leo's uncertainty and his underlying fear. Leo was scared, and everything inside of Darius yearned to hold him close and tell him that it was going to be okay, that it would have to be, because he wouldn't let anything happen to Leo or his family ever again. He let out a heavy sigh and rested his chin against the top of Leo's head.
"You're not alone."
"I'm not." Leo finally pulled back enough to look up at him, and Darius felt his heart wallop in his chest when those dark eyes searched his face.
"You're not alone. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever again."
He swallowed hard at the hope that flooded through him, taking a second to realize it must have come from Leo, flowing through the first strands of their bond.
But,
Leo's face instantly fell, and he sighed as he finally pulled completely away from Darius, stepping back to put some space between them. "Now isn't the time."
"No, it's not,"
Darius confirmed, though his hand moved on its own accord, yearning for the touch he'd lost so suddenly. He reached out and cupped Leo's jaw, drawing him back into his personal space.
"We need to focus on the mission. I can't do that if I let the heat take control, and neither can you."
"I know," Leo murmured softly. "I know."
"So we're in agreement then? We put this thing on hold until everything settles down and gets back to normal?"
Leo's dark eyes studied his face again, but eventually he nodded. "Yeah, okay." Darius started to breathe a little bit easier.
"Okay. The full moon isn't for weeks. We have time to figure it out."
Leo frowned, his brows knitting in confusion. "I'm getting my sisters back. I'm going to kill Maddox Clary and take my pack back. Once I've done that, there's no reason we have to wait until the full moon. We can be together. We can cement the bond and have the rest of our lives to figure everything else out."
"Just focus on tonight." Darius frowned right back at him. "If I'm out there worrying about you instead of on the mission, I'm no good to anyone. Not Michael, not your sisters, Not even you.
You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself.
Leo,
he growled in warning, but those dark eyes flashed gold at him, and he had to catch his breath when he caught his first glimpse of the wolf beneath the beautiful man's skin. I'm a pack alpha, Darius. I can take care of myself. He ground his teeth, knowing that arguing was no use. They'd only end up fighting because Darius disagreed. If Leo could take care of himself, he wouldn't have been run out of his pack. Half of his family wouldn't be dead, and the other half wouldn't be captured. Leo might be strong, but he was on his own without the Moire pack to back him up, and he was emotional when it came to this mission. He needed all the help he could get, and claimed or not, Darius was his mate. Darius would worry about him for the rest of their lives.
Just promise me that you won't take any unnecessary risks tonight, okay?
Leo's eyes narrowed. If you won't, I won't.
Fine.
Fine. Darius almost smiled at the defiant tilt of the younger man's chin. God, he was pretty. So pretty that Darius couldn't seem to stop touching him. Even now, his hand had a mind of its own. It had fallen from Leo's jaw to his neck and held him there, his fingers gently stroking the pulse point he'd found beating there, wild and frantic. He needed to let go. Now. Needed to stop touching him. Needed to put a stop to the bond that was growing stronger with every moment they spent in close proximity, yet he couldn't seem to pull himself away.
We should get back,
he said aloud, even as his eyes landed on Leo's thick, full lips. A smile quirked at the corners of those lips, and Leo nodded. Yeah.
People will wonder where we went.
Uh-huh.
Leo?
Yes? Leo's voice had gone soft as a whisper, and velvety smooth.
Walk away now, before I lose control,
Darius demanded, forcing himself to push Leo towards the door and step away.
Go, now. I'll follow in a minute.
I'll go. Leo gave in, his voice still low. But we're going to finish this conversation later. The click of the door opening was the only sound Darius could hear over the beating of his heart. The door snapped back into place, leaving him alone in a small space, and he sucked in a breath of air that wasn't tinted with the scent of Leo De Luca. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists, trying to remain in control even as his wolf's claws bit at his skin. He got a little bit steadier with every step Leo must have taken away from him, and after a few more minutes, he felt like he could be a functional person again. He blew out a rough breath and cursed. He was so totally and completely fucked. Fate had dealt her cards, and now all he could do was play the hand he'd been given. He and Leo were fated. They were mates, and they'd scented each other. The bond was already forming. The urge to mate, to claim one another, would only get stronger. His entire life was about to change, but not tonight. Tonight, he was still a Moray wolf. He was Michael's head enforcer. He was still a fighter, and he was going to war. He would fight to defend his pack and his mate, and then he'd deal with how those two things that didn't fit together would have to fit into his life tomorrow. It took him another 5 minutes before he felt steady enough to re-emerge from the closet and head to the training room to begin going through new battle plans with his enforcers. He had a mission. For now, that was all he could allow himself to think about. Chapter 4. The first howl of alarm sounded almost as soon as they walked into Crescent Pack territory. Their packland wasn't set up the same way as the Moire packland was. Because the Moire packland was so large, the homes were spread out. They'd developed the small town of Noir with thriving businesses and culture in a place that was safe for humans and shifters alike. But the Crescent packland was deeper in the forest. They were more secluded and separated from the outside world.
Their setup had changed little compared to the modern renovations the Moirae had embraced. There was no town to speak of, only farms and crop fields. Their territory was also smaller than the Moirae, so instead of being spread out, all of the homes were built together in a tight square pattern that radiated out from the center. The center was where they needed to go. That was where the pack leaders lived. That was where the pack lodge was at. That was where Maddox Clary had no doubt set up his base of operations so that he could use the other members of the pack as a defense against intruders. Only Clary hadn't earned the loyalty of the pack. He'd only scared them into submission. That was why Darius wasn't surprised in the least when the first howl of alarm sounded, and every pack member in sight either dropped to the ground, giving up immediately, or disappeared back inside the nearest building to hide. "Split up," Michael barked as they prowled towards the center of the compound, and each group headed off on their own mission. The plan they'd finally settled on gave them 3 teams. Rafe took the first team of enforcers and the south flank. He was on a mission to find the sisters. Leo took another team and headed north to do the same, planning to meet up with Rafe's team once either of them located the girls. Michael and Darius were the third team, and they headed straight for the center of the camp at full speed as soon as the alarm sounded. Let the others find the DeLuca sisters. Let the others save them. Darius had one and only one mission from the moment he'd first set eyes on Leo DeLuca. He was going to make his mate's enemy pay. He was going to find Maddox Clary, and he was going to punish him for every ounce of pain he'd put Leo and the entire DeLuca family through, and he was going to enjoy it. They'd just rounded a corner near what had to be the main square when a pack of 3 wolves appeared out of the darkness and swiped at them. Michael leaped back on instinct, and Darius stepped forward, putting himself between his alpha and the threat. The first wolf had half-shifted, his claws cutting through Darius's shirt before he could half-shift himself and throw a claw in return. Darius was bigger and stronger, and he connected easily. His claws sliced through the other man's middle, causing him to howl with pain and fall backwards. The female of the group caught the injured man, and they took off running before Darius could immobilize them. He turned back to make sure Michael was okay, and his alpha gave him a nod before they fell back into formation and carried on. There were sounds of other fights going on around the camp now. Darius could hear them, and so could Michael. His alpha scowled and clearly had to shake off the urge to go after the others and help defend his pack members who might be in danger. Darius tried not to think too hard about where Leo was and if he was keeping his promise to be safe. If he let himself go down that path, he'd leave Michael open to the danger all around them, and he couldn't do that. Darius focused and followed the scent of blood from the wolf he'd wounded to a small clapboard house, Michael at his heels, and Andy, one of his best enforcers, bringing up the rear. They paused outside the door for only a second before Darius took the lead and kicked it in. Mass chaos ensued instantly. He was jumped by someone as soon as he cleared the door. He growled as claws sank into his shoulder and spun. He whipped the smaller wolf that had jumped him around, slamming him into a wall and then kicking him until he stayed down. He turned in time to see Michael fighting another wolf and winning handedly. He didn't bother moving to help his alpha. Michael didn't need his help. Instead, he set sights on the biggest man in the room, and his wolf growled with pure menace. Maddox Clary. Darius had never seen the alpha in person, but it was clear from the look of him, from the position he held in the room, and the aura of power surrounding him, who he was. He was a big man, just like Leo had said. Easily as tall and muscular as Darius, with thick biceps and an equally thick neck. He looked accustomed to delivering pain. His lips curled in a sneer, and his eyes settled on Michael. Darius saw red. He charged before the big man could get anywhere close to his alpha. Maddox growled and swung at him, Darius spun, and he missed. He threw a punch of his own, slicing the other man across the chest. Maddox surprised him by grabbing his arm and jerking him forward, slamming his forehead into the bridge of Darius's nose. He whirled backwards and caught his footing, spitting blood and advancing again. This time, when Maddox swung at him, he spun the opposite direction, and instead of swinging in return, he jumped on the bastard's big back. Maddox tried to reach back and peel him off, but Darius was already scrambling for purchase, using his claws to dig in as he was whipped back and forth. Blood was running all over him, getting slick, and he knew he had to make his move before he lost his grip. With every ounce of anger and power he had inside of him, he wrapped his arms around Maddox Clary's neck and wrenched. There was the sound of choking, and Darius twisted harder. Finally, when he'd almost given up hope of overpowering the man, there was a snap, and the big guy's knees buckled. Darius rode his body to the floor and then rolled. He caught himself in a crouch and snarled. He waited a second to see if Clary was still alive, but when he didn't budge, Darius tried to breathe and steady himself. His wolf snarled. It wasn't enough to kill him. His wolf wanted blood. There wasn't enough blood. He had died too quickly, and without repaying what he'd taken from Leo and his family. Darius was too far gone in that moment, wound up with the heat of the mate bond and the fury of the fight. He didn't even try to stop himself when his wolf pushed forward, forcing a half shift and reaching for control. He let his wolf steer and crossed back to the body on the floor, punching and ripping at his throat until his head severed from the rest of his body and rolled a few feet away. Then, and only then, did Darius howl with triumph. His wolf calmed considerably, retreating to let Darius take control again. He panted as he tried to regain his bearings. Maddox Cleary was dead. The threat to Darius's alpha and his mate was dead. Clary would never again hurt anyone that Darius cared about. He would never hurt anyone ever again. Darius sucked in air as his surroundings came back into focus. The small house was in shambles. There were bodies lying everywhere. The back door was wide open, and he had a vague memory of a couple figures running out it as he came in the front. Some of Clary's men had made a break for it, but others had stayed to fight. Those that had chosen fight over flight lay dead and bleeding on the floor. He hated to see any member of Leo's pack injured, but these weren't good men or good wolves. He did a quick account of the carnage and started accounting for his own men. Andy was leaning against the wall near the door. His right ear was bleeding and his shirt was ripped, but other than breathing hard, he looked like he would heal. He turned his head, looking for Michael, but didn't see him and went on instant alert. Darius was back on his feet in a second flat. Michael wasn't leaning against any of the walls or sitting on any of the furniture. Darius felt the hair on the back of his neck prickle as he looked from the open front door to the open back door to a side door that led into darkness that he hadn't noticed until just now. Had it been open when they came in? He couldn't be sure. He listened hard, but couldn't make out the sounds of fighting anywhere else in the house. Moving slowly, he started checking bodies where they had fallen. Every single time he flipped one to its back, he breathed a little easier because he didn't see Michael's face. He didn't even want to think that someone might have been able to overpower his alpha, and he wouldn't have noticed, but he'd been so caught up in his fight with Maddox, with his bloodlust, that he couldn't be sure of anything right now. When he'd finally checked every body and was certain that Michael wasn't among the dead, he moved towards Andy. He'd spoken the other man's name a time or two, but he hadn't responded. He was starting to wonder if the blood coming from his ear meant that he'd been deafened momentarily. But when he got close and called again, Andy looked up and he realized that the other man had a radio to his one good ear. "Status?" he asked. "Still awaiting updates." "Where's Michael?" Andy blinked at him and then glanced around the room. Darius tried not to groan. Andy was only just now realizing that Michael wasn't with them anymore. They'd both lost track of their alpha during the melee. Their one job above everything else was to protect Michael, and yet they couldn't account for his whereabouts in enemy territory.
Some of them ran out the back. Maybe he... The radio crackled, and he put it back to his ear.
Son of a...
Darius cursed and started for the back door. Michael wouldn't have gone off alone, would he? Michael was a good alpha. He didn't put himself in unnecessary danger. He wouldn't have given chase without any backup. Still, he was stomping back towards the back door, hell-bent on chasing down what little scent he could pick up, when the hair on the back of his neck stood again. Michael was coming up the basement stairs. He could hear him now that his heart had calmed a bit. He could hear his footsteps, hear his heartbeat. He breathed a sigh of relief.
There you are.
He turned and felt his mouth drop open.
Fucking hell! You found one of them?
Michael was holding a woman in his arms. Dark skin and matted hair, she looked dirty and malnourished. She was limp, unmoving, and the sight of her made Darius's stomach roil with anger all over again.
It's Luna. Jesus, is she alive?
Darius stepped towards Michael and reached for the girl to relieve his alpha of the burden.
Give her to me, and I'll...
The snarl that ripped out of Michael's chest stopped Darius cold. He flinched, and his wolf all but backpedaled inside of him, wanting to put more space between himself and the snarling alpha in front of him. He locked his legs and ignored the urge to back away as understanding began to sink in past his shock. He glanced from Michael to the girl in his arms and back again, thinking there was no way he was reading this situation correctly, but it was right there, plain as day, written on his friend's face and in every tense muscle bunched in his body.
Are you fucking serious? Deadly,
Michael all but growled.
She's mine.
Darius scrubbed a hand over his face and tried to keep his wolf calm. His alpha acting like a possessive bastard riled him up, but he couldn't give in to the urge to let his wolf side take control. Not in this situation. Tonight was dangerous enough without Michael sparking a mate bond in the middle of this battle.
Leo is going to flip shit over this. You know that, right?
Leo doesn't get a say, Michael growled. Darius grit his teeth and tried not to let his own bias show. If his alpha was thinking clearly, he'd have questioned why it was that Darius's first thought had gone to Leo. But of course, Michael wasn't thinking clearly. That was the problem. Luna was Leo's twin sister. He'd come to the Moiray pack and to Michael as the alpha specifically so that he could get his sisters back. He was not going to like that by bringing Michael into this situation, he'd given another alpha a claim on his twin sister.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Darius glanced from Michael to the door that he just knew instinctively Leo would be coming through very soon.
But you're going to have to break it to him a little easier than that, Michael.
I don't, Michael started, but Darius cut him off.
That's his sister, his twin sister. He's been going out of his mind for weeks, worrying about her and trying to get her back. He's not going to let you just run off with her.
He thought he was being rational, but there wasn't a rational thought in Michael's head, not when he was holding his mate in his arms, and she looked near death. Hell, Darius knew better than anyone now how powerful that instant bond was. He was fighting tooth and claw to keep his brain functioning so they could complete this mission and get everyone home safely. Even attempting to delay the bond made it 100 times worse, and his mind kept straying to Leo, and where he was, and how he could protect him, and the fastest route to get to him if needed. It was hell doing his job and keeping Michael first when everything inside of him said he should be at Leo's side instead.
He doesn't get a say. Michael, why don't you let me?
They're here! Andy spoke up from his spot by the window, cutting off the argument Darius had been on the verge of having with his alpha. Damn it, this was going to go badly. He could sense it in his bones. Leo was coming for his sister, and Michael wasn't going to give her up without a fight. He had to attempt to defuse the situation before it spiraled out of control, and one or both of them ended up hurt, or worse. He turned back to Michael to find his alpha glaring at him suspiciously. If he'd thought for a second that it was suspicion about Darius's feelings for Leo, he'd have felt better about his chances. But that wasn't why Michael was glaring at him. Darius barely contained a growl of his own. This was why he couldn't give in to the mate bond yet, to the heat. It made you stupid.
Jesus, Michael, he sighed. Think! I'm not trying to take her from you. I'm just...
Oh my God.
Darius winced at the male voice behind him. Fuck. No.
He spun around, and his heart thumped so hard he thought for a moment it might actually leap out of his chest. Leo was standing in the doorway, a small girl on his hip. Darius looked him up and down and breathed at least a little bit easier when he didn't notice any cuts, scratches, or bruises. Leo put the small girl down. You found her! You found Luna! Michael growled when Leo stepped forward, reaching for his sister. The sound was a warning that no wolf would be able to miss. He had scented his mate, but he hadn't marked her yet, and he wasn't about to let another male take her from him. Not Darius, and certainly not Leo. Michael wasn't thinking rationally, and he knew with the drama of the last hour that Leo couldn't be either, so he stepped between them before Leo could make a mistake and touch her.
No! Stop! Stop!
Darius turned his back to Michael, catching Leo against his chest and corralling him in his arms as he pushed them backwards a step.
He's not thinking straight right now, and I don't want him to hurt you. Stop!
But... Leo looked up at him, dark eyes filled with confusion, and tried to push him out of the way again.
She's his mate, Leo, Darius explained softly. She's his mate. You can't take her from him. Not now, and not like this. She's his mate.
Leo's face turned from confusion to shock to disbelief, but he stopped shoving to get past Darius, instead letting him hold him against his chest. No, she's not. Yes. Darius and everyone else in the room turned to the small girl standing in the doorway watching them. She was smiling as she looked from Michael to Luna. Darius frowned in response. He didn't understand. She had to be Leo's youngest sister. The resemblance was there, and Leo carried her into the house. But after all she must have been through, how was she smiling? Her dark gaze turned to him, and then to her brother. It's true, Leo. Yes. Luna is his mate, and she belongs with him now.
Chapter 5. Leo winced when Nova spoke.
His little sister was smiling. She looked completely at ease with this situation, but of course she did. She'd probably seen all of this coming. The problem was, he hadn't explained Nova's special abilities to anyone in the Moiray pack, and her trotting out the I can see the future card in the midst of this shit show wasn't exactly how he had wanted to reveal that secret. Nova was special. All shifters were born with magic in their veins, but some had powers even beyond their wolves. Nova was a seer. She had the ability to see hints of the future, which was a rare and special gift, but in its own way, also a curse. It was one of Nova's visions, after all, that had gotten them into this mess. She'd seen a vision of Luna mating with an alpha, a pack alpha that wasn't part of the Crescent pack. She was young, still just a child really, and she'd been so excited that she told anyone that would listen that her big sister was going to be a pack queen. It didn't take a genius to figure out that Maddox Clary had heard that pronouncement and known that Luna would never accept his bid for marriage. Luna had laughed off the idea. Leo had rolled his eyes. But as it turned out, from the way Michael Hudson was holding her to his chest and snarling at anyone that dared even look at them too closely, Nova had been right. Even still, Leo couldn't stand to look at his sister in the arms of another alpha that wanted to own her. Fated or not, she was weak and injured. She didn't need another wolf pawing over her right now. She couldn't make the choice for herself in this state, and Leo was her alpha, her brother, and the head of their family now. He couldn't let Michael just take her.
Darius, he hissed, a warning in his tone and his eyes that he prayed the other man would understand. There was a look of indecision that crossed Darius's handsome face before he gave a small nod. Damn it, Michael, you have to let him see that she's okay, he growled at his alpha, and Leo had to fight the urge to hug the big guy. To anyone else in the room, it probably didn't even seem suspicious for Darius to try and talk sense to his alpha, but Leo knew better. Darius had just chosen to take his side against his own alpha. Darius had stood up for him. Leo watched as Luna nuzzled against Michael's chest. The alpha whispered something to her so low that even with his wolf hearing, it was basically inaudible. Still, he could hear enough to know Michael was comforting her, and it made some of the tension in his shoulders loosen just a little. Michael glanced back up, looking directly at him. She's fine. She's healing. She's going to be fine. Leo opened his mouth to respond, but Nova spoke up again, coming further into the room.
He's right. She's going to be fine. His power will help her heal. Touching her will make it happen faster.
But
she's fine, brother. I promise. She's going to be just fine.
Leo frowned, but Michael's voice caught him off guard and had him turning back to see that he was smiling softly down at Luna. She appeared to be more awake now. Michael adjusted her in his arms as he spoke, and Leo noticed her dark lashes blinking quickly. She was alive. Thank God. He'd known she was. He could feel it, but still he'd worried until he heard her soft, hoarse voice. Michael? He tried not to scowl that her first word was the other alpha's name. I've got you, baby. You're safe. Michael, the big bad alpha, all but cooed.
Leo?
I'm here, he shouted with relief when he heard his own name.
I'm here, Luna.
He started towards her again, intent on getting to his sister. He didn't make it 2 steps. Darius held him tight, and Leo growled as he tried to shove past him again. Let me have her! Do you want him to rip your head off? Darius snapped, anger breaking through his mask of calm. Damn it! Don't be an idiot and get yourself hurt when you know she's safe with him. Leo snarled right back at him.
I just want to see my sister.
You can see her from here. It's safer from here. Darius ground his teeth together and blew a rough breath out of his nose before lowering his voice to something resembling a plea. Just trust me, please. Leo wanted to. Everything inside of him said that he could trust Darius. That of course Darius was only trying to keep him safe, the same way Michael wanted to keep Luna safe. But that other part of him, the protective brother part, the part of him that had watched their parents be killed and hadn't been able to keep Luna safe, needed to be the one holding her and helping her heal.
Leo, stop. Just listen to him. You know he's right.
Nova was standing next to them when he looked down and he frowned, but his littlest sister barely gave him a glance before tilting her head towards Darius, a small and knowing smile playing on her lips.
You're not supposed to be here yet. I should have known you wouldn't let him come alone, though. Fate is always changing, but it looks like we're all right where we were meant to be.
Leo felt heat rise up his cheeks as the meaning of Nova's words sank in. She knew, he realized instantly. She knew about him and Darius, just as she'd known about Luna being mated to a pack alpha. He shot a look at Darius to see if he'd caught on to what Nova was saying, but the big man simply stared down at the little girl, brows furrowed and lips creased into a frown. Shit, Leo cursed under his breath. How long had Nova known? Before the attacks? Had she known and not told him for some reason? Or was it the attack and his subsequent need to go to the Moirai pack for help that had altered the future and given her a glimpse of his mate as well? He swiped a hand over his face, his brain hurting each and every time he thought about how Nova's vision changed and altered with the actions of everyone around her. What had she said to Darius? That he wasn't supposed to be here yet? Leo bit his cheek to keep from asking her what that meant.
How long was he supposed to have waited before he met the man that was meant to be his if she hadn't seen it happening now? Before he could do or say anything, though, Luna startled in Michael's grip and cried out, "Maddox!" "No, no." Michael was instantly hushing her softly from whatever had reminded her of the threat she'd been under for weeks. "He's gone. He's gone. He can't hurt you anymore." Leo blinked and glanced at Darius quickly, keeping his voice low. "Gone?"
"Dead."
Darius gave a quick jerk of his chin.
"He can't hurt you or your family anymore."
There was something in his eyes, something that Leo didn't know well enough to read. Not yet, so he looked away. There, on the other side of the room, he finally saw what he'd been missing. Maddox Clary's body lay dead in a pool of blood. His head had been ripped from his shoulders and brutally savaged. His eyes darted back to Darius, and he looked at the big hands that had been holding him so strongly but so gently, trying to keep him safe. They were covered in dried blood. "You," he started, awed as he realized that it was his mate that had killed the rogue wolf and taken revenge on Leo's behalf. But he didn't get a chance to finish his sentence because Michael's powerful voice cut him off. "What's the status on the other girl? We're still missing one, and we need to get the hell out of here before the wolves that fled regroup and come back with reinforcements." The other girl. Leo snapped back to reality, the heat of his feelings for Darius suddenly buried under an avalanche of guilt. The other girl. His sister. They were still missing Maya, and he had gotten distracted. This was why Darius had said they had to wait instead of acting on the bond, because this was about more than just the two of them. The bond was distracting, but they couldn't get distracted. Not yet. "We're still waiting on word from the other team," an enforcer who had been leaning against the wall spoke up, and Leo noticed him for the first time. Maya. Shit. His teenage sister was the one he'd worried about the most when he thought of what Maddox and his men were doing. She was tough. There was no denying that. Maya was also defiant and stubborn. She was a fighter. If Maddox had tried to break her... Leo felt sick even thinking about it. Luna whined, and Leo groaned as pain slashed through him. His sister was hurting. She was in pain, and he could feel it through their innate twin bond. She was also worried about Maya. He could sense it. "Shh, it's okay," Michael hummed soothingly. Only it wasn't okay. Maya was still missing. She was likely hurt or worse. He didn't think she was dead. Maddox wasn't stupid enough to kill her, not if he wanted Nova and Luna to help him. And besides, Leo would have felt it if Maya was dead. She was his family. She was alive out there, somewhere. But he had no false fantasies that she was going to be unscathed when they found her. "We got her!" The same enforcer finally spoke again. "Rafe has her, and they're heading back to the Moiray Lodge with her. She's going to need to see the healer." All of the air in Leo's lungs whooshed out in relief. He felt two big hands on his shoulders and looked up to see that Darius was standing directly in front of him. He held Leo close and forced him to meet his eyes. "She's okay," Darius murmured softly. Leo nodded. "They're all okay." Leo struggled to nod again. Emotion clogged his throat. Darius was touching him, here, in public, where anyone could see. He was standing so close to him and staring down at him so sweetly. It felt like an intimate moment, one he didn't want to share with anyone else. It was a moment that he wanted to simply get lost in, but knew that he couldn't. "You're okay." Darius squeezed his shoulders. "I'm okay." He finally found his voice and raised his hands to Darius's wrists. "We're okay." "Good." Darius dropped his hold, and Leo missed it instantly. "If Rafe's team isn't bringing the girl back here, we should get going. I need to get Luna home," Michael spoke up, and Darius turned away from Leo to look at his alpha. "What about the ones that ran? Do you want us to go after them?" "No," Michael answered quickly. "They aren't my priority right now. She is." He turned his attention to the other enforcer in the room. "Andy, take the others from Leo's team and sweep the forest ahead of us." I want a straight path to Moire land with no threats. We move once you give the all clear. On it! The enforcer, Andy apparently, nodded and moved out the front door to rally the others. Darius, go with him and—
No!
Darius all but growled, and Leo tried to keep from gaping at his wolf. Michael seemed as shocked by the refusal as Leo did. What?
I said no,
Darius reiterated, standing tall, putting himself between Michael and Leo.
I'm not going with the scout team. I'm staying here with you and with them.
Leo will stay and help me get the females to safety. Michael shook his head, his voice turning wary, as if Darius had never before questioned him in the open like this.
No, Leo needs to get back to safe land too. He's not your backup. I am. I'm staying, Michael.
Leo growled. He'd been wondering what Darius was up to, but now he knew. This wasn't just about Darius taking his side over Michael. No. Apparently, his dumb-ass enforcer mate still thought he needed to be protected. I don't need protection, Leo scowled up at him. I'm an alpha, and I can hold my own, thank you very much. Darius narrowed his eyes.
You're not getting rid of me that easily, pretty boy.
Leo's wolf reacted to the words and clawed for the surface. The disrespect in his mate's voice was clear, and his wolf didn't like that any more than he did. He barely bit off a snarl, wanting to put his mate in his place and remind him that he was the one in charge here. They were on his land. His wolf knew it as well as he did. He was the true alpha, and nobody talked to him like that. Before he could rip Darius's head off, though, Michael barked, "Enough!" Darius turned back to him, and Leo tried to get himself under control. His wolf was on edge, and the aggression was bleeding into Leo's human form. There was just too much going on. He was ignoring the mating heat. He had been in a fight and killed members of his own pack. Even if they'd been assholes who turned on his father and his entire family, they were Crescent Wolves, and their blood was on his hands. His sisters were safe but hurt, and probably scarred for life. And now Luna was apparently mated to the pack alpha Leo had brought in to help him get her back. He didn't have the space in his head right now to argue with Darius about who was in charge in their relationship. Darius is right, Michael continued, and when Leo turned his scowl on the other alpha, he pinned him with a look. Not that you can't protect yourself, but that we can use all the protection we can get. If we come across a threat, I won't be able to fight carrying Luna. I'll need you both. But I'm not risking the safety of my mate because you two are having some sort of pissing contest, Michael growled. Leo, take the lead when Andy gives the all clear. Nova, stay behind him. Darius, you protect my back.
Always,
Darius nodded, seeming to relax as soon as he got his way. Good. Now, let's go home. Leo glared at Darius, but he refused to look at him. That was fine. Let the asshole ignore him for the time being. He wouldn't be able to ignore him once they got back to the Moire Lodge. Leo was going to corner him and then confront him about everything. Not just the mate bond he refused to seal, but this insane urge to treat Leo like a pup that needed to be protected. He was an alpha, a pack alpha. He was born to lead, and he needed to remember that. He'd let Darius make the rules today, but he was done with that now. His sisters were safe. He had his pack back. It was time to start rebuilding his life, and that meant taking control and claiming his mate once and for all. Chapter 6. By the time Leo circled back along the edge of the territories, making sure they hadn't been followed, and then headed on to the lodge, he could hear the disturbance Michael Hudson had left in his wake. The Moray Pack Alpha was many things, but short-tempered wasn't one of them. Yet he could just make out the whispered conversations about Michael snapping and snarling, refusing to give up his hold on the Crescent Girl so the healer could tend to her. He sighed as he trudged inside and immediately caught sight of Rafe and Darius deep in conversation, heads close together.
A flare of annoyance prickled at his back, and his wolf, hoping for a chance to break free, lunged for the surface. Logically, Leo knew that Rafe was mated to a female, that Darius was meant to be his, that the two men didn't even like each other all that much, but he wasn't feeling all that reasonable or rational after the day he'd had. All he knew in that second was the inescapable truth that another alpha was too damn close to his mate, and a low growl escaped him before he could bite it back. Darius turned towards him at the sound, and he would have sworn he saw a flicker of gold in his eyes, a glimpse of the powerful wolf lurking just beneath his skin. But then the big man blinked, and his eyes were amber and carefully guarded again by the time he spoke.
"Where the hell did you go?"
Leo tensed at the snarl in the question. "I circled back to make sure we weren't followed. Not that I owe you an explanation." There was no missing the way Darius rose up to his full height, somehow adding even more imposing dimension to himself as he crossed the few steps between them.
"As long as you're on Moray land, you're my responsibility, and I'm not going to let you wander off and get yourself killed."
"You don't let me do anything," Leo shot back, not shrinking away. "I'm a pack alpha. I don't take orders from enforcers." In another situation, he might have lowered his voice to add that he wasn't such a stickler for that rule in the bedroom, but not here and not now. Not when the big room was filled with Moray Pack members, and at least half of them had turned to watch the confrontation between the interloping Crescent Alpha and their head enforcer. Still, he had a feeling Darius knew what he didn't say. Maybe he felt it through the bond, or maybe Leo was just that easy to read. Whatever it was, he watched as Darius's eyes flashed gold again, and he licked his lips as if he couldn't decide if he wanted to taste Leo with a kiss or bare his fangs and eat him alive. "Hey! Hey!" Rafe inserted himself between them, pushing them apart, clearly only seeing the brewing fight and not the longing. "It's been a long day. Let's everyone take a breath and collect ourselves before we do or say something we can't take back." Darius blinked, and his lips twisted as he shot a look at Rafe.
"Son of a bitch, now I've seen it all."
"What?" Rafe frowned right back at him.
"Rafe Hudson, the voice of reason."
Darius sighed and took a step back, and then another.
"They must be ice skating in hell."
Rafe flipped him off. Darius smirked. Leo pushed a breath through his nose and tried not to think too hard about how much he'd wanted Darius to give into his animal side and ravage him only moments before. He could be mad at him for treating him like a child. He could be frustrated and annoyed with him for constantly challenging him, but the bond didn't care about those things. It just kept growing stronger and more insistent. The more time they spent together, the more it would grow, until it consumed them both. The bond, he realized then, that he'd forgotten his twin was also dealing with a mate bond of her own. She was injured, hurt so badly she hadn't healed, and yet the Moray Pack Alpha had swept her into his arms and disappeared with her. He didn't think there was any way Michael Hudson would hurt Luna, especially not if she was his mate, but he didn't like the idea of his sister going from being imprisoned by one possessive alpha to another. "Rafe's right." He cleared his throat. "We all need to decompress. I'm going to go check on my sisters. If someone could please point me in the right direction." "I took Maya straight to the healer's suite. She was really put through it." Rafe winced, and Leo knew his friend was putting it mildly. "I believe Nova is with her now. I can show you."
"I'll take him,"
Darius all but barked, cutting Rafe off and stepping between them.
"But..."
Rafe started, but Darius shot him a glare that shut him up quickly.
"Go and reassure your mate that you're well, Raphael. Then reassure the pack. You told Michael you'd deal with them, so unless you're planning to cut and run again, you have your hands full as it is. I'll show Leo where to find his sisters."
Rafe looked about ready to throttle Darius.
But since he'd been sporting that look since the first moment Leo had seen the two interact, he wasn't at all surprised when his friend acquiesced.
Fine, if that's okay with Leo.
He's okay with it,
Darius answered.
He can speak for himself, Leo snapped at the bigger man before giving Rafe a nod of approval. But yes, it's fine. Go take care of your mate and your pack. We can catch up later.
Okay.
Rafe surprised him by reaching out and squeezing his shoulder.
I'm glad we got your sisters back.
Me too. Leo squeezed his arm in return. I couldn't have done it without your help.
Yeah, we get it. You two are besties who love to talk about feelings,
Darius groaned.
Can we go now?
Lead the way.
Leo rolled his eyes, but followed when Darius headed down the long hallway towards the back of the lodge. Darius's long strides ate up the space quickly, and Leo had to pick up his pace to keep up with him. His wolf snarled at him to close the distance. He wasn't used to following anyone, and he didn't like it, but Leo pressed him to calm. He didn't know where they were going in the large Moire Pack lodge, so he had no choice but to follow for now. And at least the view wasn't too bad. The broad back and powerful shoulders with bulging muscles bunched and released as Darius moved. He was tense. No doubt his wolf wasn't happy to have another alpha at his back, but he didn't turn around. He held himself tall and proud, and he moved with a grace that would have been unheard of for a man his size that wasn't supernatural. The t-shirt he was wearing rode up, giving Leo a clear view of the flex of his mate's backside with every step, and he wanted so badly to reach out and touch that he had to clench his hands into fists. They rounded another corner and were in a long hallway that seemed to lead to a second building attached to the first by the time Darius spoke.
Stop staring at my ass, DeLuca.
Leo's eyes snapped up, but of course Darius hadn't glanced back and caught him. He just innately sensed him, the same way Leo could sense the heat radiating off his mate's skin from feet away. Make me, Moreno, he shot back.
Another time, another place.
Darius made a noise in the back of his throat, practically a growl.
You're going to regret that dare.
A shiver of desire shot straight through Leo, and his wolf all but purred. He smiled even though Darius wasn't looking at him. This was the first time Darius had spoken to him, really spoken to him, as though he was his mate, since those stolen minutes in the closet that felt like an eternity ago. He liked it, which was part of the reason he was thrown off when Darius spoke again.
Rafe said Maya had been hurt pretty badly, so you'll need to prepare yourself. The healer will be with her, and your other sister is there. I'll leave you with them and come back in a few hours once I have arrangements made for your sleeping quarters.
Wait, what? He reached out and grabbed Darius by the arm, jerking him to stop. Darius finally turned to face him just as they entered the secondary building, a frown on his face.
I said...
I heard what you said, Leo snapped, peevish again.
Then why did you ask?
Darius narrowed his eyes. Because, first off, I told you already that I want to see Luna, and make sure she's okay, and you didn't say a word about taking me to her. Leo held up a hand when Darius scowled. And second, what the hell do you mean by sleeping quarters? I'm your mate, Darius. I assumed I would be sleeping with you. Darius clenched his jaw so hard the sound of his teeth grinding was loud in the empty space.
You shouldn't assume things. That's your fault, not mine.
Excuse me?
You can hear me just fine, Darius growled. And as for your twin, I already told you that she's safe with Michael. You can't see her. Not tonight. Not until they've bonded and Michael is calmer about the situation. I won't risk your life even if you would.
If he's my sister's mate, he won't hurt me, Leo argued.
I've never, in all the years I've known him, seen Michael so on edge, and I'm not risking it. You can see your younger sisters tonight. Luna tomorrow, maybe.
Darius! Leo grabbed his arm again when he started to turn away, as if that was the end of their conversation.
Damn it, you can't interfere with their mating bond. Why is that so hard for you to understand?
Leo snarled right back at the bigger man, who had been pressing his buttons all day. Oh, so I can't interfere with a mate bond, but you can? He let his wolf slide almost to the surface, a growl slipping from between his lips before he reined him back in. In case you haven't noticed, there's a mate bond happening right here and right now, but you seem perfectly content to keep putting obstacles up between us.
Darius snarled a curse and jerked hard on Leo's arm. It took him a moment to realize what was happening as he stumbled along the hall he was being dragged down now. He had no choice but to follow as Darius opened a door, shoved him inside, and then slammed it behind them. He looked downright pained when he spoke again.
I told you already, I don't have time for this right now,
Darius growled, and Leo felt his anger surge again. What was it about this man? He was absolutely infuriating. Nobody in Leo's life had ever dismissed him the way Darius did, and he hated it. He hated it more because Darius was supposed to be his mate. He was supposed to be the one person that couldn't ignore Leo or his feelings because the mate bond wouldn't allow him to. Yet he continued to defy both logic and fate.
What does that even mean?
Leo yelled because Darius had whispered, as if their bond was supposed to be a secret, and that only infuriated him more.
You don't have time for this? For me? I'm sorry fate didn't take your schedule into account. It's not exactly great timing for me either, in case you're wondering.
Darius clenched his teeth so hard, his jaw flexed.
Leo, I know you've been through a lot recently, and I want to be there to help you, but...
Don't you dare put this all on me.
Leo shoved him so hard, the other man had no choice but to take a step backwards to keep his balance.
You feel it too. I know you do. So stop fighting it.
I can't. Not yet.
Darius grabbed his wrist when Leo reached up to shove him again.
Please, I need...
Leo had no idea what Darius had meant to ask for. What did he need? More time? More space? Did he really need to think about this before agreeing to the mating? There was no time or space in Leo's world for thinking anymore. He simply needed. And what he needed in that moment, after the craziness of the last few days, and in particular the last few hours, was his mate, whether Darius was ready for him or not. He all but sprang forward, pressing his mouth against the other man's lips. He'd caught Darius off guard, and they stumbled. Darius collided with the wall behind him, and Leo took full advantage, pressing against him from the front and refusing to back down. His wrists were still bound in Darius's large hands, and the grip tightened a moment before it was gone, and then Darius's hands were on Leo's face, pulling him closer, pressing their mouths together again, holding him so tightly that for once Leo felt like he could let go and let this man, his mate, lead. It was everything that Leo wanted and exactly what he needed. If he had to needle and prod and push and fight with this man to get this kind of passion from him, then so be it. He would do anything to feel the connection between them surge with electricity like it was now. Chapter 7. Darius had only barely been clinging to his remaining self-control, and the feel of Leo's mouth on his snapped the last threads of his sanity. The damned alpha had been driving him crazy all day, putting himself in danger, arguing with him when Darius was only trying to protect him, refusing to ignore the heat building between them the way Darius so badly needed him to. He should have known this was coming, this explosion of the need they'd been temporarily containing all day, but still, somehow, it knocked him completely off balance. Leo was an alpha. He was a born leader. Darius should have known that he wouldn't wait, wouldn't hide, wouldn't back down. He'd prepared for that, or at least he had thought he did. What he hadn't been prepared for in the least was that once his proud, forceful alpha mate pushed him far enough to get his reaction, that he would soften against Darius, letting him take the control he so badly needed at this point. He hadn't expected Leo to melt for him, and God, it did something to him. Leo was an alpha. Submission wasn't in his DNA. Yet, as forceful as he'd been with Darius, he was now equally as soft. His muscles loose, molding his body to Darius as his head tipped back, allowing Darius to lead the kiss. It wasn't going to his knees. It wasn't baring his throat. But in its own way, it was a quiet submission, a hint at what their lives could be like, if only in private. When they were together like this, Leo would happily give up his control because he trusted Darius, and that trust worked its way inside his chest, twisting and gripping his heart until it ached with the want to make this real and final. "Ah, fuck," he growled against Leo's lush lips as he flipped their position. He pinned Leo to the wall and took his mouth again. He tasted like heaven and hell. He tasted like every weakness Darius had ever enjoyed. His lips were soft but active, and his tongue was a velvet caress when Darius lapped deeper, sucking it into his mouth, all but inhaling his mate because one taste was nowhere near enough. Leo's hands tangled in his hair and pulled, causing Darius to growl again and his wolf to howl. He bit Leo's bottom lip in retaliation, not hard enough to break the skin, but a warning. His mate moaned and only pulled harder, kissing him back as he rocked his hips against the bulge growing inside Darius's pants. God, he loved this. Darius notched himself between Leo's legs and ground them together as he ate at his mouth. Loved the way Leo responded to his touch. Loved the way he tasted on his tongue. The scent of Leo's arousal had Darius's wolf scratching at the surface, and more than anything, he wanted to rip their clothes off and drive into his mate's beautiful body until there was no telling where one of them began and the other ended. Leo made him want things he'd long since forgotten he needed, and the sheer power of their connection was terrifying to a man that had given up hope of ever finding his other half. Leo made him need, and it was that one word, echoed from his thoughts through the mouth of his mate, that managed to bring Darius back to reality. "Need," Leo groaned, his teeth grazing Darius's jaw. Had Leo read his mind? Was it the bond growing stronger? Or were they just thinking the exact same thing? Darius couldn't be sure. All he was certain of in that moment was that now was not the time or the place for this. He'd been holding back for a reason, and his reasons hadn't changed. He was Moray Pack. Michael was his alpha. Leo was Crescent Pack. He was a pack alpha in his own right, but his pack was in chaos. Michael finding Luna the way they had during the raid, the instant mating bond that had emerged between them, it threw everything Darius thought he knew into question. Nothing was settled yet, not between the two packs, not between any of them. He couldn't abandon the Moray pack or Michael at a time like this, and that's what it would mean to seal the bond with Leo. He knew it would alter him forever. He knew it would change his allegiances, and before he could allow himself to be compromised like that, he needed to talk to Michael. He needed advice from the only man in the pack he trusted to tell him the truth, honest and straightforward. He needed to know that Michael and the others were safe, and that by choosing the path fate had set before him, that they knew he wasn't abandoning them. Only he couldn't talk to Michael right now, because his alpha was in the middle of a mating heat, desperate to be alone with Luna, to help her heal and seal their own bond. He would have to wait. Michael had enough to deal with right now without Darius informing him that his head enforcer had formed a mate bond of his own, and with none other than the twin brother of Michael's mate. It was a mind fuck of epic proportions,
and he needed time to figure it all out before he gave in to the heat of what he wanted. To Leo. To the new life they'd be embarking on.
We can't do this now.
He jerked away so quickly that Leo didn't even have time to react, to try and hold him close. Darius stepped back once, twice, putting more and more space between them. With space, some of his reasoning skills returned, enough of them so that when he finally looked back at Leo and saw his kiss-swollen lips, his glazed eyes and flushed cheeks, he didn't immediately rush back into his arms.
Now isn't the time.
Leo was panting for breath, but his eyes began to clear as he caught up to what Darius was saying. What?
You heard me.
Darius forced the words through gritted teeth and watched anger flash in his mate's beautiful eyes. I'm giving you a chance to say you're joking.
I'm not joking.
Darius frowned. You're really going to push me away? Again? When it's clear you want this as much as I do?
I told you, now isn't the time. The pack, both packs, are in turmoil. We have work to do.
Bullshit! That isn't why you're pushing me away. Tell me what the problem is, Leo demanded, and when Darius stayed quiet, those dark eyes narrowed again. Is it because I'm male?
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Darius growled. That isn't an answer, Leo prodded.
Of course that's not the issue.
Are you sure?
Did it feel like I had any problem with your gender when I was rubbing our cocks together and sucking your tongue?
Darius swore.
I want you. You're right. That much is obvious.
That could just be the mating heat and you're fighting it. Maybe you're fighting it because I'm male.
It's not just the mating heat,
Darius snarled.
Jesus, Leo, Listen to me. Even if the mating heat hadn't hit me the moment I scented you, I'd want you, okay? You're sexy as hell, strong and confident and beautiful. It's not that.
So what is it? Darius blew out a rough breath.
I'm not saying we can't do this. I'm telling you that now isn't the time. I'm not mating with you in a random healing suite with half the pack under the same roof and your sisters a few doors down listening in and talking about us. So just let it go.
Let it go? Leo snorted. You want me to let you go? Darius didn't answer because he wasn't sure what to say. Yes, he did. He wanted Leo to let him go so that he could figure all the shit running through his head out before he pressed him for more. But no, at the same time, he didn't want Leo to let him go either. He wanted his mate to demand he stay and bond and mate and be with him, give him everything and accept everything he was offering in return. He was a fucking mess. And never had he been surer of it than when Leo glared at him and spoke in that deep, warning tone. I swear to God, Darius, if you keep walking away from me, I may not be here when you decide you're ready for this.
You'll be here.
Darius raised his chin defiantly. Leo looked like he wanted to murder him when he spat. You arrogant bastard! Do you think you're the only one trying to figure out how to make this work? I know it isn't convenient. I know compromises will have to be made. Male-male matings are difficult as it is, even before considering I'm an alpha and you're part of a different pack. But fate put us together for a reason, and we can figure out why once we're together. I'm not asking you for the world. I'm just asking you to do your duty as my mate and fuck me before we both go crazy from the heat.
Darius growled. This is about more than fucking, Leo.
That's what I'm trying to tell you! Leo yelled at him this time, his temper soaring to the surface. Of course it's about more than fucking. You're my mate. We have the rest of our lives to figure out everything else but the heat.
The heat will hold until the full moon.
Darius cut him off, and Leo gaped at him. The full moon? Are you serious?
We have until the full moon to seal the bond. We have time. We don't have to rush.
It'll only get worse the longer we wait.
I know, Darius admitted, scrubbing a hand over his face.
Then why put it off?
Leo started to take a step towards him, but Darius stepped back again, keeping the space between them.
Unless you don't have any plans to complete the bond and mate with me?
The pain behind the question was written all over Leo's face, and Darius had to forcefully steel his legs to keep from moving back towards him. He couldn't. Not yet. Not until he worked everything out and had a plan. He needed a plan. Leo made him feel out of control, and he hated the feeling. He had spent his entire life trying to build something solid and stable, and now Leo and fate were conspiring to rip his foundation out from beneath him.
It's not that, he murmured softly.
Then what is it?
It's me. I need more time. We have time. The full moon is weeks away. Just give me some time.
Leo shook his head, but it didn't look like a refusal. It looked more like a defeat. He shrugged, his hands out at his sides, and the gesture coming from a powerful alpha was nearly too much to ignore.
Do I have a choice?
No.
Darius kept his voice firm and his chin high.
I have to go now. I have a job to do, and you should check on your sisters. They've been through a lot. I'm sure they need you right now. Like I said, they're only 3 doors down from this suite. You can go the rest of the way yourself.
Leo's jaw twitched. He looked away and rubbed a hand over the top of his head. Darius could feel the tension in the room. It was hard to breathe. He could feel the uncertainty radiating off the other male, and he wanted to go to him, to pull him into his arms and simply hold him. But that would just lead to more touching and more kissing, and that would lead to the one thing Darius was trying to avoid: mating. He needed the time until the full moon. He needed the time to talk to Michael. He needed time to make a plan and get the enforcers ready for what had to happen next. If he wasn't going to be part of the Moire pack anymore, then he couldn't be head enforcer for Michael anymore either. Just the thought of not being Michael's right-hand man made him want to punch something. He had promised Michael's father, the old alpha, that he would take care of his heir way back when, and to think he wouldn't be around to keep that promise, it nearly destroyed him. Leo blew out a rough breath and turned back to him finally.
Fine.
Fine?
He questioned uncertainly.
Go. Do whatever it is you need to do. You're right.
Leo's chin was back up, and his face was a solid mask without emotion.
I need to check on my sisters. They need me right now, and it's clear that apparently you don't.
Leo.
Don't.
Leo held up a hand.
I'm going to go check on Maya and see how she's healing, and then I'm going to see Luna and...
Not Luna,
Darius snarled before he could bite back his words. Leo's eyes flashed gold.
She's my sister, Darius. I need to make sure she's okay.
We've gone over this. She's fine. Or she will be. Michael will make sure of it.
He blew out a rough breath of his own and lowered his voice.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you.
No. It just seems to be the only way you know how to talk to me.
Leo snapped right back at him, and Darius winced, thoroughly reprimanded. Leo was right, of course. He was fighting the mating heat. He was fighting the bond. He was fighting himself and fate and his very nature, and he was taking it out on Leo. Leo, his mate, the man that had been made for him, his other half. He deserved better, and Darius knew it.
I'm sorry,
he murmured.
Are you?
Leo didn't soften at all now, and Darius knew he didn't deserve it anyway.
Yes, I'm sorry. I wish all of this had happened at a better time, that it was easier, but it's not.
Leo didn't budge. He barely even blinked.
He simply stared at Darius for a long time, and once he realized that the other man wasn't going to say anything to that, he sighed.
Just do me a favor and stay away from Michael and Luna until I tell you it's safe. I don't want anything to happen to you, and Michael isn't thinking clearly right now.
I can take care of myself, Leo growled.
Doesn't mean I don't worry. Stay away from them.
You don't get to tell me what to do, Leo all but snarled. I'm Alpha, not you. Darius met his eyes and forced the words that he knew would shut the door on this conversation.
You may be an alpha, but you're not my alpha.
Shock registered on Leo's handsome face, but before he could give in to the urge to take back what he'd said, Darius turned and walked out of the room. He let the door slam behind him. It was better this way. At least, that's what he told himself. If Leo was pissed at him, he wouldn't follow him. He wouldn't force the issue of the mating if he was angry. And that's what Darius wanted. It was. He was certain if he kept repeating it, that it would eventually become true.
Chapter 8. Leo had paced the small room next to his sisters in the healing suite all night. He'd been left speechless after Darius walked out on him. He'd tried to spend his time with Maya and Nova, focusing on them, focusing on their family, and the fact they were all together again. But when a different Moirai pack wolf had come to show him to his room, he'd barely been able to keep himself from full-on shifting and going to hunt down his wayward mate. Without a minute of sleep to stop his whirling mind, he'd come to a decision by sunrise. He was done. He was done playing by the rules Darius wanted to impose on their relationship, on their mating. He was done letting the Moirai pack decide where he went and what he did. He was just fucking done with all of it. He had come here for help getting his sisters and his pack back, and they'd done that, so he didn't need to be here anymore. He couldn't control anything being here, and he was tired of his life spiraling further and further out of his control, so he was going home. He was going back to where he belonged. He was going to take back control of his pack first, because that was the most important issue at hand. Once he had his pack and his family back together, then and only then would he allow himself the mental space to figure out what to do with Darius Moreno. Maddox fucking Clary had turned his world upside down. Michael Hudson had changed the way the Moirai and Crescent packs would interact for the rest of time. And Darius had changed Leo himself, irreversibly, impossibly, undeniably changed him from the inside out, and the bastard wouldn't even seal the bond. If Leo stayed around this lodge and this pack and that infuriating man much longer, he was going to murder Darius, or worse. What was worse than murder? Well, knocking the man unconscious and mating him without permission would definitely be worse and desperate. Leo was really, really tired of looking desperate when it came to his mate.
Where do you think you're going?
Leo grit his teeth when that harsh voice cut straight through him. Think of the devil, and he appeared. Wasn't that the saying? He had been heading down a hallway where the Moirai pack business offices were located, but he turned on his heel to face Darius and tried not to let the way his wolf whimpered to be nearer the man show on his face. What do you care? He shrugged. If Darius caught his undertone of frustration, he didn't so much as blink.
Strangers aren't allowed access to this part of the pack lodge on their own.
Leo's carefully blank mask slipped, and the anger he'd been trying so hard to keep at bay slipped through, his voice rising. Strangers? So I'm a stranger now?
You're not Moirai pack.
No, I'm definitely fucking not, Leo snarled. At least we're on the same page about that much.
What is that supposed to mean?
It means I'm not part of this pack, and I don't belong here, which is why I'm going to tell Michael that I'm going home. Darius's brows knit together and a muscle in his cheek twitched. What? I'm leaving. Bullshit. Darius took a step towards him before catching himself short and growling. You're not going anywhere.
I'm leaving. You said yourself the packs are in turmoil and mine needs me, so I'm going home.
You're not going anywhere, Darius repeated, voice low and dangerous.
Leo glared up at him.
Oh, really? Are you going to stop me?
I will, if I have to.
If you think you can stop me, try it.
Leo stepped into the other man's personal space, and when Darius backed up a step, he spit.
See, that's what I thought. You're not going to stop me because you'd have to touch me to do that. And you're too fucking scared of what'll happen if you let me close.
Darius stared at him for a long moment, that muscle twitching steadily now. Something hot and dangerous flared in his eyes, but when he blinked, it was hidden away again. He took a breath, getting himself under control, something that Leo had already grown to hate, before he spoke.
This isn't about you and me.
The hell it isn't, Leo snapped.
This isn't about you and me, Darius repeated evenly. You can't leave because it isn't safe. Not for you, not for your sisters, not for any of you. There's no way I'm letting you leave this lodge, let alone this territory.
Well, it's a good thing I don't need your permission then.
Leo turned back around and continued down the hallway.
See you around.
He heard the growl behind him and knew there was no way in hell he was going to have his conversation with Michael alone now that he'd riled Darius up. Silently, he cursed himself for fighting with the man yet again. But he just couldn't help himself. Darius drove him absolutely crazy with his rigid self-control and his ability to pretend there was nothing between them. The footsteps behind him confirmed that Darius was following him, even if he hadn't been able to feel him breathing down his neck. But he could. And damn his traitorous body for shivering with anticipation when all he wanted to do was push the damn man off a cliff.
Leo!
He ignored the harsh snap of his name.
Leo, come on!
Darius softened his tone a fraction, but when Leo didn't turn around, he went right back to growling and cursing.
Damn it, Leo! Be rational!
Leo bit the inside of his cheek to keep from turning around and screaming that he didn't get to be rational. Not right now. Not when the heat was making him crazy with longing for a man that he wasn't even sure he liked all that much. Not when all he could think about was completing the mate bond. Not when he ached with the unavoidable truth that even if fate thought this man was his perfect other half, that he wasn't at all what Leo needed him to be right here and right now. He opened the door to Michael's office without knocking, and tried not to cringe when the other pack alpha looked up from his desk and his brows immediately furrowed at the sight in front of him. Leo continued into the office, ignoring the man behind him even when Darius slammed the door and stomped in after him. Good morning? Michael looked between them curiously.
He says he's leaving.
Darius didn't bother returning the greeting or even sitting down. He leaned both hands on the edge of Michael's desk and bent towards him, his voice full of anger and disbelief.
He says he's going back to Crescent territory, but he's not. Tell him he's not going back there yet.
Leo glared daggers.
I already explained that you don't actually get a say in this.
The hell I don't.
Darius turned back to him with a snarl.
You're my...
He trailed off, and Leo curled his lips back over his teeth.
Your what?
Darius growled, throwing himself down in the large leather chair opposite Leo and shaking his head.
You're my responsibility.
He looked back up, but not at Leo.
Tell him, Michael. Tell him it isn't safe, and my job is to keep all of you safe, so he can't go.
Michael only blinked at them.
Newsflash, I don't actually need his permission either, Leo snorted. As you've reminded me, I'm not part of the Moire pack, so Michael can't force me to stay, and neither can you.
I swear on the moon, if you try to leave this territory, I will tie you up and sit on you.
Oh, really? Leo raised an eyebrow suggestively, which had the effect of making Darius growl again and look away, just as he'd known it would.
Michael!
Darius focused on his alpha again, lowering his tone to something resembling normal.
We only just saved the girls last night. Sure, Clary is dead, but some of his guys got away. They could be out there now, regrouping and plotting to kill Leo as soon as he sets foot back in their territory. It isn't safe for him to go back, not until we run patrols and clear the woods, track down the other defectors, and make them pay the same way we did with Clary.
That's not your job, Leo argued. It's not your job to make them pay. It's mine.
You came here for help. This is how we help.
Darius shook his head. You did help. You saved my sisters. You killed Clary. But with him dead, there's nobody left to lead. I need to go back and check on my people. Start righting all the wrong that Clary did. They need me.
Your sisters need you,
Darius snapped. Nova is fine. Maya has healed enough to move around. But if they aren't ready to go home yet, I'd be fine letting them stay here with Luna until I settle things. He shot Michael a pointed look. I actually came here to talk to you about Luna too, but...
And if you go back and get yourself killed, then what?
Darius cut him off.
Then it was all for nothing. Your pack loses another alpha, and your sisters lose their brother. It's stupid to rush back before we know it's safe.
You don't understand because you're not a pack alpha. The ties I have to my pack, they need me, and I need them just as much.
I understand better than you think.
Leo scowled. What you do or don't understand isn't my problem. I'm leaving, and you can't stop me.
You're not going!
Darius growled so loudly that the windows in the office rattled, and Leo flinched. But Darius only turned to plead with his alpha again.
Michael, tell him he's not going back there.
I'm a goddamned alpha in my own right. He can't tell me what to do, and you damn sure can't, so lay off before I lay you out, Leo threatened, his anger surging, the heat in his veins threatening to spill over, and he couldn't be sure if he would punch the man or bite him just to get it out of his system.
You think you can take me, pretty boy? Darius snorted. Give it a shot.
Leo surged to his feet so fast that the chair he'd been sitting in tumbled over. Darius rose as well, but more slowly, purposefully, his eyes never leaving Leo's. They were face to face. Both of them were breathing hard. The pheromones in the air were nearly suffocating, and Leo hated Darius for making him want him even as he wanted to beat him to a bloody pulp.
Do it,
Darius said so softly it was a whisper, and Leo shuddered because he didn't know which thing Darius meant. Did he know how much Leo wanted to close the space and take his hateful mouth? Could he feel how much Leo wanted to throw a punch? Don't push me, Enforcer, Leo growled.
Don't make me,
Darius shot back, his voice still low, and some of the anger had gone out of him, leaving a softness that was unnerving when he begged.
Think, Leo. You go off half-cocked, and you're liable to get yourself killed.
Leo resisted the urge to melt with the knowledge that Darius was worried about him, that it wasn't all just a power trip. He shook his head. The only person liable to get killed is you if you don't stop treating me like a kid who can't make his own decisions. Darius moved closer, getting right in his face, crowding him, making it so that Leo had to crane his neck to look up at him.
Trust me, I'm aware you're not a kid. Fully aware. But that doesn't mean I'm letting you walk out of here alone and straight into a possible ambush.
You don't get a say in... Stop it! Michael finally spoke, cutting Leo off, and when Darius started to open his mouth to speak again, the alpha behind the desk glared at his enforcer. I said stop! That's enough! You're both behaving like children! Michael, Leo tried, but was stopped by a hand in the air. Enough! Michael pointed at the chair he tipped over. Pick it up and sit your ass down. He turned his glare back to Darius. And you, give us a minute, would you? Leo righted the chair and shot a glance at Darius in time to see the surprise in his eyes. What? Get out of my office. I want to talk to Leo alone. Michael raised an eyebrow as Darius started to argue again, and when he spoke, there was a force behind his words that Leo knew well. Wait outside, Darius! Leo's eyes were wide as he watched the big enforcer snap his jaw shut as his entire body went rigid. Michael had given him an order. Michael had used his alpha voice on him. It was the kind of order that no wolf could defy, and some part of him bristled at the idea of Michael silencing his mate that way, even if he'd been desperate to shut him up himself. Stupid Bond. He shot Darius one last look, catching his eye just before he nodded and walked out of the room without another word. Leo heard the door shut behind him, softly this time, but he didn't turn around. He faced Michael Hudson and kept his shoulders straight and his chin high. He waited, and waited some more, but when Michael didn't speak, only raised an eyebrow, his stomach dropped, and he had to look away. I've got it under control. No, Michael sighed, you don't. And the fact that you think you can control it, control him, worries me even more. Leo swiped a hand over his face. Was it really that obvious? Michael had figured out what was happening between them. There was no other reason for him to be looking at Leo like that, or saying these things. Michael knew they were mates, and there was no way Darius had told him, not if he hadn't used it as an excuse to keep Leo here during their argument. So it had to be obvious, even if all they did was growl and snarl and threaten to rip one another apart. He sighed, figuring if there was anyone he could talk to about it, then it was Michael. After all, he knew Darius probably better than anyone, and he was also a pack alpha, so he knew the kind of stress Leo was under. He's a gigantic pain in the ass, overbearing, overprotecting, just overwhelming. How the hell do you put up with him? Michael smiled softly. He means well. He treats me like I'm a stupid child instead of an equal. He means well, Michael repeated when Leo huffed. He wants to take care of you, and you know he's right, at least about this. We can't let you go back there, not yet, at least not alone. Some of the ones who followed Maddox Clary got away. They could be waiting for you, and I won't allow you to risk your life when it would be smarter to send out scouts first. Allow? Leo bit back a snarl when he saw the conversation going the same direction it had with Darius. Michael only shrugged. You're my family now. Luna is mine. That makes you my brother. I don't risk the lives of my family, and if it takes Darius to keep you here, I'll let him do each and everything he threatened. You really think you can hold me hostage? Leo glared. I won't have to. One word to my mate, and she'll make sure you see reason. Leo groaned. Using my sister against me, Hudson? We're family now, like I said. Our packs have always been peaceful. We've had a good run being aligned, but it's more than that now. The Crescents and the Moirae are linked by blood. You have my back, I have yours. We're stronger together, and we'll protect each other. Of course, I came to you for support before I knew you and Luna were fated. You helped me get my pack back and saved my sisters. I owe you. You don't. You don't owe me anything except to keep yourself safe. My mate would be very upset if something were to happen to you. Michael gave him a pointed look. And I have a feeling my best friend would be too. Leo felt heat flame through him. He looked away, hoping that Michael would take a hint and drop the subject. This wasn't what he'd come here to talk about, and he didn't want to get into a conversation about the difficulties of male-male mate bonds with his soon-to-be brother-in-law.
You know I don't care, right? Michael's voice was soft when he continued on despite Leo's discomfort.
Well, that would make one of us then. Fate decides things without our input. He knows that as well as any of us.
Michael frowned.
Just give him some time. This pack has been his family for a very long time. Leaving us, it won't be easy for him.
Speaking of difficult things, Leo cleared his throat. They still needed to talk about his sister, Luna. She was his twin, and yet she wasn't like him. She wasn't an alpha. She was now Michael's mate, and he was a pack alpha, though. And that was a whole other problem waiting to happen. He'd hoped he would be able to talk to her about how best to handle the topic before meeting with Michael, but since his sister had been locked away from him, he hadn't had a chance. Now, he barged right into the issue with Michael and Luna's mating because focusing on them was easier than talking about his own mate bond, or lack thereof. Michael was a good man. He was a good alpha. He would accept Luna just as she was. And if Darius couldn't do the same for him, well, that was just a bridge he would have to cross when he came to it. Chapter 9. Darius felt a rush of heat the moment Leo walked into the training room. It didn't matter that his back was to the door. It didn't matter that he was deep in conversation with two of his best enforcers. It didn't matter that a dozen other shifters were going through drills, yelling in triumph or defeat as they finished a match on the nearby mats. He didn't need to turn his head to look or scent the soft breeze that blew in with the opening of the door. He knew Leo was there simply from the way his body heated and tensed, electricity zipping through him as his wolf stirred with longing. For the past 48 hours, Leo had avoided him at every turn. Darius knew it because he'd been avoiding his mate too, even as he kept a watchful eye on him from a distance. He'd wanted to make sure Leo was safe, that he was okay, but he hadn't trusted himself to get close to him, and even if he had, Leo had made it abundantly clear that he didn't want Darius's company until he was ready to give in and seal the mate bond. Darius wanted to. Every day he wanted his impossible, intriguing, infuriating mate more. But he had work to do, so he'd thrown himself into his duties, trying to keep those he cared about safe, and at the same time prepare the pack for his eventual departure. It was coming sooner than he thought it would if Leo was here, in the training room. If Leo had sought him out, then he must have gotten his way. He was finally leaving, and he had come to say goodbye. After 2 days of endless scouting missions, all the reports and evidence said the same thing. Nobody was lingering on the edge of Moiray or Crescent territory, waiting to pounce the moment the DeLucas crossed back over. It was safe. Or at least as safe as it was going to get anytime soon. Which meant Darius had been forced to do the unthinkable and tell Michael that he saw no reason to insist Leo stay instead of returning to his pack. Michael had given him a knowing speech about fate and mate bonds that had made Darius more than a little uncomfortable. He hadn't said anything to his alpha about his bond with Leo, but Michael had clearly figured it out. He'd given Darius a lot to think about in that meeting, and the acknowledgement and permission he hadn't known he was looking for to do something about the growing bond. Still, he had thought Michael might sit on the news for a while longer. After all, Michael's mate was Leo's twin sister, and she seemed to be enjoying the time with all of her siblings under one roof. He had thought sweet, strong Luna might be able to keep her brother close for at least a few more days. But he should have known by now that Leo DeLuca could be a stubborn bastard, and once he put his mind to something, that he wouldn't stop until he got it. Darius liked that about him, even if he wanted to strangle him for it. He heard the footsteps growing closer behind him, but didn't turn until Leo spoke his name, softly but deliberately, as if he was fully aware that he was being ignored. Darius? He turned to face his mate, and his heart leapt into his throat, choking whatever it was he might have said in return. He'd been keeping tabs on Leo for the past couple of days. He'd seen him from afar, stalked him even, but he hadn't been this close to him since they'd been yelling at each other in Michael's office. This close to him, he could see the tense way Leo clenched his jaw and the hard set of his shoulders, prepared for another fight. This close, he could see the gold flecks in Leo's dark brown eyes as easily as he could see the longing and the sadness behind them. Everything in him ached to reach out and take Leo into his arms, to hold him tight and to tell him that he didn't have to carry the weight of the world alone anymore. But that defiant jaw and proudly jutting chin kept him in check, and he managed to swallow the rush of emotions to nod politely.
Leo?
Can we talk? Dark eyes darted over his face, and then over Darius's shoulder to the other enforcers. Alone?
Of course.
Darius shot a look over his shoulder.
Andy, Paul, take the new recruits out on the lawn for speed drills.
Yes, sir, they echoed.
And remember what I told you,
he added, catching them each with his gaze until they nodded and walked away. Leo watched them go, but didn't say anything as the training room emptied. They stood there so close that if Darius twisted his wrist, he could brush their hands together, so close that if Leo leaned just a little bit, they could rub shoulders. But neither of them moved until the room was empty, and the doors that led out to the back lawn had swung shut behind the group, giving them some privacy. I'm leaving, Leo said at the same time Darius said,
You're leaving.
Leo flickered a small, sad smile. You already knew.
I'm the one that told Michael we couldn't keep you here anymore,
Darius admitted, looking at his shoes instead of at his mate.
I ran every path, checked every hiding spot I knew on our land and yours, sent out as many scouts as I could spare, and came up with absolutely no reason for keeping you here if you still wanted to go.
You couldn't think of a single reason to make me stay? Leo's voice sounded hurt, and Darius looked up. The sadness in his mate's eyes gutted him. He hated that he was the one that was hurting Leo, but he didn't feel comfortable enough yet to explain why it was so important to him that they waited until the full moon. So he gave him the only answer he could, and it was at least the truth.
Not one that wasn't selfish.
Leo was the one to look away this time. You can fight me about it until you're blue in the face, but I have to go back, Darius. They're my pack, my people.
I know.
They need me, Leo continued, as if Darius's agreement was only a ploy.
I know.
And the truth is, I need them just as much. I need to set things right. They've gone through so much. Members of the pack were lost, good and bad, on both sides. There was damage done that is going to take a lot of time to repair. But before I can do any of that, I have to figure out if they even still want me to lead after everything that's happened.
They'd be stupid not to want you as their alpha,
Darius snapped more forcefully than he'd intended, but his wolf didn't like the idea of his mate being dethroned any more than he did. He cleared his throat.
You were born to lead the Crescent Pack. It's your birthright, and it's where you belong.
Leo nodded, though his gaze was still distant. I'm glad we can agree on that much.
We agree on more than you think,
Darius spoke softly.
We're just two alpha males with hard heads, and wolves that aren't used to bending to anyone else's will.
I don't want you to bend to my will, Darius, Leo sighed. I just want you to give enough to learn to walk beside me.
I know.
You know? Leo finally looked back at him. Wait, why do you keep agreeing with me? What's going on here?
I'm tired of fighting with you. The truth is, all that time running the woods for the last 2 days while you ignored and avoided me gave me some time to think.
Darius shrugged, sheepish because he hated that Leo was suspicious that he wasn't fighting with him, but fully understanding that it was to be expected.
Look, I'm not ready to seal the bond. I have my reasons, but for now what you need to know, what I need to tell you, is that I never saw you coming. You turned my world upside down when you walked onto Moire land. I'm old enough that I thought I knew who I was and where I belonged. You changed that. You changed everything. I just need time to adjust, okay?
Leo heaved a heavy sigh, but nodded. More time. Yeah. I think you've mentioned that once or twice.
Darius smiled at the sarcasm. Have I?
Well, you'll have plenty of time and space since I'm going back to my pack. I came to say goodbye.
It's not goodbye.
It's... see you around then? I don't know, Darius. I don't know how to do this.
Leo lost some of his careful cool, his voice rising.
I don't know how to walk away from my mate as easily as you do. I came here now because I wanted to see you before I left in case you decide not to seal the bond. In case it really is goodbye.
It's not goodbye, Darius repeated.
Yeah, I know, you said that, but...
Darius cut him off. It's not goodbye because you're not leaving without me.
That finally made Leo stop arguing. His eyes widened and his mouth opened in surprise. He blinked, but he only looked more confused, so Darius gave in to the urge to reach for him, cupping his beautiful face between his palms and meeting his gaze.
I'm coming with you. I go where you go. I said I needed time. I never said a damn thing about space. He stroked his thumb across the sharp cheekbone that made his mate so damn beautiful. I told you that you turned my world upside down and made me rethink where I belong. But what I guess I didn't make clear is that I know now that I belong wherever you are.
Are you serious?
Leo studied his face intently, skepticism in every word. You said you wanted me at your side, so that's where I'm going to be. I'll admit I've only ever been good at one thing, Leo, and that's being an enforcer. Being with you, being your other half, the mate of a pack alpha, I'll probably fuck it up. I can't promise you that I'll always do or say the right thing. But what I can do, what I will do, is protect you and keep you safe. The first time I saw you, I knew that was what I'd been put on this earth to do. That's all I've been trying to do since the moment we met.
Leo closed his eyes and leaned closer, letting Darius hold him up. I don't know what to say. I ran through this goodbye in my head 100 times, and not once did I imagine you'd say you wanted to go with me.
Look at me, Darius insisted, and Leo's lashes flicked open again, that warm, gold-flecked gaze searching his face. I know I'm not an easy man to deal with, and I haven't handled the bond forming between us the right way at all. But now that I know the threat to your life is gone, I'm ready to take the first steps towards our new life together. If you'll let me.
Let you? Leo snorted. I've been begging you to give us a chance. I'm not about to deny you now. You were right about that much. I'd wait for you as long as it takes.
You won't have to wait much longer, I promise. Darius pulled back slightly. I'd kiss you right now to prove to you just how much I want you, to show you how strong the heat to seal the bond is getting. But if I start, I don't trust myself to be able to stop, and we should get going soon. I don't want to be traveling after dark, obvious threats or not.
Leo blinked. You mean you want to leave now?
You said you came to say goodbye. I assume that means you've already said as much to your sisters. If you're ready to go, so am I.
But, Leo shook his head, don't you need to tell people goodbye too?
As far as Michael is concerned, he's agreed that I should go with you as your protection detail. I cleared it with him when I gave him my final report on the threat level after the scouts got back today.
What about your enforcers? You're their leader.
I was giving Andy and Paul their orders to take control in my absence when you arrived.
Leo looked more and more surprised. What about your family?
I don't have any.
What?
Leo immediately frowned, and through the burgeoning bond, Darius could feel his mate's curiosity and sadness, so he did something he never, ever did, and told him the truth about his past. When I was 7, my father dropped me off on the very doorstep where I was standing when I saw you for the first time. I don't remember much about him, except that he was big and mean. He had a temper, and he liked to fight. Liked it more than he liked taking care of a kid, so he dumped me off with the pack and left. I never heard from him again. I assume he went and picked a fight with someone bigger and meaner than him and lost, but I can't be sure. All I know is that he never came back for me, and I have no illusions that he ever will.
Leo's eyes were wide when Darius shrugged himself out of the memories. And your mom?
Never knew her. She died in childbirth. There were 3 of us. I was the only one in the litter to survive.
He cleared his throat, avoiding the pitying look Leo was giving him.
Most of what I know of my parents is what I learned after the pack took me in. My mom was a Werewolf, but she ran away to be with my dad, who wasn't part of the pack. I don't know what pack he was from, and I never went looking. This was my home. This was my pack. The pack alpha at the time, Michael's father, he took me under his wing. My mother's parents were still here, and they raised me until I was old enough to care for myself, but they were never happy about it, saw me as part of what took their daughter from them. They both died not long after I turned 16, so I was on my own. I decided the only way to repay the pack for protecting me when I couldn't protect myself was to become an enforcer, so I did. My friendship with Michael is important to me, but I'm not his family. I don't have a family. Never really have.
Leo surprised him when he reached out and touched Darius's face, drawing his gaze to him. He smiled softly, and Darius frowned, unsure what part of that story could possibly warrant this reaction. He let himself lean into his mate's touch, closing his eyes to enjoy the electricity that sparked where skin touched skin. "I'm sorry you never had a family to call your own," Leo spoke softly, "but I'm glad I get to be the one to give it to you." Darius opened his eyes and felt a rush of warmth move through him that had nothing to do with the mating heat. He couldn't place it, didn't know what it was, but he liked the feeling, liked it almost as much as he liked the realization that Leo was right. He did have a family now, or he would once he sealed the bond. He would have his mate, of course, but he would also have sisters in Maya and Nova and even Luna. He would have more than just his work and his training. He would have family and everything that came with it. He just had to take that first step towards his future. Darius swallowed past the lump in his throat. "Come on, let's get going." "Yeah." Leo's smile was dazzling. "Let's go home." Chapter 10. The air smelled the same, and Leo closed his eyes to take it in. Home. It smelled like home. Warm and inviting, familiar and slightly musky from the woods and the nearby swampland. It was a smell so deeply ingrained within him that he'd physically felt his muscles relax for the first time in ages when he had finally walked back into his house last night. The sun had been setting, and dark was rapidly approaching by the time he and Darius had made it back to Crescent territory, and he was glad for that. He hadn't wanted to come back in the middle of the night as though he was sneaking around, but neither had he wanted to walk in during the day when the entire pack would be out and about and expect to see and talk to him immediately. Dusk had been the perfect time to arrive, letting him slip in mostly unnoticed, except for the young self-appointed enforcers who had greeted him at the edge of town. They had been confused to find him traveling with an alpha enforcer from the neighboring pack, but they were all loyal Crescent Pack members. Darius had been as wary of them as they were of him, but he'd settled some once they'd kneeled to show their allegiance to Leo. He'd asked them to spread the word he was back amongst the others, but to wait until morning, and they'd obliged. They'd escorted him to his home, side-eyeing Darius the whole way, but saying nothing at all when Darius followed Leo inside the house, shut the door behind them, and locked it. He'd assumed the men, who were really barely more than pups, had gone off to gossip and spread the word of his return immediately, but the fact they'd had a quiet night and nobody had come knocking so far this morning meant the boys must have kept their word. He was glad for that, for the time and the space it had given him to settle back in a little, even if having Darius in his space was unsettling on a whole other level. Leo glanced through the kitchen where he was leaning against a cabinet with a steaming mug of coffee and caught sight of Darius standing near his bookshelf in the living room. He was stiff-backed, but his head was tilted. He was either reading the spines of books or examining the pictures on display. Either way, Leo left him to it and sipped his coffee. It was Darius's own fault if he was sore from sleeping on the couch. After all, he was the one who had insisted on staying up to keep watch when Leo had offered to share his bed. He'd even promised not to attack his mate in the middle of the night with groping hands and lips, but Darius wouldn't be swayed. He'd reminded Leo that he was on a protection detail, not a vacation, and he'd insisted he should put himself in front of the door so that if anyone decided to come through it, they would have to deal with him before they ever got close to Leo. In its own way, in Darius's own way, it had been kind of sweet. Annoying, frustrating, but sweet. And Leo had been too tired to argue with him and start another fight. Being home, in his personal space, his sanctuary, his safe place, his wolf had finally, after weeks of pacing and pushing at him, curled up to rest. Leo hadn't even realized how on edge his wolf was making him until that moment last night. Without his restless wolf prodding at him, exhaustion had overwhelmed him, and he'd collapsed into his bed and slept for nearly 12 straight hours. When he'd stumbled back into the living room this morning, he'd found Darius reading one of the books from his shelf. He'd looked up and smiled, causing Leo and his wolf both to go right back to being edgy and full of barely restrained need. Darius had only pointed towards the kitchen and said there was coffee, and Leo hadn't known what to say, so he'd stalked to the cabinet, grabbed his favorite mug, and was using the scorching hot liquid as an excuse to linger in the kitchen, while he tried to figure out what he was going to do with the giant, gorgeous, aggravating man in his living room. Luckily, or maybe not so much, a knock at the front door came before he had to confront Darius about how things were going to go today. Leo glanced at the door and then to the blur of movement in the living room. Darius had spun around at the sound and was already moving towards it. He flicked a curtain aside far enough to look out and then frowned when he looked back to where Leo was still standing in the kitchen.
It's only one man, tall, well-built, tattoos on his arms, shaved head,
Darius explained, as if that would mean anything to Leo, but he only rolled his eyes and put his mug of coffee down. You just described half my pack, he smirked. Open the door. Darius frowned, but he must have thought he could take whoever was on the other side, because he didn't argue about letting a stranger inside, instead moving to the door. He opened it, but didn't step aside. Leo sighed, moved into the room so he could see whoever it was that Darius was trying to intimidate into leaving.
Can I help you?
Damn, you're big.
A deeply Cajun-accented and familiar voice all but laughed.
I always knew Leo had a type.
Excuse?
Darius started to object, but Leo cut him off with a hand on his shoulder as he pushed him aside. Barrett? Leo had started to rush towards his oldest friend in the world, but he came to an abrupt halt when he caught sight of him. His stomach turned and guilt hit him like a Mack truck. He swallowed hard and shook his head, as if he could make the vision in front of him return to the man he had known since they were nothing more than pups playing with sticks in the dirt. His voice came out strangled. Oh, fuck. No.
Now, I'll have none of that.
His friend glared at him with the one good eye he had left.
I'm alive. You're alive. And you're here. It's good to see you, my man, even if I don't see quite as well as I once did.
Leo bit his lip to stifle a flood of emotions as Barrett moved forward and wrapped him in a hug. He felt more than saw Darius stiffen next to him, but he didn't jerk Barrett off of Leo, and he didn't growl. Leo closed his eyes and hugged his friend until Barrett shrugged him off.
Come on now. Invite me in. We have some catching up to do.
Leo nodded, still not trusting his voice. He moved aside and watched Barrett walk into the living room. He had a slight limp that hadn't been there before, and Leo couldn't help but wonder what damage had been done to his friend that he couldn't see beneath the clothes. Darius caught his eye, and Leo took a deep breath to steady himself. He nodded quickly, assuring his mate that he was okay, and then he followed his friend, sitting in the chair opposite where Barrett had collapsed to the couch. It was Barrett, but it wasn't the same man he had known. This man was missing his left eye and sporting a nasty scar where the skin had tried to mend itself over the damage. Barrett's face had always been so handsome, but now it was mangled, and Leo knew that he was the reason why.
"Oh, stop that shit," Barrett growled. "This isn't your fault."
Leo tried for a smile he didn't feel. "You always could read me like a book."
"You're a shit poker player," Barrett shrugged. "That hadn't changed."
"I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Bear. I should have been here. I should have—"
"If you'd stayed, you'd be in one of the dozens of graves that Master Clary and those traitors dug. You couldn't have stopped any of this, and that isn't why I'm here. Past is past. I ain't no changing it, so there's no use dwelling."
Barrett shook off his apology.
"Now tell me, how are those sisters of yours doing?"
"Good." The word came out hoarse, and Leo cleared his throat. "They're good."
"We heard rumors Luna found that alpha mate Nova kept seeing in her visions."
"Michael Hudson," Leo nodded. "Yeah, they're mated."
"Good for her. I was real glad to hear it, and so was everybody else. Almost as glad as we were when we found out he ripped Clary's head right off."
"Actually," Leo shot a glance at Darius, who had moved silently into the room behind them and was standing beside the bookcase again. Darius gave a small shake of his head. Leo frowned, but didn't explain that it had actually been his mate who killed Clary and freed them all from his tyrannical rule. He cleared his throat again. "Michael saved all of us that night, and though I already owe him a great deal, he's offered to help us rebuild in any way he can since he and Luna are mated now."
"Ah," Barrett glanced over at Darius and smirked. "That why he sent his big bad enforcer with you?"
Leo didn't dare look at Darius when he nodded. "Something like that."
"Well, whatever reason he's here, he looks about ready to throttle me for taking up the same as you," Barrett grinned. "So I'm going to go. But I wanted to ask if you'd like me to gather the pack for you. They're all excited to have you home. They'll want to hear what your plans are for things now that you're in charge."
"Oh, Leo frowned. "Yeah, I planned to call a meeting, but I'd like to get a lay of the land first, check things out for myself."
Sure. Barrett groaned as he pushed to his feet. "I may not be healthy enough to be your head enforcer like we always planned, but I can keep the pack out of your hair until you call a meeting."
"Thank you." Leo stood as well. And again, Bear.
"Y'all say sorry one more time, and that big bastard is gonna have to pull me off of y'all,"
Barrett warned. And though he smiled, Leo got the message that his pity was not welcome.
"You think I can't still take you down just because I got a bum leg, 3 missing fingers, and 1 eye? Think again."
"It was good to see you." Leo opened the door for his friend.
"You too."
Barrett glanced back at Darius before smirking.
"Give him hell."
"I always do." Leo watched as his friend slowly made his way down the front step before closing the door behind him and then leaning against it. Tears that he'd been holding back welled in his eyes, and he bit the inside of his cheek and squeezed his eyes shut tight to keep them back. He had known that coming home would mean facing the realities of all the damage Maddox Clary had done, but seeing his best friend forever altered scarred and broken in ways he couldn't even imagine, had been a punch to the gut he couldn't have prepared himself for. "Hey!" Big arms wound around his waist, and Leo let out a shuddering breath as Darius wrapped him in a hug, pulling him close. "He's okay." "He's not," Leo sniffed. "He's alive. He's managing, and he needs you to be strong for him and for your pack." Darius spoke softly. He turned Leo in his arms until they were face to face and wiped at Leo's cheek where a tear had escaped. "He obviously means a great deal to you, but he doesn't want your pity or your apologies. He wants you to get to work fixing this pack, so that's what you should do." Leo opened his eyes and glanced up, his vision a little watery. It's what we need to do." Darius's lips curled slightly. "You didn't introduce me, so I wasn't sure what role you wanted me to have here." "You know what role I want you to have." Leo felt that old familiar nudge of annoyance, but he welcomed it because it helped press down some of his sadness. "You're my mate. I want you to help me lead my pack, to be my other half in every way." "You didn't introduce me as your mate," Darius reiterated, and Leo shrugged out of his arms with a growl. "Only because I wasn't sure how you would react. It's not like you've been all that receptive to the idea. You won't even discuss sealing the bond, so—" "I told you, I just want to wait until the full moon, not that I don't want it." "But you won't tell me why!" Leo heard the whine in his voice, and he hated it. Darius blew out a rough breath. "You want to know why?" "Yes." "Fine. Here." Darius moved suddenly, all but storming over to the bookcase and grabbing a picture off a shelf. "This is why. This is what I want. I want what you so clearly had your whole life. I want it all, and I won't rush it just because my wolf or the moon or the heat is telling me to take what you're offering and be fine with it. I want more than that, Leo. I want—" Leo had followed Darius and took the frame that he was shoving at him. He glanced down, and his heart ached in ways he hadn't even known were possible. The photo was one of his family, all of them together for his parents' 25th wedding anniversary. His parents were sitting beside one another, holding hands, looking at each other as if they were the only two people in the world. Leo and Luna flanked them with wide smiles, and in front, Maya and Nova were just kids, laughing with their arms thrown around each other. Leo didn't remember much about the night itself, but looking at the picture, he could feel the emotion pouring out of it, and he knew, without Darius needing to say it, what it was that he wanted. Love. He glanced back up to find Darius watching him closely. You want love, not just a mate bond, but the real thing. Yes, Darius all but whispered, and Leo's heart took another aching beat. Because you never had it before. Darius looked at the floor. My parents were mates, but they let the heat carry them off into nothing but bad decisions. I told you how that worked out. I don't want a quick rush of passion to seal the bond that fades afterwards. I want to build a life with you. I want us to be partners in every way, just like you said. But that means we need time to really get to know each other, to understand why fate put us together, and to form the kind of connection that will truly make our bond unbreakable. Leo swallowed past the knot of emotions in his throat. You really think you can fall in love with me before the full moon? Darius glanced back up, and confusion furrowed his brow. He stepped closer again. Leo, I've already started. Really? He didn't care if he sounded desperate. He needed to hear this more than he needed to look like the strong alpha wolf that he was to everyone else. You're a good man, Leo DeLuca. I like you. Darius stroked his cheek. When you're not fighting with me. I like you too. Good. Because if I'm honest, I like you even when we're fighting. Darius smiled, his tone a tease of something just on the horizon. I love that you're strong and independent and you don't back down. I love that you demand what you want and you fight for the people you care about
even if it means fighting with me sometimes too."
Leo practically swooned. He had no idea this sweet, needy man was beneath that gruff exterior. He'd spent so much of their time together arguing with Darius that he'd never stopped to consider why Darius was fighting him in the first place. Finding out it was because he cared about him and wanted to take care of him, wanted them to have the kind of bond that couldn't be broken. It unraveled all the lingering tension Leo had about waiting until the full moon. If that was what his mate wanted, what he needed, then that's what they would do. They were more than just mates. They were partners. They were a team. They would become lovers and friends and family given time, and with the threat of Maddox Clary no longer hanging over their head, they had all the time in the world. Leo smiled up at the big man with the soft heart that would forever be his. "I'm glad you like fighting with me. I like fighting with you too."
Darius grinned right back at him. "Can't wait to spend the rest of my life fighting with you."
Leo leaned up and brushed a soft kiss over Darius's lips, and then pulled away before the heat could demand more. "Now, first things first, let's go introduce you to the pack."
Chapter 11. The large gray wolf weaved in and out through the trees, running at full speed. There was a scent he didn't recognize, and he had caught it far too close to the edge of town for his liking. He'd followed it as far as he could, all the way to the swampland where the damp and wet had hidden the scent from him. As soon as he'd lost the trail, he'd turned and headed back towards home, even as part of him felt the pull of it in two different directions. Home had always been the Moiray pack, and his loyalty to Michael was strong. But Leo was home for him now too, even if he hadn't bitten him, hadn't marked him, or been marked in return. It had only been a week since they returned to the Crescent territory, but already some part of Darius recognized that the place he was helping to protect was as much a home to him as the man who ruled it. His wolf salivated at the idea of sinking his teeth into Leo's flesh, and Darius knew, even from his corner of the animal's mind, that when he shifted back, the urge would be damn near overwhelming. It was like that each and every time that he let the wolf take control of him, and it was getting more difficult every day to keep his fangs and his dick out of the man who was his mate. Every day, as he watched Leo take control of his pack and care for those around him, he came closer to throwing his own rules away. Every night, as they ate dinner and talked through plans for the next day, he almost gave in and followed Leo to the bedroom. Each time Leo reached for him, just to brush their hands together during a meeting, or to wipe sweat from his brow while they labored over rebuilding projects. His skin tingled and his body ached. And the times when Leo brushed a sweet kiss to his lips, a small tease, a thank you, a good morning, or a see you later, it was all he could do not to drag him back, deep in the kiss, and never let him go. He got through it by promising himself that when the full moon came and he bound his soul to Leo's, that it would be for eternity. Everything would be settled by then, he told himself. They picked up more stragglers in the woods every day. The traitors to the pack who had followed Clary and then run and hid when their side lost the fight were running out of food, water, and sanctuary. None of them had tried to regroup or form an attack, but they were being rounded up and dealt with. Once they had them all in custody, and he knew that Leo was safe, and that Michael and the Moray pack were safe from any attempt at retribution from Clary's followers, he would feel better about breaking his ties to his old pack and forging the bond with his new one. But for now, having a connection to both served him well, and he intended to use whatever advantages he had to make sure the people he loved were safe. The wolf slowed his pace as he entered town, but he didn't stop running, not until he reached the small patch of grass that served as the backyard to Leo's home. When he shifted, it was mid-stride, with an ease that only came from years of being in perfect synchronization with both halves of himself. 1 second he was on 4 legs, and in the next stride he was on 2,
jogging up the last few steps onto the back porch and letting himself inside without stopping. He didn't so much as pause until he heard the swift intake of air and glanced up to see that the house wasn't empty like he'd assumed it would be at this time of day. Leo stood just a few feet away in the kitchen, a bottle of water halfway to his lips, and a look of such utter desire in his dark eyes that Darius's cock immediately took note. He stopped where he was, but he made no move to cover himself. Shifters by nature were not modest, since moving between forms often left them naked even amid large groups. But this was the first time that Leo had seen him nude, and from the way he was eating up every inch of Darius's body with his eyes, he liked what he saw. Darius was just high enough on the adrenaline from his run and his wolf's insatiable need for this man that he didn't cover himself or walk away. "My God," Leo muttered, lowering the bottle and putting it on the table. "You're like one of those Greek statues brought to life."
Thank you."
Darius watched him carefully as Leo moved around the table towards him.
"All muscles and hardness, only you're not cold like marble."
Leo's voice was husky, and Darius could see his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed hard before reaching a hand to touch Darius's chest. He shuddered at the touch, and Leo made a noise deep in his throat that he'd never heard before.
"So warm, a living, breathing work of art."
"Leo." Darius meant the one word to be a warning, but it came out too low, too needy, and his mate paid him no heed. Leo leaned in and licked his chest, right over his left pec. The warmth of his breath on Darius's overheated skin made him groan, and Leo hummed with appreciation. He did it again, licking a line of sweat and moaning at the taste.
"Hot and sweaty and so damn sweet."
Leo's mouth on him turned to sucking kisses, and then his teeth grazed the tip of a nipple.
"I could just eat you up."
"Fuck, Leo." Darius was hard enough to break rock, and his mind was whirling, battling with what his body wanted, needed, craved so badly.
"We said we'd wait."
"I won't use my teeth." Leo grazed his nipple again. An unseen hand slid down Darius's hard stomach, following the trail of hair from his belly button until a big hand wrapped around his aching length.
"I just want to taste you."
"Fuck," Darius cursed again, because the rest of the English language failed him. How was he supposed to say no to that? He was only a man, part wolf or not. The one person in the world who had been made for him was stroking his cock and kissing a path down his chest, and he could feel his willpower crumbling.
"I thought," he tried to form a coherent sentence, "I thought alphas didn't go to their knees."
Leo paused in his seduction and looked up at him, his lips wet and his pupils dilated with desire.
"Only for a mate. Only when it's just us. Just like this. When we're like this, I'm not the pack alpha. I'm just yours."
Darius growled and reached down, grabbing Leo around the waist and hauling him off his feet. Leo let out a gasp of surprise, but he didn't have a chance to object because Darius stamped their mouths together in the next moment. He picked Leo up and carried him to the kitchen table, putting him atop it and moving between his legs as his mouth devoured the sweet taste of this incredible man who was his and only his. Leo wrapped his arms around Darius's neck and kissed him with reckless abandon, lips and tongues and teeth that were dangerously sharp. Darius wanted to see his beautiful, powerful mate on his knees for him, but he wanted this more. Wanted the feeling of Leo in his arms, molding their bodies together. Wanted the taste of Leo on his tongue. He wanted to lose himself in this man and forget about the rest of the world, and he happily would have spent the rest of the day feasting on his young mate and letting him do the same if the sound of a knock on the door hadn't interrupted them. It was Leo that cursed this time as he wrenched his mouth free.
He was breathing hard, his lips were swollen, and his eyes were glassy with desire. His clothes were disheveled from where Darius had manhandled him, and he looked downright adorable when he cursed and growled and muttered to himself about Alpha's never having time to get laid. Darius smiled, catching his face between his hands and kissing him softly.
We can continue this later.
You'll change your mind later, when you're not hot and sweaty and tired from running scouting missions, Leo harumphed.
I won't,
Darius promised. Leo pushed him backwards and climbed off the table. He patted his clothes back into some semblance of order and shook his head. Maybe, but you'll definitely be too busy going on high alert to focus once I tell you why we're being interrupted. The knock came again, and Darius frowned.
What's going on?
I called Barrett and a few of the others I know we can trust over to talk about an issue we found this morning.
What kind of issue?
Darius stepped away, reaching for the pile of clothes he'd left by the back door when he'd shifted to go on his run earlier in the day. The infirmary was broken into. Some supplies were taken, Leo explained.
Darius scowled as he shoved his legs into his pants. And you're just now telling me this?
I was going to tell you when you got back from your run, but you distracted me.
Leo scowled right back at him. Fine, Darius huffed. Get the door. We'll meet and figure out what's going on. Maybe it was just one of the new kids that signed up for enforcer training. They may have gotten hurt and not wanted anyone to know.
He reached for his shirt and then paused when he saw Leo wince.
What haven't you told me?
It wasn't just the infirmary. Leo scrubbed a hand over his face. It was the armory, too, and whoever it was took a crossbow.
Fuck, Darius growled. You should have told me.
I am telling you, Leo snapped.
When did it happen? Who noticed it first? Who reported it? Who was on patrol duty last night?
I don't know any of that. That's why I called a meeting. Leo glared at him. Just put your clothes on, and I'll go let our guests in, and then you can go all overprotective enforcer all you want, okay?
Fine,
Darius growled. Fine, Leo snarled, before turning and leaving the room to let in the group that was forming on the front porch. Darius grumbled and inwardly cursed as he pulled his shirt over his head and then jammed his feet into his boots. It wasn't over. Hadn't his senses been telling him exactly that? His wolf had known it, but he'd ignored his instincts, let himself get distracted. And now there was real trouble brewing. That scent he'd caught at the end of town this morning worried him even more, and irritation raised the hair on the back of his neck. If he had known, if only someone had told him, then he wouldn't have let the scent go so easily. He would have meticulously worked his way through the swamp to see if he could find the trail again, instead of letting it go. Whoever the scent belonged to had gone to great lengths to cover their tracks. The person might be injured if they had raided the infirmary, but if they'd also taken a crossbow, then they were gearing up to make a move. Damn it! He'd let himself get distracted by his sexy mate and hadn't told him about the scent like he'd planned to when he got back. Darius cursed again. He'd snapped at Leo for not telling him about the break-ins, but he'd done the same thing. He would have to apologize for being an asshole again, and he sighed as he heard the clamor of voices rising in the living room. After. He decided he would apologize after they handled the situation. First, he needed all of the information on what had happened and when. Then, he needed to head back to Moray territory and warn Michael so he could keep Luna close. There was no telling which of the DeLuca family members this person might go after first if they were trying to avenge Maddox Clary, but he wasn't going to let them get anywhere near his family, not any one of them. Leo would want to stay with his pack, Darius knew that. He quickly did the math on whether it would be safer to drag Leo with him through the woods between the two pack lodges, and decided he would let Leo win this argument before it even started. Darius had put together a core group of Crescent Pack members who he trusted to protect Leo in his stead, and right now, those men and women were in the living room where he needed to be.
He grabbed the bottle of water Leo had left on the counter and then marched into the middle of the meeting to stand beside his mate, right where he belonged. Chapter 12. It had been nearly 2 full weeks since the break-in at the Crescent Pack Infirmary and Armory, but they had no new leads on who was lurking in the woods or what they wanted. They'd doubled the scouting missions with teams from both packs running patrols, but more often than not, they were stumbling onto traps that had been set up, but not the person or people responsible for them. Things were tense. Beyond tense, really. They were all on edge, and Leo being cooped up in a room with 3 other alpha wolves, all of whom were Moire pack, and away from his own people and his land, was making him a little bit crazy. He understood why they were meeting in Michael's office at the Moire pack lodge. It was bigger, it was nicer, and everyone in attendance was Moire pack except for him. But that reminder only frustrated him further, because he wouldn't be so outnumbered if his mate would stop delaying the inevitable and just seal the damn bond already. Logically, he knew that it was a lot of change for Darius to accept. The only home, the only family he had ever known was the Moire pack and Michael Hudson. But fate had made him Leo's mate, and when they did finally fulfill their destiny, Darius would become Crescent Pack, and he would lose his wolf's connection to this place and these people. They would always be friends, always be close, but it would be different when his allegiance shifted fully to Leo and the Crescent Wolves. So yeah, logically, he knew that Darius needed time not just to get to know him, but also to accept a future he hadn't planned for. But the less logical and rational side of him, the wolf side of him, only became more annoyed every day, because Luna certainly hadn't given jumping ship to the Moire pack a second thought when she mated with Michael. Leo's wolf felt the loss of his sister, his twin, and he wanted the fair trade of his mate in return. Even if the human side of him understood that they would get Darius, all of Darius, soon enough, it didn't mean his wolf half was any happier about the situation. Especially not when the full moon was looming only a day away now. He should be focused on the point of this meeting. He should be going over the map that Rafe and Darius had been working together to grid and search. But instead, all he could manage was being impressed that his mate was actually working with his friend and not biting his head off every 3 minutes. Darius was making progress in accepting Rafe was back with the pack and would be there for Michael when Darius couldn't be anymore. Leo took that as a good sign. Darius glanced up from the table he'd been bent over, and his gaze caught Leo's. Heat pulsed through Leo's veins, and he smiled, knowing he was caught daydreaming. Darius surprised him with a quick wink before he went back to looking at the map, and Leo nearly melted to the floor right then and there. As far as he knew, Darius hadn't told anyone in the Moire pack that they were mates. Michael knew, obviously, because he'd put it together for himself, but Leo didn't think Rafe had a clue. His friend was so engrossed in his own mate, he barely noticed anything that didn't involve the perky little redhead. Leo wanted to take offense that Darius hadn't spread the word that he was mated to a pack alpha, but when they got to share sweet, stolen little moments like this one, he forgot all about his annoyance with the big man. He stood up, fully intending to cross the room just so he could be closer to Darius while he worked, but the sound of a chair being shoved back on the hardwood floor cut through the quiet room. Michael had jumped to his feet, stumbling back from his desk as if something had grabbed him from beneath it. Leo started to open his mouth to ask what was wrong, but Michael's brother beat him to it. "Michael?" Rafe frowned. "What's wrong?" Michael shook his head, not looking up, but instead staring at his leg as if he didn't recognize it. "I don't know. Something's just off." As soon as the last word was out of his mouth, Michael cried out in pain and nearly doubled over. Everyone in the room moved then. Rafe rushed to his brother's side, catching him before he could fall and lowering him back to his chair. Darius was right behind Rafe, and Leo was beside him, trying to figure out what was happening as Michael clutched at his chest. "Breathe!" Rafe ordered, and Michael gulped in a breath as he rubbed at the spot just over his heart. His heart! Leo's own breath caught as recognition ripped through him. He'd seen that look before. He'd watched his mother grasp at her chest as his father was attacked, as if she could hold her heart together as it was ripped from her. Oh God, no! He stumbled backwards a step and covered his mouth as the horror of his past met with the present. "Darius, get him a glass of water and—" Rafe was barking orders, and Darius turned to go for the door, but stopped when he caught sight of Leo. "What?" he started to ask, taking a step closer, reaching for him, but was cut off as the door of the office crashed open so hard it likely dented the wall behind it. Leo's gaze jerked to the doorway, and all of the fight went out of him when he saw his youngest sister standing there with tears in her eyes. He was right. He knew it as soon as Nova looked at him. All of the planning, all of the careful scouting missions and enforcers and protection in the world, and somehow, someway, they had still lost her. "Luna!" Michael's voice was a sob that tore from his throat, coated in pain, and it took every ounce of strength Leo had left not to crumble in that moment. "She's in trouble. She's in trouble, and I didn't see it soon enough this time. I didn't see it until it was too late." Nova wiped at her eyes, but fresh tears still fell. "What did you see?" Michael demanded. "I'm so sorry. I didn't think. I knew there was danger, but I couldn't see what it all meant. Not until it was too late. I'm so sorry." Michael growled, teeth bared, his pain from only a moment ago turning to anger now. "Tell me what you saw, now!" Leo moved on instinct more than anything, putting himself between the angry Alpha and his little sister. His voice wasn't strong, wasn't laced with the power he wished it was, but he glared at Michael when he gave his warning. "Don't take that tone with her. This isn't her fault." "Are you implying that it's mine?" Michael pushed to his feet again, steadier this time, and his claws came out as he seethed. Before Leo could so much as open his mouth, Darius was at his side, shielding Nova behind him, and standing with Leo as he faced down his Alpha, holding out a hand in warning for him to stay back. "Calm down, Michael." Michael only snarled. "Don't tell me to calm down, Darius. You don't have any idea what it feels like to know your mate is in danger, to feel her pain and her fear and not be able to stop it immediately. Until you're mated and have someone you'd rip your own heart out for to keep theirs beating, you don't get to tell me to calm down." Darius bared his teeth, and his eyes glinted gold with his wolf. Leo drew in a gasp of air as Darius half-shifted in the blink of an eye. His teeth became fangs, and his eyes were glowing as he snarled, his fists unclenched to allow his claws to unsheathe, and Michael must have realized his mistake, because he lowered his gaze. The unspoken show of surrender from the Alpha should have stopped Darius, but instead, he growled and took a step forward. Leo did the only thing he could do. He threw himself in front of Darius, facing him, forcing him to stop moving towards his Alpha. He was intent on causing Michael bodily harm in that moment, and his gaze didn't budge from his intended target, so Leo reached up and gripped his chin hard, pulling that violent intensity onto himself until Darius blinked, and his eyes began to soften and return to normal. "Let it go," he spoke softly, only for his mate. "He's hurting, and he's scared for Luna. We all are. Emotions are running high, so please, let it go, Dee." Darius shuddered as he forced deep, calming breaths into his lungs, but his gaze didn't waver from Leo as he came back to himself and took control from the wolf. His eyes stopped glowing, and his fangs sank back into his gums. His claws became fists again, and when he finally gave a small nod, an acknowledgement that he was okay, that he had himself under control, Leo stroked his cheek lovingly and mouthed the words so only Darius would hear them. "I can't lose you, too." Darius caught his hand and squeezed it reassuringly before he pulled away, and Leo realized that the entire room had gone quiet and still as they interacted. They were all watching, fascinated, and he knew why. What he'd just done, talking Darius down from a half shift when he was ready to rip his own alpha to shreds, was proof of their connection, sealed bond or not. It was as good as shouting from the rooftops that they were mates. And though a part of him worried because Darius hadn't been ready to tell people of their bond, the majority of his fears were too wrapped up in where his sister was right now and how they could save her to give Darius's emotions too much room to rule. Michael cleared his throat, and Leo stepped out of the way of a calmer Darius so Michael could face him. "I'm sorry. He's right. I'm just worried about Luna." Darius still looked upset, but he nodded at his alpha.
"We all are. That's why we're here. To figure out what happened and to find a way to get her back."
"Right." Michael took a calming breath of his own claws once again sheathed. "Darius, take a team and head into the woods. Luna went for a run. She was heading to the lake to visit Zoe. She'll be along the path that snakes down next to the—"
"She's not in the woods."
They all turned to face Nova again, and Leo's heart broke for his little sister with this supposed gift. Seeing the future like Nova did was a great power, rare and valuable, but it was also a burden, one that young Nova had to carry like someone far beyond her years. It was one of her visions that had started this whole mess with Maddox Clary, and he knew his sister would carry that guilt with her for the rest of her life, even if none of it was her fault. "What?" Michael asked.
"She's not in the woods. Or if she is, she isn't where I can see her. I don't think she's on Moire Land anymore, or Crescent Land for that matter."
"Well, where is she then?" Nova's bottom lip trembled.
I don't know."
"Well, what do you know?" Michael snapped.
"Easy,"
Leo warned.
"Someone took her, I think."
Nova glanced at Leo as if she wanted permission to explain her vision, and he nodded, giving it to her.
"I think it's the same person that's been setting traps for your scouts. The same person I felt was a danger to Luna from the beginning. She hates her. She always has."
"She?" "Sasha Devlin." Leo groaned as the realization hit him. "We grew up with her. I dated her all of 5 minutes when we were kids. It didn't take long for me to figure out what she was angling for. She wanted the status that went with being on the arm of a DeLuca wolf, and when I cut her loose, she blamed Luna for coming between us. She's been out to get her ever since. She was one of the first that took up with Maddox, and I can only assume she's decided to blame Luna for his death as well." He didn't bother elaborating that his discovery he was gay had far more to do with the end of their childhood relationship than his twin sister had. "He's dead because he was a psychopath, and why would she stay loyal to a dead wolf?" Michael shook off the question when no one spoke. "Nova, can you tell me what you saw?" Nova stood straight and tall as she calmly explained the horrors that she had seen inside her head. She told them that Luna had been shot by an arrow in the thigh and then knocked unconscious, which at least explained Michael's phantom leg pain. She explained that she hadn't seen the figure's face, but that she'd recognized Sasha anyway, and then she apologized that she hadn't been able to track the female to where she was hiding Luna. As she spoke, all Leo wanted to do was lean down and wrap his little sister in a hug. She was so damn strong. She had been through so much already at such a young age. She was still just a child, but she carried the weight of the future on her shoulders, and nobody could take it from her or help her carry it. She was all alone with the dark visions that overtook her, and would throughout her life. All they could do was try to be there for her, to support her, and make the aftermath as easy for her as possible. Explaining her vision of Luna being shot and kidnapped to a room full of alpha males wasn't easy. "It's okay," Leo reassured her with a hand on her shoulder. "It's going to be okay." Darius surprised him when he leaned down on one knee and tipped Nova's chin up so that she wasn't staring at the floor with tear-filled eyes.
"Listen to your brother, little one. It's going to be okay. Luna is Michael's mate. He loves her. He's not going to let anything or anyone take her away from him or from you ever again. Understand?"
Nova's head bobbed, and Darius gave her a small smile before pushing back up to his full height. Leo had to look away and bite his lip to keep his own tears at bay in that moment. He was brimming with so many emotions: fear and worry for his sisters, anger at a fate that kept trying to take the people he cared for, but also love. So much love for this big man who was so unexpectedly gentle with his little sister, who seemed to know exactly what she needed to hear and had soothed her without a second thought. He loved him. Leo loved Darius. He'd known he was falling for him over the last few weeks, as they spent time together. How could he not? The man was sexy as hell, smart and protective. He was also kind and generous and sweet when it was only the two of them alone together. Darius had said he wanted to wait to seal the bond because he wanted love, and now Leo understood why. His heart ached with love for this man, and through the bond he could feel how much Darius had grown to care for him and for his sisters as if they were his own. Leo was too choked up to speak, so he was glad when Michael broke the silence. "Nova, can you tell me what this Sasha person wants? Is it money? Is Luna being held for ransom? Does she want us to stop hunting her and let her go? Pardon her for her part in the Maddox uprising? What does she want?" Everyone turned their gazes back to Nova as she slowly shook her head.
"That's the thing. I know what she wants. I could feel it in the vision. I could feel how much she hates all of us, but mostly Luna. She blames her for what happened to Maddox."
"What does she want?" Nova took a deep breath and glanced at her brother.
"She wants us dead. Every single DeLuca. She wants to kill us all. She's going to kill Luna first, and then she's going to come for the rest of us."
Leo heard Michael snarl at the very thought of losing his mate, but it was Darius at his side that overpowered everything else. He pushed against him until Leo was forced to face him. When he did, he could see the concern in his mate's eyes as easily as he could see the determination. "I promised Luna that I wouldn't let anything happen to you when we left for Crescent territory, and I'll promise you the same thing. Nobody hurts my family and gets away with it. Nobody." Darius lowered his voice. "There's nothing I won't do to protect you and the people we love. Understand?" Leo nodded because it was all he could do. They were going into another fight. He had thought when Maddox Clary was dead, he'd be able to put all of this behind him and move on, but now there was Sasha Devlin to deal with too. And if she was the last thing standing in the way of his happily ever after with his mate, with a future that had his sisters and all their friends and family in it, then she would meet a brutal end just like Clary had. Chapter 13. Nova says she isn't on our land or on Leo's. She can't be in that section. Rafe scrubbed a hand down his face, clearly exhausted, and Darius mirrored his look of irritation. "Just because she wasn't on the land when Nova had her vision doesn't mean she isn't now," Darius argued. "This Devlin woman is smart. She stayed out of sight until we let our guard down. She watched us for weeks and knows our scouting routes. She could have circled back after we checked the area." "I think it's a waste of time and resources that we don't have." "And I think that I'm still head enforcer around here, so I make the call about where my men check next," Darius glared. "I say we keep sending groups out past the boundary lines, but we also circle back over the areas we've already checked to see if we can catch a scent." "She's been gone nearly a whole day, Darius." Rafe lowered his voice until it was nearly a whisper. "The full moon is tonight, and we don't have any leads. We're running out of time." "I know that." Darius shot a glance towards where Michael was sitting behind his desk, head in his hands, looking more and more wrecked by the moment. "But we aren't giving up." "Of course not. Rafe was cut off by the shrill sound of a phone ringing, and they both turned to see Michael's head come up. The phone on the desk, the landline, was ringing. It was the business line, the one that rang directly to the Pack Alpha and nobody else. It wasn't a number that many people had outside of Moirai Pack members and other Pack Alphas. Whenever it rang, it always meant that something important was happening, and from the look of hope on Michael's face when he quickly picked it up, Darius prayed that it was good news, and not bad for once.
Luna?
Michael didn't bother with a hello.
Luna, baby, is that you? I'm coming for you. Hold on. Just hold on, and I'll find you, I swear.
Darius shot a glance across the room to where Leo was sitting with Nova. The DeLuca siblings had banded together since Luna had been taken. Once they'd filled Maya in on what was happening, they'd damn near had to lock her up to keep her from recklessly running into danger. She'd said she was going to the bathroom when she'd walked out earlier, but Darius quickly tried to figure out how many minutes she'd been gone, and if it was possible she'd snuck past the enforcers he had shadowing her. Leo must have felt his gaze because he turned enough to catch Darius's eye. Through the bond, he could feel the panic building inside his mate. He wanted to go to him, to comfort him, to tell him that it would be okay, but he couldn't. He could barely breathe through the tension that filled the room, and the words felt like they would be a lie on his tongue, so he kept them inside. Leo's jaw tensed, as if he too could feel Darius through the bond, and knew that he was having doubts he wasn't willing to admit. He looked away, and Darius hated himself for the distance he'd put between them. Leo was his mate. He should be beside him right now, holding him, reassuring him. He shouldn't be keeping his distance because the heat had grown so ravenous that he couldn't be sure he wouldn't throw Leo down on Michael's desk and mark him right there in front of them all if he got close to him. He'd been holding back, waiting for the full moon, but it was tonight, and now, with Luna missing, kidnapped, and possibly hurt or worse, it felt wrong to give in to the heat now and let it consume him. Luna deserved his full focus, and he couldn't rest until she was safely back with Michael. That had always been his plan. He had wanted Michael and Luna settled, the pack safe and content. He had wanted to know that he wasn't leaving them in the middle of a crisis. But weeks of waiting hadn't resolved anything, and now he feared he had waited too long, that he was too late, and losing Luna would mean he lost Leo as well.
I love you, Michael.
Luna's voice came through the line, hoarse and ragged, but in a room full of shifters, it was loud enough for everyone to hear.
I love you. Don't ever forget that. No matter what happens, don't you do what she says. She's going to kill.
Give me that. There was a loud pop and movement on the other end of the phone as Luna was cut off and another female voice, one laced with rage, took over.
I take it I'm speaking to the Moirai Pack Alpha?
Michael's growl drowned out the ones that came from Leo and Darius. That sound had been unrecognizable. The female had hit Luna. That was the sound of flesh smacking flesh that they had heard. The violence made Darius's wolf snarl, and he could feel Leo scratching for the surface as well. The proof of his sister being tortured, again, too much for him to take. If you've hurt my mate in any way, you're going to pay for it, Michael hissed into the phone.
I'm the one making the threats now,
Sasha Devlin hissed back at him.
I'm going to kill your mate slowly and painfully unless you do what I say. Send me the wolf that murdered Maddox. I want him.
There was a moment of silence, and Darius felt every eye in the room turn to him. Leo snarled so loudly it vibrated every organ inside Darius, but he didn't dare look at his mate. He would completely lose control if he did. Leo's fierce need to protect him radiated through the bond, but it was warring with his need to protect his sister, and there was no way that Darius could let Leo think for a second that he had to choose between them. There was no choice to be made here. "You'll let Luna go if I do?" Michael growled.
"No!"
Luna shouted in the background.
"Don't do it!"
"Shut up!" Sasha hissed at her before turning her attention back to the phone.
"Maybe I'll let her live. Once I'm done ruining her, I might send her back to you, as long as you don't try anything tonight. Just send the wolf responsible for murdering my mate to the boundary line at the river once the full moon rises. Alone. If I sense more than one wolf out there, I'll gut her and send her back to you in pieces."
The line went dead before Michael could get any more details, and he slammed the phone back into the receiver so hard it cracked. He stared at the phone, at the connection to his lost mate, as if he could see her through time and space. He was shaking with anger, but he said nothing, and Darius knew he was trying to think of something, anything, to get Luna back. "Murdered my mate." Darius heard the female's words repeat in his mind like an echo, and he wondered if anyone else had caught that. Maddox had been Sasha Devlin's mate. It had all made so much more sense knowing that. Her loyalty to him even after his death, her inability to heal herself without the bond, had forced her to break into the infirmary. Her hatred of all of the DeLucas, but particularly Luna, who that psychopath Maddox had been trying to mate and marry, even though he'd already found his true mate. Darius had only thought the woman was a crazed and feral wolf before, but knowing what Maddox had done to her, it was a miracle she hadn't lost it completely and ripped Luna apart the moment she saw her. That knowledge, combined with the power of his own bond, told him all that he needed to know. Sasha Devlin didn't intend to make it out of this alive. She was only hoping to take as many of them down with her as she could. That made her far more dangerous than they'd given her credit for, and it meant that she had lied. She had zero intention of letting Luna live, no matter what Michael did, but maybe Darius could get to her, could save her. If the crazed wolf brought Luna with her to the river to meet him, he might be able to free her before things went bad. Sending Luna home to Michael and to Leo was the only thing he could focus on now. They couldn't lose her, and he couldn't let them. He crossed his arms over his chest and gave a tilt of his chin when Michael finally looked at him. "I'll go."
"Like hell you will!"
Leo was instantly on his feet and across the room in a blaze of power and anger. He got into Darius's face as he growled.
"You're not going to go out there and face certain death with no guarantee that bitch will even give Luna back to us. Hell no!"
He had known that Leo would fight him on this decision. Hell, Leo fought him on whether or not they should have bacon or sausage with breakfast. Fighting was second nature for them, and he loved fighting with this man. Loved the fire and passion that burned inside of him. He just loved him. He'd known it for a while now, but he hadn't said it, couldn't say it, because he didn't know how. Here, now, he said it the only way he could. "I promised you I would protect our family," he said quietly. "If this will save your sister, then—"
"It won't!"
Leo lashed out, shoving him in the chest, but Darius didn't budge, taking Leo's assault even as he shook his head.
"Didn't you hear her? She wants us all dead. You giving your life isn't noble if nobody gets anything out of it."
Darius softened his tone, trying to get through to his mate. "Leo." The younger man only growled and shoved him again. This time he used both hands, and he meant it. Darius stumbled backwards a step, surprised, but Leo followed him, invading his personal space and putting them nose to nose.
"Don't you dare Leo me like that!"
He bared his teeth.
"You don't allow me to put myself in danger. I'm not allowing you to put yourself in danger either."
"I'm sorry, Leo, but you don't get to decide. You're not my alpha." It was the wrong thing to say. He knew it the moment the words left his mouth. It cut too deeply at the wounds he'd been inflicting on Leo since the day they met. He had pushed Leo away. He had tried to keep space between them. He had refused to seal the bond. He had insisted their entire relationship happen on his timeline and with his rules. They were mates, but he hadn't been treating Leo like an equal. And the worst part was, they weren't equals. Leo was a pack alpha, and he could have demanded his way at any point, simply taken what he wanted and needed, and left Darius to deal with the consequences. But he hadn't. He had let Darius push and push and push, but this time he had pushed too far, and he knew it even before Leo used all of his alpha strength to slam him backwards into the wall. Leo's eyes flashed gold as he held Darius pinned in place with a forearm to his throat. I might not be your alpha, but whether you like it or not, I'm your mate, and I'm not letting you go. Darius sucked in a quick gasp of air, surprised Leo had uttered those words aloud, here and now, when neither of them had said as much to anyone in the Moray pack. But Leo was clearly done with his bullshit, and done waiting on him to be ready. The full moon was only hours away now, and the heat was all-consuming. The anger and fear mixing with it was too much to keep him in check a moment longer. Leo growled as he slid his hands into Darius's hair and jerked his head down hard, stamping their mouths together in a punishing kiss. Darius managed to hold on to his own control for only a split second before the demand of Leo's mouth on his, the feel of his mate's body pressing against him, and the realization that he didn't want to fight anymore overtook him. He groaned, low and needy, a sound of pure surrender, and wrapped his arms around Leo, hauling him even closer and kissing him back with all of the pent-up emotions he'd been holding back. He slid his hands to Leo's ass and squeezed as he hauled him close enough that their entire bodies were flush. Leo pulled harder on his hair, causing him to gasp, and as soon as he did, Leo's tongue was there, stealing the sound from him before it could leave his mouth. Darius flicked his own tongue against the velvet heat of Leo's, but there was no playing or teasing in this kiss. This was ownership, possession. This was a claiming, even if their fangs weren't out yet. With the taste of his mate on his tongue, the scent of him filling Darius's mind, he forgot they had a captive audience and ground himself against Leo. Leo's wolf pressed against his skin, and Darius could feel him, just as he felt his own lunging forward to reach him. The heat that had been slowly building and building for weeks cranked higher, and sweat broke out on his brow. He wanted Leo, here, now. He wanted to sink his fangs into his skin, to feel Leo's teeth, marking him in return. He wanted to tear their clothes off and rut like the animals they were, and the only thing that stopped him in that moment was the sound of soft, girlish laughter that drifted in and broke the spell. With more willpower than he'd thought he had left, he wrenched his mouth from Leo's to glance up, and reality stormed back in. They were in Michael's office, and the Moray Pack Alpha was sitting behind his desk. Rafe was standing just a few feet away, and the source of the laughter, the sweet melodic sound that had called him back to himself and away from pure animal instinct, was Nova. Leo's youngest sister was curling up on a sofa, and she was smiling so big Darius felt his heart swell with the sight of it. She was just a kid still, not even a teenager, but with the gift and curse of her visions, she carried the weight of the world on her shoulders. Darius had gotten to know her better over the last few weeks, and he found that the little wolf had worked her way into his heart just as completely as her older brother had. Darius flushed with embarrassment when he realized how close he'd come to losing control in front of a child. Hell, in front of anyone. He had never been a fan of public displays of affection, had never understood why some mates, like for instance Rafe and Zoe, couldn't seem to keep their hands off each other even when they were in public. But now he knew the answer was simple. They couldn't. It was the bond, the mating, the call of their animals, but also the call of their hearts. They wanted to be as close to their other half as possible at all times, and since he felt that way about Leo, he couldn't hold it against them any longer.
"This is what I saw,"
Nova smirked at him.
"That day when you saved us from Maddox, I told you that you were early. Then for weeks, all you two have done is fight. I was starting to wonder if my vision had been wrong, but of course it wasn't. This was what I saw. I saw you finally giving in to what fate already knew. You two are stronger when you fight on the same side."
Darius snorted, even as he ran a possessive hand up Leo's back, unable to let him go. A smart man once told me there's no fighting fate.
But you certainly tried.
Leo leaned back far enough to raise his head and brush their lips together again.
He stared defiantly into Darius's eyes when he pulled back. We're going to talk about that later, and about this whole I'm not your alpha thing, because you're not going to be able to play that card much longer. But for now, we need a plan to get my sister back. One that doesn't involve my mate getting himself killed. Darius gave a small nod of acceptance. Good. Leo kissed him one more time, short and sweet, before stepping to his side and facing Michael. I'm not sending him out there to his death. We'll have to find another way. Darius glanced at his alpha and waited for him to say something. Michael had known they were mated. There was no doubt in his mind that Michael had put it together when Darius asked to go with Leo to Crescent territory and then to stay and help them rebuild. Michael hadn't said anything about it, though, and he didn't comment on Darius's relationship now either. Michael simply smiled at them, standing there before them, side by side, arm in arm, and shook his head. I wasn't going to send him out there even when he offered. I know what he means to you, and what you clearly mean to him. Luna wouldn't want to put himself in danger. Not even to save her. Not if it risked your happiness for even a moment. I have another plan to get her back, and none of us are going to lose our mates tonight. Darius squeezed Leo tighter against his side. Leo curled into him. The happiness that had overtaken him when he finally gave in to the truth and accepted that he loved this man and wanted to spend the rest of his life with him faded to the background now. Tonight, in the woods, they would finish this fight once and for all, and then he would start his new life with Leo as a bonded male, a pack alpha's mate, and a crescent wolf. He just had one more crazed shifter to put down before everyone he loved was safe and could live happily ever after. Chapter 14. Leo did not like this plan, but he'd gone along with it because Darius had sworn he would be careful. Leo believed him. Of course he believed him. But Darius was still his mate, and he wasn't about to let him out of his sight. Not while a psychotic wolf was running around in the woods trying to kill everyone he cared about, and definitely not when the full moon would be up in just a few hours. His wolf was pacing just beneath the surface, waiting for his chance to burst free and take control. As soon as he did, Leo knew there would be no keeping the wolf in check. They'd waited too long, restrained themselves to the point of caging their animals for weeks on end. Once they broke free, they would be crazed with the heat and the hunger, and there would be no stopping them. He knew Darius must be feeling the same effect of the impending full moon, but even after that kiss in Michael's office, even after they'd finally admitted they were mates, Darius had been able to pull away and focus on the task at hand. He was stronger than any wolf Leo had ever met. And he knew that Darius wouldn't complete their mating until this task was done and the threat was gone, even if Leo gave in right now and jumped him. Leo was worried about his sister too. Of course he was. Luna was his twin, his other half in so many ways. But she had Michael to put her first now, and Leo couldn't seem to keep his mind and his heart from drifting back to the man in front of him. The man who had offered to give himself up if it meant saving Leo's sister. He loved him for that, but he loved him for so very many reasons. Every day he found something new to love about the man that fate had seen fit to gift him as a mate. He thought he would spend the rest of his life finding new reasons to love him. Stop! Darius put out an arm and caught Leo before he could take another step. He had been so distracted he hadn't realized Darius had stopped walking, and he ran into him before he could stumble to a stop. Sorry. You need to be more careful, Darius chided, but the deep worry in his voice kept the words from chafing. If I hadn't been ahead of you, you'd have walked right into the trap. Maybe I would have been paying better attention if you weren't strutting around in front of me with that distractingly hard ass. Darius glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, his lips quirked. I do not strut. Leo shrugged, and then looked around the woods, which seemed empty except for the two of them. Where's this trap you saw? Right here. Darius knelt down on one knee and put his face close to the ground, blowing at a small patch of leaves Leo hadn't and wouldn't have noticed at all. As the leaves rustled and moved, a small metal plate was revealed. Darius carefully pulled back and then pointed ahead of them.
See the pattern?
Leo looked, but all he saw was a forest floor of dead leaves, twigs, and grass.
No? That's the point. It's random. There is no pattern. But if you look at each individual spot, you'll see it's more than just piles of dead leaves left wherever the wind blew them. They've been strategically placed there to camouflage what's beneath.
Narrowing his eyes, Leo stared at the places Darius pointed, and slowly what he was saying came into focus. Not one trap, but several. A whole forest full of them. It was no wonder that the enforcers they'd been sending out to scout kept running into traps. She must have set them up all over the place. But this, the careful concealment, the way they lined the path that most easily led from the river to the Moray Pack Lodge where they'd come from, had obviously been set for Darius, and not just to wound him like the others.
That bitch,
Leo growled. She'd truly intended to kill his mate. He'd known that, of course, but she hadn't even bothered to come down here to the river and attempt to do it herself. Just like Maddox Clary, she had cheated to win her fight. She had resorted to tricks and traps instead of meeting Darius head-on. It went against all the rules of honor their kind believed in, and it made him want to claw her throat out himself when he thought of what this many traps would have done to Darius if he'd triggered it.
How the hell did she get this many landmines?
Darius scowled.
Nobody noticed any explosives missing in the armory when we checked it?
Leo shook his head. She and Maddox must have been stealing it before the coup. He was on armory duty back then.
Your father would have noticed.
True, but he was sick before his death, so maybe not. Leo blew out a rough breath as he thought back to that time. It's possible Maddox took it from the pack while he was in charge, hid it, stockpiled it, and then Sasha found it.
Darius looked thoughtful. Why would they have needed it then, though? They had already taken over the Crescent Pack. What would they have needed landmines for at that point?
I don't know. Maybe they intended to create a perimeter, to make sure I couldn't get back in, but they didn't get around to it.
Or the plan was to use it on the Moray Pack.
Darius growled.
Maddox came after Michael last month on the full moon. He attacked Michael, but he didn't injure him too badly. He pounced and then he ran, and I'd be willing to bet that was part of his plan. He thought Michael would give chase and he could lead him into the woods, to the boundary, and straight into a trap just like this one.
Leo frowned. If he'd figured out Luna was meant to mate Michael, that makes sense.
It would have worked too. It was mass chaos that night.
Darius snarled, turning away and shaking with rage.
Michael would have gone after him if it wasn't for Zoe. Zoe stopped him. Rafe ran off after a few of them like an idiot, but he wasn't the one they wanted. They didn't know. They couldn't possibly have known that Rafe turned Zoe, and when he left her alone during her first shift, that Michael would stay and coax her into shifting human again. They didn't count on Zoe, and it saved Michael's life.
Hey. Leo reached out and put a hand on Darius's back. Hey, breathe. It's okay. They didn't hurt Michael then, and they won't hurt him now. He's too smart, and he has Rafe and the others with him. He'll be okay, and so will we. We just have to finish our part of the plan so they can catch Sasha off guard.
Darius turned back to him with a scowl. I can't believe I let you talk me into being a decoy and letting Michael go into a fight without me.
He's going to have to get used to that fact sooner or later. You won't be there to protect him much longer. Darius surprised him by reaching out and pulling him close, pressing their bodies together and nuzzling at his lips.
I'll have a new Pack Alpha to protect soon, but I'll always have Michael's back if he needs me.
This pack alpha doesn't need you to protect him, Leo reminded him with another brush of soft, sweet lips. I'm an enforcer. It's what I do. I don't need an enforcer, though. Leo caught Darius's bottom lip between his teeth and tugged until he earned a groan. I just need my mate. You have him, Darius growled. You have me. Leo took Darius's lips again, this time for a real kiss, and his mate responded in kind. In a flash, he'd picked Leo off his feet and pushed him back against the nearest tree. His lips were demanding, taking over control of the kiss, and Leo let him, wrapping himself around his beautiful, sexy, controlling mate and sliding a little closer to the point of no return. They ground their bodies together, desperate for the feel of skin on skin. But when Leo's claws unsheathed and scratched at Darius's back, his mate pulled back from the kiss with an apologetic sigh. I'm sorry. We can't do this now. I know. Leo smiled, soft and still warm all over from the intensity of Darius's kisses. It's okay. Soon, Darius promised. First, we have to finish this. Let's do it then, Leo agreed. Back up behind that tree there. Use it to shield yourself from the blast. Darius pointed, but Leo only pursed his lips. I'm not hiding out of blast range if you're not. Darius shook his head, but his lips twitched again with the barest hint of a smile. I'm going to be right there with you. I just need to find a boulder big enough to throw that'll detonate these things when it lands. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Darius caught his chin and nipped at his bottom lip. One of these days, you're going to stop fighting me on every single thing I say, right? Leo smiled up at his mate. I wouldn't hold your breath. Darius made a sound, halfway between a chuckle and a growl, before pulling back. Get behind the tree, Leo. He did as he was told, but only because he knew they shouldn't be wasting time flirting like this, instead of fulfilling their part of the plan. They hadn't caught scent of the crazed wolf at all on the trail to the river, just as Darius and Michael had predicted. Once they'd gotten close, they could sense that she had been there, but wasn't in the vicinity now. He hoped that meant that the trail Michael and the others had picked up in the woods when they went their separate ways was leading them straight to Luna. Cover your ears and protect your head. Darius came back around the tree, holding a boulder that would have flattened Leo if it was dropped on him. Here we go. Leo watched as his mate carefully positioned himself just beside the tree, but in the pathway, so he would have a clear shot at the mines. He grit his teeth and began to spin in a circle. He went around once, twice, and on the third spin, Darius released the boulder, sending it soaring through the air towards the trail of explosives. Within the blink of an eye, Darius leaped behind the tree. He tackled Leo to the ground and covered his body with his own. At the same time, there was an earth-shattering boom as the first mine went off. The explosion continued as each one threw up enough debris to trigger the others as it fell. All around them, dirt, leaves, and tree branches rained down, and Leo could barely hear anything but the ringing in his ears when the explosions finally stopped. Darius finally leaned up enough to look down at him. Are you okay? Leo nodded. I think so. Just got the air knocked out of me when a big bastard pinned me to the ground. You may as well start getting used to the feeling of me on top of you, mate, because once we finish this, you're mine. Darius's eyes glittered with promise, and Leo shivered with anticipation. You called me mate. Leo reached out and stroked Darius's cheek. You've never done that before. Do you like it? I love it. Leo wrapped his arms around the man, who looked more than a little uncomfortable with the declaration, and kissed him solidly on the lips. I love you. Darius blinked when he pulled away. You do? I do, Leo nodded. I was going to wait until tonight, until we sealed the bond to tell you, but it's true. I love you, and I can't imagine my life without you. You're bossy and controlling and argumentative,
and I love every second of being with you. Leo. Darius's expression had gone soft, and the way he said Leo's name, made him feel weak and desperate. Unfortunately, whatever Darius had been about to say was cut off by the harsh sound of screaming coming from just up the river. Darius jerked upright, taking a fighting stance as he pushed Leo, who had also risen to his feet, behind him. They scanned the woods in all directions, but the sounds weren't coming from nearby. The sound came again, and Leo's breath caught. "That's Luna!"
"Run!"
It was the only thing Darius said before he took off at a sprint through the trees and brush that lined the riverbank, and Leo did just that. He raced to catch up with his mate, to find his sister, to save his friends. His wolf wanted to shift, to take control. He was fighting Leo tooth and claw, but Leo held him at bay. He didn't trust his wolf to think clearly right now, not with the heat of the mating and the coming full moon. He could have run faster in wolf form, but he held tight to his control and sprinted as fast as he could towards the sound of his sister's scream. He was aware that in front of him, Darius came to an abrupt halt at the edge of the tree line, but he was moving too fast to stop himself. He ran into him, causing them both to stumble. Darius reached for him, catching him before he hit the ground, and it was a good thing he did, because when Leo saw what had stopped his mate in his tracks, his knees went rubbery, and he would have gone down without the support. The little clearing hid a small cabin tucked in the trees that wasn't on any of the maps they'd been poring over for days, but it wasn't the cabin that was so out of place. It was the huge black wolf snarling and snapping its massive jaws. His own wolf clawed at his skin, wanting free to greet the animal, even as his brain worked to process what it was seeing. It was Luna, but it also wasn't. His wolf recognized its twin and was rioting inside him. If he didn't know any better, he'd have said his wolf was dancing with delight. Meanwhile, his human eyes were taking in Luna's new form with shock and awe. She had always been a small wolf, on the slight side even. Given the fact that she wasn't an alpha, he'd never given much thought to the fact his own was so much larger. Only that wasn't true any longer. Luna's wolf was easily twice the size she used to be, and Leo could feel the alpha power coming off of her in waves of anger and fear. "My God," he whispered as he took in the scene. Blood dripped from the wolf's fangs. A body, or what had once been a body, lay broken and bloody on the ground. Leo could only assume it was Sasha Devlin, but the wolf was still pacing, hair raised, and he could see now that Michael was slowly easing towards the big wolf, talking low and steady, reassuring her, trying to get Luna to come back to them. Darius's grip on Leo tightened, and he realized he'd started to take a step towards her as well. Darius stopped him. He glanced up, and his mate shook his head.
"Don't get between them right now."
His jaw flexed, and he added,
"Please."
Leo smiled softly at that. His mate was learning. Bossing him around didn't work, but asking him not to put himself in danger, reminding him that someone else cared if he was hurt, would work every time. He turned back to the scene in time to see the wolf butting its head against Michael's stomach, and he could hear him coaxing Luna to come back. The same question was on his lips that seemed to be in the minds of all the others. Michael wanted to know how Luna had turned into an alpha wolf, and Leo knew he was the only one that might be able to answer that question. The shift was slow, and he knew, no doubt painful, since Luna was unaccustomed to the large wolf that now resided inside of her. She was wobbly on her human legs, but Michael was there, catching her, wrapping her in the jacket he'd been wearing. He held her tight as he spoke to his spooked mate. "I got you, baby. I got you. You're safe." "So are you," Luna whispered, her eyes never leaving Michael's face. The moment so intimate that Leo felt as though they were all intruding. "We all are, thanks to you." Luna shook her head. "I saw her pointing the crossbow at you, and I thought Darius was dead, and..." Darius triggered the explosives on purpose. We wanted her to think we were downstream, when really we'd split up, and I'd already caught her scent leading us here. We were coming for you." "Nobody got hurt?" Luna looked past Michael then, finding Leo and Darius in the small crowd at the edge of the trees.
"Nobody but that bitch you ripped apart," Darius smirked. "Well done, Alpha Queen."
Leo could hear the pride in his mate's voice and pressed closer into him. Darius had been so good with Nova, reassuring her and comforting her. He'd been so good with Maya, taking her under his wing and letting her join the training enforcers, as if he understood her need to never feel helpless again. And now, with Luna, he was as proud of her for protecting her mate as Leo was, and he couldn't understand how he had gotten so lucky as to deserve a mate who loved his family as much as he did.
"It's true, isn't it?" Luna turned back to Michael. "My wolf. I'm an alpha?"
"Yeah, you're an alpha." Michael wiped at her face, cleaning the blood from her. "I can feel it through the bond. You're still you, but your wolf broke whatever was holding her back. She's bigger, stronger, faster. A true alpha queen."
"But how?"
Luna looked perplexed, and Leo cleared his throat. "Dad had a theory about that, actually." Every eye in the clearing turned to him, but he focused on Luna. "He told me once that he didn't believe you were truly a beta. He thought with your lineage, it was more likely that you harbored a latent alpha wolf."
"A latent alpha?" Darius raised an eyebrow. "I thought that was a myth."
"So did I, until I rounded that corner and saw my sister's wolf double the size she used to be," Leo admitted. "Something must have triggered her alpha side finally."
"It was Michael," Luna spoke up. "It was when I thought Sasha was going to murder him that I lost control."
"Your alpha side is a protector,"
Rafe spoke up from his spot behind Michael, and Leo didn't miss the hint of pride in his voice either.
"She emerged to protect your mate and your family. She's not just strong, she's loyal and protective. A true queen."
Leo watched as Michael and Luna exchanged a look that spoke volumes. They had been mates before, a good pair, but now they were equals. Now their life together could truly begin, because Luna was finally the alpha queen she'd always been meant to be. Finally. Leo took a deep breath and let it out. Darius tightened his hold on him, and when he looked up, his heart fluttered at the heat in his mate's eyes. He smiled, and Darius leaned down and kissed his temple gently. It was finally over. Maddox was dead. Sasha was dead. The threat to the Pax was gone. Luna and Michael could move on with their lives, and now so could Leo. It was time, finally, to bond Darius to him forever, to seal their connection under the high full moon and start the rest of their lives together once and for all. Chapter 15. With Sasha Devlin dead, there was nothing left to do but clean up the mess. Darius tasked Andy and Paul with that job, and though they grumbled about it, they proudly bent their heads to their new pack queen as she passed. Rafe had stayed behind to help, to supervise, and to make sure that any other weapons or explosives were confiscated and returned to their proper place. Michael kept Luna close to his side, and though he kept offering to carry her as they walked back towards the lodge, she only cuddled into his side and said she had legs for a reason. Darius trailed behind them, and though he didn't wrap an arm around Leo the way Michael did Luna, he stayed right at his side. Their shoulders brushed, and their hands bumped as they made the trek back through the forest. More than once he caught Leo watching him out of the corner of his eye, but he couldn't bring himself to take the initiative and tackle his mate to the ground quite yet. He still had one last thing he needed to do before he would feel free to make his move. The whole walk back, he tried to think of how to bring the topic up. He tried to come up with the best way to get Michael alone, but they were already scaling the back steps into the main lodge when he realized he was just going to have to go for it, now or never. He knew as soon as Michael got inside the lodge, he'd disappear into his bedroom with Luna, and that he wouldn't see him again.
If that happened, he would lose the chance to talk to him tonight. Logically, he knew he should have done it before now, shouldn't have waited until the last possible moment. But with Luna going missing, everything had been in such chaos, and he hadn't wanted to create more trouble. At least, that was what he'd been telling himself. Now, faced with the reality of the discussion he needed to have with his alpha, he thought maybe he'd just been scared, which was so unlike him that it ate at his insides. He didn't know what he was even scared of. It wasn't as if Michael could or would hold his mating with Leo against him. Michael knew as well as anyone that you didn't get a say in who fate chose for you. Leo had questioned him more than once in the last few weeks as to whether his reluctance to tell his pack about them had to do with them both being male, but that wasn't it. Michael wasn't the kind to judge a person for who they loved. He couldn't explain exactly why telling Michael he was mated to Leo felt like such a huge confession when it had been made abundantly clear that Michael already knew, and yet it did. It was a big deal because of what it would mean, not just for him, but for Michael and the pack he would be forced to leave behind as well. He'd put it off too long, but he couldn't imagine mating with Leo, sealing the bond, and losing his connection to the Moire pack without talking with Michael first. He slipped his arm away from Leo and pulled back.
"Give me just a couple minutes with Michael, and then we'll go."
Leo's brows furrowed in confusion, but whatever trust Darius had managed to build over the past few weeks must have been enough to assure Leo he wasn't trying to get out of what came next for them.
"Okay, I should go and let Maya and Nova know we're back and Luna is okay. I mean, Nova probably already knows, but someone should tell them."
"Good idea. I'll meet you back here."
Darius leaned down and brushed their lips together. The idea of walking away from this man so much more difficult than he'd ever thought it could be.
"Hurry,"
Leo whispered as he pulled away, and Darius nodded before turning to head in the direction Michael had gone. Just as he'd suspected, the couple was heading towards their bedroom, and he caught up to them in the back hall just a few feet from their door.
"Michael."
His alpha turned his head and frowned.
"Yeah? I need to speak with you."
The frown became more pronounced. "Now?"
"Yes."
He shot an apologetic look towards Luna, who was leaning against her mate. She was still wrapped only in the jacket that Michael had tucked around her in the woods. Her feet were bare and dirty. Her face and hands still had dried blood that needed to be washed away. Darius felt guilty as hell for stopping them, but this had to be done.
"I know you want to be with your mate right now because she's injured, but..."
"You're right, I do. So can this wait?"
"No."
Darius met his alpha's gaze directly.
"Very soon the full moon is going to rise, and everything is going to change. I need to talk to you before that happens."
"You want to talk about Leo, then?" Michael sighed heavily, brushing a kiss to the top of Luna's head. "Why don't you go start the shower and I'll catch up to you?" Luna rolled her eyes.
"I don't think so. If this concerns my brother, I think I'll stay."
Darius ground his teeth, but knew there was no point arguing. Anything he had to say to Michael, he could say in front of Luna. They were mates, a pair, and Michael wouldn't be able to keep what was said from her anyway. He held his ground and tilted his chin up.
"It's happening tonight, Michael. The full moon is rising, and I'm out of time. I've put it off as long as I could to be there for you, to protect you and the pack, but..."
"Wait, what?"
Michael tilted his head as if he'd heard wrong.
"Sealing the bond."
Darius spoke more slowly.
"It's happening tonight, and..."
"No, I caught that part."
Michael cut him off with a shake of his head.
"Are you serious?"
Yes."
He paused, looking between the mates, unsure what part of this Michael was questioning. He had expected a reaction, but not confusion. Particularly not when he'd only barely begun to say the things he needed to say. But Michael looked incredulous as he looked up at Darius. "You've been putting off sealing the bond, not because you were struggling to come to terms with what it meant, but because you wanted to protect me and the pack?"
"Of course. I swore an oath to your father, to your family. I couldn't leave you in the middle of this mess,"
Darius explained. But Michael was shaking his head again, and Luna was looking up at him with soft brown eyes.
You're an idiot. Michael finally spoke again, his voice soft despite the words. I love you like a brother, so I'm telling you the truth the same way I would Rafe. You, Darius Moreno, are a damned idiot.
Darius frowned at his oldest friend. For wanting to honor my oath and protect you?
For thinking that if you sealed the bond with Leo, that we would stop being family, Michael explained. Darius, that's not how family works. No matter where you go or what you do in this life, we will always be family. Your oath to my father, to the pack, doesn't mean you can't be with your true mate. I don't want you to forsake your own happiness out of loyalty to me, and neither would my father.
Darius ran a hand through his hair. But bonding with Leo, it'll change my allegiance. It will change my loyalties.
As it should.
Michael reached out his free arm to squeeze his shoulder.
I have Luna now, and it took finding her to realize that there are things in this world more important than pack politics. Before I met her, I always put the pack first, before my own needs even. But nothing comes before her. That's what being with a true mate means. You'll understand once you seal the bond, but I swear to you, it's not wrong for you to make Leo your top priority. That's how it should be for mates.
Darius struggled to put what he was feeling into words. Sealing the bond, it's going to change everything.
Not everything,
Luna spoke softly, drawing his attention. She looked up at Michael to make sure it was okay for her to enter the conversation, and when he only smiled, she continued.
It won't change the fact that you and Michael are family. If anything, it will bring you closer. I'm Michael's mate. Leo is yours. He's my twin. We're as close as we could ever be.
She's right, Michael agreed. I won't be part of the Moire pack anymore. Darius felt the words like knives in his throat, even all these weeks later.
Luna smiled now. Michael has me, and Leo gets you. Seems like a fair enough trade to me.
Michael chuckled and nuzzled his mate's neck. More than fair. I'm serious, Darius argued.
So am I.
Michael pulled himself back together.
You were there for me when I needed you most. After the accident that took Dad and Mom and Gabe, after Rafe left, when I felt like I was completely alone, when I was barely keeping my head above water, you were there for me. You helped me build this pack into the impenetrable force that it has become. That's been your purpose in life for as long as I've known you, to protect and advise, to do whatever you can to make your pack better. Only, I don't need you anymore.
Darius scowled, and Michael huffed.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean there's someone who needs you more. Fate put you with Leo for a reason. He needs you for all the same reasons I did back then when I was learning how to rule a pack. Only this time, you won't just be an enforcer. You'll be his other half, helping him lead the Crescent Pack into the future. It's what you've always been meant for, Darius.
He felt Michael's words like a punch in the gut, knocking the air out of him.
He had never stopped to think about it that way. He had spent weeks towing the line between packs, between his past and his future, and he told himself that he wasn't fighting fate, just delaying it. But now he saw the truth. He had been scared. Scared of what mating with Leo could mean. Scared that for all of his years and wisdom, he wouldn't know his place in this new pack. But of course he would. He would be with Leo, his mate, his other half, and he would be by Leo's side as they continued their work rebuilding the Crescent Pack and making them even stronger than they had been before the coup and the kidnappings and attacks. If there was one thing in the world that he was good at, it was being the right hand of a pack alpha, and that's exactly what fate had delivered to him when she made Leo his mate. He had never really thought about why it was fate decided he and Leo were two halves of a whole. In his mind, it simply was what it was. They were attracted to one another. The sparks between them could have set a forest fire. They'd discovered over the last month that they liked one another's company and enjoyed the way each other's minds worked.
They fought and argued and bickered, but Darius never would have been happy with a submissive mate, not like he was happy when he was with Leo and saw that gleam of mischief in his dark eyes just before he picked a fight. Fate had put them together, he now realized, because they were what each other needed. Leo needed someone strong and capable to help him take control of his pack. He needed a partner that could lead as easily as he followed. He needed Darius for his strength and his protectiveness and his unflinching ability to oppose him if need be. But Darius needed what Leo offered just as much. He needed someone whose strength matched his own, that wasn't afraid of his size, his bark, or his bite. He needed someone who could be soft when they were alone together and wasn't afraid to appear weak by letting Darius lead when it came to their relationship. He needed someone with deep roots who could ground him and hold him steady, give him a place to belong and a home to call his own. He needed a family, a true family that loved and cared and fought and made up, because he'd never had those things. But Leo had, and he did. Fate had worked her magic once again, and it had taken Darius far too long to realize it. If only he hadn't been so stubborn, so set in his ways, so sure that his way was the only way forward, he could have already been with Leo. He'd been delaying the inevitable because he had wanted to be there for Michael, of course, but also because he'd wanted to know if he could fall in love with his mate. All that time, all those weeks, they had been wasted because of course he loved his mate. How could he not when fate had given him someone so perfect for him in every way? Michael smiled softly, as if he could see Darius working it all out for himself. You've done all you can for me and for the Moire pack. It's time to make your own pack with Leo. Darius's throat felt tight, but even as he nodded, he had one last duty to uphold. The enforcers have been trained well. You prepared them for your departure. I've spoken to Andy, and he's going to step in for now, until we decide on how best to fill the very big shoes you'll be leaving behind. Michael gave him a reassuring nod. There's nothing left for you to do here. Go. Be with your mate. Michael. His voice comes out rough with emotion, but Michael sensed what he needed because he was a good friend and an even better pack alpha. Darius Moreno? Michael faced him and met his gaze with serious, stern eyes. I relieve you of your duty to me and to the Moire pack. Go and be happy, my friend. Darius surprised even himself when he reached out and pulled Michael into a hug. It wasn't their style. He'd never been big on open affection, but it felt right. After everything they had been through, after realizing that no matter what pack he was part of, that they would always be family. Michael hugged him back with one arm, the other still looped around Luna, who got drawn into the hug as well. Darius didn't mind. He wrapped his arms around them both and gave a little squeeze. Luna laughed. I think I'm going to like having another brother. Darius pulled back and smiled down at the girl. And I'm going to enjoy having sisters. Good. Just remember, treat him well, Luna warned seriously, or all three of us will come for you and I'll rip your heart out myself. You have a terrifying queen there. Darius smiled at Michael. Congratulations. Go, Michael grinned. I'll keep her plenty busy so she has no time to think of you and Leo. Thank you. Darius smiled back at his oldest friend, and he knew from the answering smile on Michael's face that he understood he was thanking him for so much more than just this moment. With a last bend of his head, he turned and walked away from his alpha. He could feel the distance he put between them with every step, but it didn't hurt quite like he'd imagined. It was bittersweet because he knew that the connection he was going to forge in its place was going to be so much bigger, so much stronger, and would last a lifetime. With every step, he felt the weight that he'd spent decades carrying begin to lessen and fall away. He didn't owe Michael anything anymore.
He was indebted to the Hudsons for taking him in. He didn't have anything left to prove to the Moiray pack. He stepped onto the back porch of the lodge for the last time as a member of the pack, and his eyes instantly found his mate standing on the top step, waiting for him, smiling when he saw him, and Darius's heart filled with love and hope for a future he could barely even imagine. "Ready to go?" Leo asked as Darius approached him.
"The question is, are you ready?"
Darius stopped in front of him and reached to cup Leo's face, pulling him close and kissing him hard, with all the hunger he'd been holding back, letting the heat and the rising full moon and his pure desire for this incredible man pour out of him. Leo made a small sound in the back of his throat, a whine, when Darius broke the kiss after only a moment. "More than ready."
"Good."
Darius met his gaze and let a slow, predatory smile rise up his face.
"Then run. Run towards home, because when I catch you, I'm never letting you go again."
Chapter 16. Leo didn't have to be told twice. His heart raced and his blood pounded in his veins. That knowing smile on Darius's face practically unraveled him. His mate knew him so well, had taken the time to learn what he liked and didn't, and more importantly, what he needed. This, the thrill of the chase, to be the one pursued after so many weeks of pursuing Darius, pushing him for more than he was ready to give, and feeling the pain of being denied. He needed Darius to be the aggressor now, to chase him, to hunt him down, and take what he wanted from him, because that was exactly what Leo wanted too. "We need to be on Crescent territory when we do this." Darius only raised an eyebrow.
"Then you'd better run fast, mate."
Leo grinned, and then he turned and sprinted down the back steps of the Moiray Pack Lodge. The full moon was just beginning to rise. He knew there were other wolves running the woods tonight, but he wasn't worried. Not anymore, because the threat to his family was gone, and from now on, his pack and Michael's were linked. Halfway across the large open field that ringed the pack lodge and led to the woods, Leo leaped and let his wolf take control in midair. His bones strained and cracked, his muscles lengthened and snapped, his clothes shredded. When he hit the ground, he was on 4 paws instead of 2 legs, and he was no longer in the driver's seat. His wolf finally set free. His wolf turned and looked back at where Darius still stood on the stairs of the Moiray Pack Lodge.
"Mine,"
his wolf growled, and Leo agreed. Darius was smiling, enjoying the sight of Leo's big black wolf. He stomped at the ground and howled long and loud, waiting to see what his mate would do, and Leo held his breath, unsure if his wolf would go along with the chase, or if he was fed up with waiting and intended to circle back and take Darius on his own terms. Darius took 1 step down, then 2 and 3, and when he hit the ground, he started running. Leo's wolf howled again, the sound full of a pleasure he hadn't known he was missing in his life, and then the midnight black wolf turned and raced into the tree line. He didn't look back because he didn't need to. He could feel his mate racing after him. His paws thundered along the ground, snapping twigs and crunching leaves as the compass inside him led him home. He ran fast, but still he could hear his mate's answering steps closing in on him. His wolf all but purred with pleasure, happy their mate could keep up with them. He leapt over a fallen tree and darted around a crop of bushes. A twig snapped and his head jerked towards the sound, his wolf releasing a low growl when he caught a sight of the big gray wolf that was keeping pace with them on the other side of the bushes. He was beautiful. Leo took him in even as his wolf pressed the knowledge of it into his mind.
"Mine."
The gray wolf was large, bigger even than Leo's own, which, given Darius's human size, perhaps wasn't a huge surprise. Still, it made Leo's heart race even faster and his stomach flutter as the big wolf growled right back at him. Suddenly, the gray wolf leaped, clearing the overgrowth and landing just at Leo's heel. His wolf kicked into a higher gear as Darius's wolf snapped at his hind legs and only barely missed. He careened around a big tree, and he would have sworn that he heard Darius laughing as he followed. Their wolves played, darting in and out of the trees, circling back around one another, almost coming together just before Leo's wolf shifted his weight and vaulted in another direction. From his little corner in the back of the wolf's mind, he knew that Darius could have caught them at any moment. All it would have taken was a quick burst of speed and a well-timed jump. Darius had spent his life as an enforcer, training for the hunt, and if he'd wanted to catch Leo's wolf, he could have. But instead, his mate played with him, teased him with what was to come, and let their wolves have their precious time to get to know one another, just as their human sides had before he pounced. The moon was up, shining down on them and giving the woods an eerie glow, when Leo felt the air shift around him. The barrier between the Moiray Pack land and the Crescent Pack land was invisible, but his wolf knew every inch of his territory, every tree and stream and clearing. He felt the familiar rush of being on land that belonged to him surge through his wolf, giving him an extra burst of strength that always came with being so close to his pack. But before he could do so much as take another step, he was tackled from behind. Their wolves rolled across the ground together. Fangs and claws were bared as they fought for position, for dominance. Leo might be perfectly content to let Darius take control in the bedroom, but his wolf was a very different story entirely. His wolf was a born alpha, a true alpha to his core, and he would not bend, not even for his mate. He snarled and batted at Darius's gray wolf, and as soon as he had the big animal pinned beneath him, his wolf didn't hesitate for a second. He sank his fangs into the back of Darius's shoulder, and the world around him tilted on its axis. The bond that they'd forged between them sparked and sizzled as fire raced through him, lighting him up from the inside out and reshaping him, rewriting his DNA so that the two of them became one. Darius's blood invaded his body, and the scent and taste of him overtook Leo's senses, blotting out the rest of the world. He swayed on his four legs, drunk on the power of the bond, and his teeth slipped free so that he could howl with pleasure. Sensing his opportunity, Darius's gray wolf moved quickly. He kicked himself off his stomach and spun around in a blur of movement. He sunk his fangs into Leo's chest, and the world splintered apart completely. Leo got lost in the haze of the claiming. His wolf, who had always prided himself on his control, lost it completely, acting on nothing but need and animal instinct. Rutting, biting, clawing, wrestling, the two wolves fucked and mated beneath the full moon. The connection between them growing and gaining urgency with every moment that passed. They'd put it off too long, and their animals were too wild for one another to do more than take panting breaths before they were back at one another's throats, greedily taking what the other offered up and giving everything they had to the bond. Leo had no idea how long the wolves took to work through their lust. He only knew that when his human form surfaced again, he and Darius were laying together, naked, in a small clearing with lush green grass, and he could hear the sound of the river in the distance. He could still taste the metallic bitterness of blood on his tongue, and his body ached with healing scratches and bites. He was sore, but for the first time since his family was torn apart, he felt full to bursting with happiness. He turned his head and found Darius beside one, also back in his human form, and a smile curved his lips. Darius looked as disheveled and wrecked as he felt. Dried blood clung to his chin and his chest, but his eyes sparkled with a light that made Leo's stomach curl with anticipation, and when he smiled, Leo had never seen anything more beautiful.
"You're awake."
Darius tightened his grip on Leo's waist and tugged, dragging him closer. "Was I asleep?"
"For a minute there you were so still I thought you were dead."
Darius hummed.
"Don't scare me like that again."
Leo closed his eyes and enjoyed the feel of his mate nuzzling his neck. "Sorry, someone must have thoroughly exhausted my wolf." Darius rose up on one arm, muscles flexing, and traced the silver crescent-shaped scar on Leo's chest, where his wolf had laid claim.
"Not too exhausted, I hope."
"I think I can manage." Leo raised his arms to wrap them around Darius's neck and drew them down for a kiss.
"Good."
Darius breathed against his lips just before he began the slow, sweet torment of a lingering, teasing kiss. Leo moaned as Darius moved over him, pinned him to the ground. He expected his wolf to put up a fight about being on bottom, but it only hummed with pleasure at being so near its mate and let them be. Leo supposed the wolf had taken full advantage of his turn with their mate and was now giving him his chance. He took it, wrapping himself around Darius, tightening his arms around his neck and locking his ankles at the base of Darius's spine. Darius was hard. Leo could feel his thick length against his own, but his mate didn't rush, only continued kissing him, licking into his mouth, sucking on his tongue, nipping at his lips and humming with pleasure, until Leo was a writhing, needy mess beneath him. "Dee, please." He broke the kiss on a gasp.
"Please."
Darius's smile was slow and teasing.
"Is the Crescent Pack Alpha begging?"
"No, the Pack Alpha never begs." Leo canted his hips up to rub his aching cock against Darius. "When we're like this, I'm not the Pack Alpha. I'm just Leo, and I'm yours."
"Fuck,"
Darius groaned, his hips moving faster.
"I love it when you say shit like that."
"I mean it." Leo swallowed past the lump in his throat. "I love you, Darius. I love that fate chose you as my mate. You're my other half in every way, everything I need or could want in a partner. I love you, and I need you to finish sealing the bond. Make me yours forever."
"Leo."
Darius's voice was hoarse, and he lowered his head until their foreheads touched.
"You are mine, now and forever. I'm never letting you go."
"Then do it," Leo begged. "Please."
"Shh."
Darius pulled back enough to look him in the eye.
"I'm never letting you go, because I can't, Leo. I can't be without you. Not now that I know what it's like to love someone and be loved by them. You're mine, and I'll protect you with my life and love, with my last breath."
Leo sucked in a small gasp of air as the world around him blurred again. He hadn't expected the declaration of love from Darius. He was usually a man of so few words that when he spoke, he made it matter. This mattered. The two of them mattered, and nothing on earth could keep them apart now. Leo knew their human halves still had to finish the mating, the claiming, in order to seal the bond between them completely, but he felt his heart click the last piece into place just from hearing Darius admit that he loved him. "You love me." His lips twitched into a smile, and Darius grinned down at him. A goofy grin that filled Leo with so much love, he felt like he would combust.
"I love you,"
Darius confirmed as he brushed their lips together.
"Now, say please again, and I'll give you what you need."
Leo's cock throbbed with the teasing order, and his voice stuttered as he rushed to do as he was told. "Please, Dee, make love to me. Seal the bond and—" Darius's mouth on his blocked the rest of his words, but that was fine, because he didn't need to say anything else. Not when his mouth could be doing this. Darius kissed the same way he did everything, with 100% of his focus. He overwhelmed Leo in every way, so much so that he whined when Darius pulled away enough to slip a hand between them. But then that big hand was circling his cock, stroking him, and his whine became a moan of pure pleasure. It had been so long since anyone touched him like this, but he knew even if they had, it wouldn't have compared. Not to the feel of his mate touching him. Darius touched him as if he owned him, and in a way, he did. Heart and soul, body and mind, he was mated to this man, and every part of him yearned for him. Darius slid his hand further down and groaned when his fingers found Leo's hole.
You're still sticky and wet from the wolves going at it.
I know, Leo breathed raggedly as Darius let his fingers circle, teasing the ring of taut muscle. I want you like this, just like this. A deep growl rumbled from Darius's chest.
I don't have lube.
We don't need it. Leo rocked his hips, trying to get some part of Darius inside of him. The wolves did the hard work. I'm ready for you, I swear.
Fuck.
Darius breathed against his neck.
Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you.
You can't.
I'm big, and...
I was made for you. Please. Leo pulled his head up until their eyes met again. Please. Darius kept their gazes locked as he slid 2 of his fingers into Leo's ass. Leo's mouth fell open as heat spread through him. The tiniest slice of pain mixed with so much pleasure, it took his breath away. Darius groaned as he worked the 2 fingers in and out, testing, teasing, speeding up, and then slowing down as he scissored them to open Leo up even more.
Greedy little mate.
Darius nipped at his lips.
You want more?
Yes, Leo gasped as Darius edged a 3rd finger in, the sound of the word breaking as his body shuddered and strained, trying to rock into the motion Darius set with his hand.
You look so damn beautiful like this,
Darius breathed. Like what? Leo struggled for words as his head went fuzzy.
So open and free, so needy, so mine.
Darius ran his teeth over the bite mark he'd left on Leo's chest, and Leo shivered with awareness. Those weren't just teeth. He forced his eyes open to see that Darius had half-shifted. His fangs glistened in the moonlight. Leo knew what he wanted, and he turned his head, baring his throat, ready for anything and everything that his mate could give him.
Do it,
he whispered. Darius growled, but he didn't swoop down to bite. Instead, his fingers pulled away, leaving Leo feeling empty and hollow. He whimpered, but Darius kissed him, fangs and all, and before he could catch his breath, Darius replaced his fingers with his cock. With one thrust of his hips, Darius buried himself inside Leo, and they both howled as the connection between them popped into place. Darius snarled as his hips began to work back and forth. He sank his fangs into Leo's chest again, and Leo came with an ear-splitting howl. Only Darius didn't stop, and he didn't want him to. Leo's seed between them made their skin stick together as their bodies writhed and rocked together. This was so much more than sex. This was so much more than even mating. This was love in its purest form, animalistic and raw. Darius pounded into him, pouring his love through the bond as his hips moved faster and faster. Leo clung to his mate, his cock hardening again as Darius found his prostate and prodded at it with every deep thrust. The spiral of need began to build again, and Leo felt his wolf push against his skin, wanting to be there in the moment with him. He didn't fight it, and the half-change slid over him. His claws dug into Darius's back, and his mate hissed and cursed, but didn't let up or even alter his rhythm. Leo could feel how close he was. He knew what would send him over the edge, just as it had for him. He hugged Darius to him at the same time he let his fangs descend, and he bit into Darius's shoulder. It was like a bomb going off, the blast from the landmines times 100. Leo's ears popped and his eyes watered. He thought for a moment his heart might explode. He held tight to Darius as his mate shuddered and came, the heat of his seed filling Leo up only to spill out of him as Darius pulled out and collapsed atop him. The aftermath of the detonation leaving them both panting for air that was hot with the fire of the completed bond and the scent of their lovemaking. In the calm, he could sense Darius's wolf in a way that he couldn't before. Even with the connection they'd forged, his mate's wolf hadn't belonged to him because it was a moray wolf. But what they'd just done had altered Darius and his wolf forever. Leo could sense him now, feel him as he shook off his old coat and slid into the power that came with his new one, with being the mate of a pack alpha. He knew Darius had just undergone a drastic change, and that they should talk about it. But for now, he only held on to him, keeping him close, and letting his love for him seep through the bond to both the man and the wolf that were now part of his pack. Darius grunted after a moment and tried to push off Leo to roll back to the ground, but Leo tightened his grip. He held his mate to him. He wasn't sure in that moment if Darius wasn't the only thing keeping him from floating right off the planet.
"I'll crush you."
Darius's voice was hoarse and low. Leo smiled against his neck. "I can take it."
"Okay."
Darius gave in without a fight, nuzzling his face into Leo's neck and breathing deeply. "No arguments this time?" Leo teased.
"I'm too tired to argue right now, mate. If it'll make you happy, we can fight about exactly how much of me you can take later."
"Deal." Leo smiled up at the stars as he held on to his man. He couldn't remember ever feeling so whole, so complete, so full of life and hope for the future. This was what he'd been waiting for all those years. He'd only wished that his parents were alive to see him mated, but he knew they would have approved of Darius. He was a strong wolf, a kind man, and a protective mate. He would make a great alpha's mate because that was what he'd always been meant to be. He belonged with Leo. He always had. And now, finally, he was a crescent wolf.
Chapter 17.
"Are you sure you're ready for this?"
Darius reached out and put a hand on Leo's knee, which was bouncing nervously.
"You know you don't have to agree to anything, right?"
It had been nearly 2 weeks since the full moon that had sealed their bond, and they had spent a vast majority of that time lost in one another. They'd made love and marked one another. They'd spent days in bed and nights in the woods, letting their wolves run together and forge their own special bond. Darius had known their little staycation couldn't last forever, that the pack needed them, and that Leo needed to talk with his family again. But he wasn't quite ready to have 2 teenage girls living with them either. After they'd saved Luna from Sasha Devlin, the DeLucas had talked about their situation amongst themselves, and decided it was best if Maya and Nova stayed with Luna and the Moire pack for a while. Darius and Leo had needed time alone, and the girls hadn't seemed ready to go back to the land that had been their home before the life they'd known was ripped away from them. But Luna had asked Leo and Darius to come for a visit today, so they could all talk, and he knew Leo was as nervous as he was about what the girls had decided. With the mate bond firmly cemented between them, he was now a crescent wolf. Leo was his alpha as well as his mate, and he could feel his apprehension seeping through the bond. He knew Leo was torn between wanting more alone time with his mate a chance for them to build their own life together, and his love for his sisters, which was tied up in his duty to his family to help raise them to adulthood and keep the strength of the DeLucas in the Crescent Pack. He was fidgeting and restless, and Darius didn't like it. He wanted to make Leo feel better, to ease his mind, but even the round of quick and dirty sex he'd instigated in the kitchen this morning before they left the house had only managed to ease Leo's mind for a short time. Maybe because they'd both known that if Maya and Nova had decided they wanted to come home, that kitchen sex would be off the table, literally, for a good long while. Whatever the reason, Darius wasn't sure what else to do except reassure his mate that he would be there for him no matter what. "I know." Leo reached down and slid his palm over Darius's until their fingers twined. "But it's not really my decision. It's theirs." "I just don't want you to be hurt or disappointed if this isn't about them coming back to the pack." Leo leaned over and nuzzled against Darius's shoulder. "You can be very sweet when you want to be. Has anyone ever told you that?" Darius harumphed, pushing Leo off his shoulder as he turned to take his face between his hands. "No, because I'm not sweet with anyone else. Only you, mate." Leo leaned forward and brushed their lips together gently, and Darius enjoyed the way his wolf hummed with pleasure at the contact. Leo smiled as he pulled back from the kiss. "That's a lie." "It's really not." "You're sweet with my sisters." Leo shook his head knowingly, and Darius caught his lips for another kiss, biting his bottom lip playfully before releasing him. "I guess there's just something about you DeLucas that get under my skin." Leo's eyes glowed, and his smile was warm and inviting. "I love getting under your skin." The sound of the door behind them opening was the only thing that kept Darius from taking his mate up on that promise of a look. They both turned slightly to see who had come into the room, and when Darius saw the two girls standing there, his heart gave a painful squeeze. They looked so young, but their eyes were old with the wisdom of what pain and loss felt like. A third figure stepped behind them in the doorway, and he heard the laughter in her voice as she ushered her younger sisters into the room. "Don't let us interrupt," Luna teased. "We can come back later if you're otherwise occupied." Leo snorted. "As if I haven't been forced to watch you playing kissy-face with your mate." "Touché." Luna winked at Darius, a playful smile on her pretty face as she took a seat in the oversized chair opposite them. "I prefer never to see either of you playing kissy-face with anyone," Maya noted with a snarled nose. In the nearly 2 months since they'd rescued her from Maddox Clary's henchmen, she had gone from a soft-faced girl to a hard-faced woman. Her hair was growing back, though she still had it short for the time being. It framed her thin face and fell over her cheek, hiding a scar along her temple that served as a reminder of her past. She'd been training with the enforcers, and it showed in the new muscles that complemented her lean figure. She was a fighter, and Darius knew that she would never be taken off guard again, like she had with Clary. She wouldn't allow herself to lower her defenses, and he was both equal parts proud of her and worried for her at the same time. "I saw it in my head before it ever happened." Nova shrugged, scrambling ahead of her older sister to take the second spare chair. "You might as well have to endure the real thing. It's only fair." Nova had grown at least a foot since the whole ordeal, and she too had lost some of her childish features. Her hair was in braids, and the t-shirt she wore rode up above her jean shorts by several inches, exposing smooth brown skin. It was hard to tell if it was a fashion choice, Nova leaning into her teenage years, or if she had just grown so quickly that none of her clothes fit properly. Whatever the reason, Darius didn't like the idea of sweet little Nova growing up into a woman that the men of the pack noticed, and from the look on Leo's face, neither did he. Maya rolled her eyes and propped herself up on the arm of the chair. "Don't talk to me about fair." "Girls," Luna used a stern warning voice that caused the others to fall silent, and Darius hid a smile. He'd met Luna the first time on that awful night they raided the Crescent Pack to save her and her sisters. She'd seemed so small then, so fragile. In the last month, she had come into her own, regaining her strength as well as her dignity and poise. She was truly an alpha queen, and when she spoke now, people listened, even her little sisters. Leo smiled at his twin. Wow, that's new. What? Maya frowned at him, but Luna only returned her brother's smile. You two actually listening to me. We listen, Nova pouted playfully. Yeah, we just like to listen and then do whatever we were going to do anyway. Maya snorted, and she and Nova exchanged a smile of their own. Darius felt weirdly out of place with the DeLucas gathered like this. They had their own history. They'd grown up together. They had inside jokes and stories and memories that he wasn't a part of. It had been a long time since he'd felt that empty ache in his chest that came from not having a family of his own to share those kinds of things with. But these loving, playful siblings managed to crack through his hardest facades. Leo must have felt his flash of sadness through the bond because he reached out and took Darius's hand in his. He squeezed, and Darius took a breath to inhale all of the love that his mate poured through the bond to him in that moment. He wanted to close his eyes and bask in the feeling, but with the girls watching, it felt weird and wrong somehow, so he only smiled at his mate and tried to send back some small fraction of how much he loved this man to him. So? Luna cleared her throat. I'm sure you're wondering why I asked you both to come and meet with us today. Leo turned his attention back to his twin. I assumed it had to do with the living arrangements. What? Luna tilted her head as if she didn't quite understand, but Maya did, and she all but hissed. No, I'm not going back. Not yet. She pushed back to her feet, and tension filled her, spilling into the room and making Darius's wolf sit up and take note. Maya's eyes flashed gold, and her fingernails extended into claws as a half-change took her over. Darius wanted to throw himself in front of his mate, but Leo wasn't expressing any fear, so he held himself perfectly still. You can't make me. I don't care if you're the alpha now. You can't make me go back there. You can't. I won't. Leo held his hands up. Maya, sweetheart, I'm not here to make you do anything. Easy, Maya. Luna was on her feet now as well, clearly having the same thought as Darius that she may need to step between her siblings. Calm down. Breathe, Leo instructed in his stern but calming alpha voice. Breathe, Maya. The teenage girl did as she was ordered by her alpha, and slowly the wolf inside of her began to recede. Her claws sheathed themselves. Her eyes stopped glowing. She was visibly shaken, and she trembled slightly, until Nova reached out and took her hand. The girls exchanged a look and more than can be put into words, until Maya gave a small nod and swallowed hard. Sorry. She met Leo's gaze apologetically. I'm sorry, I'm still dealing with a lot of what happened. It's okay, Leo assured her. It's not, Maya bit her lip, her eyes sad and haunted. But someday, I might be. Leo leaned forward in his seat. I didn't come here to force you to come home, I swear. I thought that might be what you wanted to talk about, that's all. It's not. Maya shook her head. So you're... Leo blinked as he looked between his three sisters. Happy with the current arrangement? Staying with Luna and the Moire pack, I mean? For now. Nova was the one that spoke up. It works for us right now, and for you. The youngest DeLuca shot Darius a knowing look far beyond her years, and a smirk rose on her pretty face. It's probably best for all of us if we give you two some more time to, settle in together. Darius swore his face flushed red, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't used to talking about his feelings with people, and certainly not with children, who by all rights were now related to him. Only there was no hiding anything from Nova, not with her gift, and he adored the girl for her strength and her ability to find the good in her visions as well as the bad.
The girls are fine here. Luna shot Nova a warning look before turning back to them. Maya's training with the enforcers, and she's been talking to one of the healers who specializes in trauma. Nova's made some new friends, and everyone here just loves her. They're both back in school, and I'd like them to at least stay through the end of the term, so they don't miss any more classes than they already have. Okay, Leo agreed easily. If that's what you think is best, I see no problem with that. I didn't think you would. Luna was the one to smile at Darius this time. It gives you more time to spend with your new mate, without worrying about having children in the house. I'm not a child, Maya argued. Me neither, Nova added. You know what I meant, Luna frowned at her sisters. Now, can we get to the reason we wanted to talk to them? Or do you two have something else you'd like to argue about instead? Darius and Leo exchanged a confused look as the sisters had a short stare down. They'd both assumed this was about living arrangements. If it wasn't, neither of them had a clue what Luna, Maya, and Nova wanted to talk to them about. This wasn't a family dinner or a simple check-in like they'd had over the past couple of weeks. This request had come formally through the Moire Pack Queen's assistant to Leo at their home in Crescent Territory 2 days ago.
This would be so much easier if everyone could just see what I see.
Nova rolled her eyes as she curled her legs under her in the chair. What did you see? Darius spoke up instantly, worried about whatever vision had been given to Nova now. Nova looked at Luna.
Do you want me to tell them?
It was your vision, so go right ahead, Luna waved her on. Someone tell me what's going on, Leo demanded, his hand tightening on Darius's as tension filled the bond.
I know what you two are planning,
Nova sighed, and when neither of them spoke up, she huffed.
The mating ceremony in the woods that you're planning on doing all by yourselves once you get things with the pack back in order.
Nova glared at them when they still didn't speak.
Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about.
Darius looked to Leo, but his mate was already shaking his head. It was clear there was no keeping a secret in this family. He sighed and leaned back in his seat, relaxing as he realized that the vision wasn't some new horror they needed to deal with. Okay, Leo said cautiously. You got us. We are planning to have a small mating ceremony with just us and the official in a few months' time. He glanced to Darius and smiled softly before looking back to his sisters.
I don't see how that warrants a formal family meeting. Seriously?
Maya narrowed her eyes at him.
Oh, come on,
Luna snorted. Nova shook her head.
You know we can't let you do that.
Excuse me? Darius's back went rigid at the thought of anyone keeping him from his mate for any reason. Oh, stop it, Luna frowned. We don't mean that you can't have a mating ceremony. We just mean that you can't have one hidden out in the woods without telling anyone. She looked at her twin. You know that's not how we do things in the Crescent Pack.
Things change. A lot has changed in the pack, like the fact that you're not a part of it anymore, Leo replied easily. It's our mate bond. We can have the ceremony however we like. And you're really okay with him hiding you away out in the woods for something so important?
Luna turned to Darius. It was my idea, Darius admitted, and watched the 3 sets of female eyes narrow in on him.
Darius doesn't enjoy being the center of attention, unlike some of us,
Leo frowned at Nova.
Showing our relationship off in front of the whole pack just for the sake of some spectacle isn't our style.
It isn't a spectacle, Luna argued. It's tradition.
Well, traditions change, Leo shrugged.
Darius listened as the siblings talked over and around one another, and a knot formed in his stomach. It wasn't a good feeling, not when he knew that this argument was his fault. He was the one going against a custom in the Crescent Pack, even if he hadn't known about it. It made him feel like an outsider again, even after all the weeks of being with the pack, working with them to rebuild and restructure and make plans for the future. He didn't like it, and he cleared his throat. What's the tradition? The conversations going on all around him stopped instantly. Maya's eyebrows nearly hit her hairline as she stared at her brother.
You didn't even tell him about the family tradition?
It doesn't matter, Leo told him, and then Maya,
it didn't come up, and it's not.
What tradition?
Darius demanded, cutting his mate off. Leo must have heard the slice in his words, or felt the uneasiness through the bond, because he sighed and turned to face him. The Crescent Pack has a tradition for when the alpha of a pack has a mating ceremony. It's a whole big thing. The whole pack is required to attend and pledge loyalty to the new alpha queen. But it's an old custom and it doesn't even apply to us.
Because I'm male, you mean?
Darius swallowed hard.
I'm not exactly what they expect if you say alpha queen.
We talked about this. You're my alpha mate. The pack has already accepted you. Leo reached for him again. There's no need to make it a big event.
But it's tradition.
Darius scrubbed a hand over his face.
It's tradition, and you are just going to ignore it because of me.
Because I love you and I know that you don't like public displays. It's our mating day, our ceremony. If we want to have it in the woods, small and simple, then that's our choice.
The knot in Darius's stomach twisted again. But it wasn't our choice. It was mine.
Leo spoke softly, but Darius was already shaking his head.
No, they're right. It's tradition, and you're the pack alpha. If we really want things to go back to normal with the pack, then we have to show them normal.
But...
No buts.
Darius met his mate's gaze and held it.
I spent too long hiding what we were to each other, ignoring it, trying to live in two worlds, and be what too many other people wanted me to be. That's done now. I'm yours and you're mine, and I don't want to hide our ceremony out in the woods because I don't want to hide you or us from anyone ever again.
Leo's eyes were soft. You don't have to prove anything to me.
I know, but I do them.
He glanced at the girls.
I'm part of this family now, and I'm not ashamed or embarrassed. I don't want to hide from who or what I am. If I'd known about the tradition, I wouldn't have ever brought up the small intimate ceremony. I hope you know that.
Luna smiled softly.
I had a feeling you might say that. I know you like your privacy, but trust me, the traditional ceremony is what you need, both of you,
Nova assured them.
It's going to solidify your positions in the pack, and like Darius said, it'll help things get back to normal. You know wolves love a good reason to party.
Leo ignored his sisters and clutched at Darius's hands. Are you sure? I don't want you to be uncomfortable.
As long as you're there, waiting for me when it's time to say our vows, I don't care if we have this ceremony in the woods or in town or on the damn moon, Leo. I just want you to be happy, and at the end of the day, if we're married, then I'll be happy too.
I love you so much. Leo leaned forward and kissed him hard right there in front of his sisters. Darius kissed him back for a moment before pulling away to whisper,
I love you too.
Good,
Nova smiled.
Now that that's settled, we have another mating ceremony to plan for.
Luna was grinning when the two men broke apart. I can't believe we'll both be mated and married soon. It seems like just the other day we were talking about how we would never find our mates and end up growing old together.
It's pretty incredible, Leo agreed. After all we've been through, to come out the other side with two true mates, we're pretty damn lucky.
We are, Luna agreed. And who knows, now that life looks different for all of us, maybe we'll have another mating to look forward to in a couple of years. Maya glanced between them and immediately held her hands up.
Oh, no. No. Don't you even look at me. I'm not even 18 yet.
But you will be, soon enough. Leo smirked at his sister.
Too soon, you mean? Maya wrinkled her nose. Because I'm not looking for a mate. Not now, not ever.
Luna giggled.
smiling at Darius and Leo as they exchanged a knowing look. "Oh, sis, don't you know? It's when you're not looking that love finds you in the most unexpected and amazing way." Chapter 18. Leo watched as several of the men in the pack worked together to erect the traditional archway in the center of town. It was large, with branches and leaves, vines and flowers all intertwined. His sisters had been working on it for weeks, ever since Leo and Darius had agreed that they would be having a traditional mating ceremony. There had been cheers throughout the pack once they made the announcement, and preparations had immediately gotten underway. After all, a wedding was no small thing, especially for a pack of werewolves who needed a good reason to celebrate now that they had their rightful pack alpha back and things had calmed down. Life was slowly but surely getting back to normal, or something resembling it at least. Leo had spent his entire life knowing that he would someday lead the Crescent Pack, and still, each time he addressed them or made a decision for them, he felt like he was looking over his shoulder, wondering if it was what his father would have done. He wished every single day that his father was still with him, and that he'd had more time to learn from him before taking the reins of the pack. But if there was one thing he knew, it was that his father would be proud of the life he was building in this pack that meant so much to him. He glanced across the square and caught sight of Darius talking with a group of new enforcers. He smiled as his heart warmed and his belly fluttered. Darius must have felt him through the bond, because he looked up directly at him and offered one of those small, knowing grins that always made Leo's knees feel shaky and weak. His father would be proud of the alpha mate fate had chosen for him as well. Darius was everything a mate could be. He was strong. He was a fierce warrior with a tenacious wolf. He was a protector at heart and would do anything and everything to keep those he loved safe. He didn't waste time, energy, or words when he could simply take care of an issue himself. He was intelligent and wise beyond his years, so much so that Leo often found himself waiting until he could talk through a problem with his mate so that he could take his counsel and advice before making a decision. They were a good team, and the pack knew it. They had welcomed Darius with open arms. He had proven himself to them by vanquishing the threats against them and then making moves so that they had safety measures in place so that nothing like what Clary had done could ever happen again. He had put out a call for anyone that wanted to become an enforcer, and he had taken training them on himself. Most mornings, he was up before dawn, running his new recruits and putting them through drills. When he wasn't working to train their best warriors, he was always at Leo's side to help with whatever he needed or to step in if another pack member needed a hand. The fact that the whole pack was buzzing with anticipation for the ceremony tomorrow was proof of just how much they loved their alpha and his mate. Leo watched Darius laughing with one of the younger boys of the pack, who was constantly trailing after him as though Darius was his superhero. Darius squatted down so they were on the same level and spoke to the kid, grinning and then messing his hair as the kid smiled ear to ear. Leo's heart just about couldn't take the sight without combusting. Never in a million years would he have guessed that the big, bad alpha wolf that he'd met all those weeks ago at the Moire Pack Lodge would be good with children. But he was. They looked up to him, literally and figuratively. But Darius didn't dismiss them the way so many grown alpha wolves in the pack did, pushing them aside and calling them pups. No, Darius paid attention to the kids, validated them, encouraged them, and helped point them in the right direction, so that as they grew, they would become strong, wise, and capable wolves in their own right. Seeing the way Darius took to the kids who worshipped him, Leo couldn't help but wonder if there would be children in their future. They couldn't have their own, not biologically, but there was always adoption. Plenty of young wolves lost their parents and needed a home with parents who could understand their growing pains. and if that didn't work out, there was always the human adoption process. And though it was rare for wolves to take in human children, it did happen, and it had been known to work out for the best for all involved. At least that had been the case for Rafe with his Zoe. She'd been human until their mating, but she'd grown up in the pack. She'd been adopted by a shifter couple who couldn't conceive, so she'd been part of the community all her life. So, when the mating heat had hit, she hadn't been scared of it the way so many humans would have been. She'd simply accepted that Rafe was her fate and done everything in her power to be the mate he deserved. They were in love, true mates. And all because she'd been adopted into the Moirae pack as a child. Leo marveled at the way fate worked. She was mysterious. Sometimes she took a while to show you her cards, but in the end, she had a reason for everything that she did. He had questioned his own fate more than once. He'd asked why his parents had to die so young, so brutally. He'd wondered if fate had made a mistake putting him with Darius when they'd first crossed paths. But now he knew that everything that had happened had been part of the journey to his version of happily ever after. It was the death and destruction that had brought Michael to Luna and Leo to Darius. Fate certainly hadn't given them an easy path, but the person waiting for them at the end of it had been worth every step through the hell that they'd taken. He loved his mate more than he'd known it was possible to love another person. He loved Darius when he was soft and sweet and gentle. He loved when he was argumentative and moody and gruff. He loved that he was his every day, from here to eternity, and that tomorrow they would be married, officially, legally, so that nobody could ever separate them.
"You look deep in thought."
A husky voice spoke near his ear as large arms wrapped around his middle and Leo's skin prickled with heat. He'd gotten lost in his head, and he hadn't noticed Darius leaving the group of enforcers. He hadn't been paying attention, even though a part of him always knew where Darius was now thanks to the bond. He had sensed him nearby, but his mate was usually against any sort of public displays of affection, so feeling him press against Leo's back now, wrapping his big frame around him, made his stomach flutter.
"What are you thinking about?"
Darius pressed his lips just beneath Leo's earlobe, speaking softly, just for the two of them to hear. "You can't tell through the bond?" Leo smiled, shifting his head slightly to give his mate more of his neck to nibble on. Darius rubbed his scruffy 5 o'clock shadow over the sensitive skin there.
"I felt you loving me, but there was something else too. Something a little bit sad. I don't like it when you're sad."
"I'm not sad," Leo promised. "I was just thinking about our future." Darius made a low growling sound.
"That damn well better not be what made you sad."
Leo turned in his mate's arms until they were face to face. "I told you, I'm not sad."
"Then what was I feeling?"
Darius's amber eyes searched his face, truly looking for the answer, wanting to know everything that Leo thought and felt. "Longing," Leo admitted.
"Longing?"
Darius repeated, the word unsure and his brows furrowed, as though he didn't understand.
"For me? Tell me what you long for and I'll give it to you."
Leo gave in to the urge to lean up and kiss his sweet, protective mate right there in the town square, with half the pack bustling around them. Normally, he tried to hold himself back in public, because he knew how Darius felt about these things, but he couldn't hold back in that moment. Not when Darius didn't even know what he was longing for, and yet was promising to make it happen, offering him the world, the sun, the moon, and stars, just to make him happy. Leo kissed him softly, keeping it light despite the love for this man that poured through him and the want that never seemed to go away. When he pulled back, Darius raised an eyebrow.
"Does that mean you're not going to tell me?"
Leo smirked up at him. "I think I'd better show you instead." He took Darius by the hand, lacing their fingers together and giving him a tug to get him moving. They weren't far from the house, and Leo needed them inside, out of sight of the pack, Now. Darius made a sound of surprise, but quickly acquiesced, following Leo as he hurried them up the steps and into their home, turning to look at him with another of those small, knowing grins as Leo shut and locked the door behind them.
"What part of me were you longing for, mate?"
Darius licked his lips expectantly, his pupils dilating as his chest moved with fast breaths. "Do you remember that day in the kitchen?" Leo moved forward, sliding his hands beneath Darius's shirt and pushing upwards, forcing his mate to raise his arms to help him remove it. As Darius pulled it over his head and dropped it to the floor, Leo met his gaze. "Before we sealed the bond, when you came back from your run, and I all but jumped your gorgeous, naked body the first time I ever saw it?" Darius's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed.
"I remember."
"You said we'd finish that conversation later, but we never did." Leo slid his nails down Darius's chest just hard enough to earn a hiss. He kept his gaze on Darius's as he found the button of his jeans and then slid the zipper down over the large bulge beneath. "That's what I want." He slid a hand beneath the waistband of the boxers Darius wore and took his thick length in hand. Darius groaned, his hips pressed up into the touch. His breathing caught, and his eyes closed for a long second before he forced his lids back open to meet Leo's dark gaze.
"You want to show me how much you love me?"
He leaned forward and brushed their lips together, his tongue teasing the crease at the corner of Leo's mouth.
"Because if so, we should take this conversation to the bedroom."
"No," Leo squeezed as he slid his hand up and down Darius's hard cock. The heat of him, the scent of his desire, the feel of his velvet skin over the steel of his erection, driving him a little bit crazy. "I want to show you something you've never seen." Darius sucked in a gulp of air when Leo shoved his boxers and pants to his ankles.
"Oh yeah? What's that?"
Leo was the one to offer up a proud little knowing smirk this time. He knew Darius had been trying to sound teasing, but his breathlessness showed how close he was to losing control. Darius, who loved to be in control, loved to call the shots, loved having Leo at his mercy, begging for him, was now the one off balance and barely holding on as Leo had his way with him. It wasn't exactly how Leo had planned it, but now that he had his mate off guard, he knew exactly what he wanted. He leaned up enough to kiss across Darius's jaw to his ear and then whispered, "I'm going to show you what it looks like to have your pack alpha on his knees before you, with your cock in his mouth." Darius growled, and his arms immediately came up to try and grab hold of Leo, but he had expected it, and he slid to his knees in one swift movement, avoiding Darius's grabbing hands. He kept one hand on Darius's thick cock, and he used the other to hold him steady against the back of the couch where they'd ended up. And then, before Darius could drag him up and take control of the situation back, he opened his mouth and swallowed Darius's cock, taking him to the back of his throat.
"Oh, fuck!"
Darius gasped, his head falling back and his hands going to Leo's head. He thought for a moment Darius might try to push him off, but the feeling of Leo's mouth surrounding his cock had clearly blown a fuse in his mind because he only held him there with a soft grip as his hips gave an involuntary buck, plunging himself in and out of the tight, wet heat. Leo moaned at the taste of his mate on his tongue, and his wolf, who by all rights should have been fighting him for control and demanding he get off his knees, only purred in contentment. His wolf, he realized, liked seeing his human half get to be in charge for once. In all the many ways they'd come together over the last few weeks, he hadn't been given the chance to taste Darius in this way, had been half afraid his wolf would surface and use his teeth to make a point about alphas being on their knees. But he'd wanted this, wanted to be the one in control. Even if he was the one on his knees, he was the one calling the shots this time. He wanted to feel Darius unwind for him, come apart for him,
because of him.
He wanted Darius to lose himself completely and know that it was okay, because Leo would always be there to find him. He wanted to show his mate that he could give him everything he needed in the same way that Darius always did for him.
Fuck, Leo.
Darius's voice was a whispered growl, and Leo flicked his eyes up even as he continued to bob his head. He saw Darius's amber eyes glowing with heat and so much adoration, it filled Leo to the brim with happiness. Darius smoothed his thumb over the hollow of Leo's cheek and swore,
"You feel so fucking good."
Leo hummed and watched as his mate's eyes nearly rolled back in his head. He would have smiled had his mouth not been busy at that moment. He used his tongue, swiping at the soft underside of Darius's plump head, earning another curse.
"Damn it, I'm not going to last like this."
Darius's voice had gone urgent. If he'd meant to make Leo back off, his words had the opposite effect. Leo dedicated himself to the task of making his mate come. He sucked and licked and teased. He tasted the slit that released pre-cum onto his tongue and moaned around Darius's length, causing his mate to growl and his hips to buck. He slid one hand down to cup Darius's heavy balls and the other to his backside, finding his crack and pushing until he felt Darius's hole. He circled his finger just around the edge, playing with that tight ring of muscle as his tongue circled the head of Darius's cock.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
Darius had lost comprehension of the English language, chanting four-letter words as his hips bucked forward and back, his body unsure if it wanted deeper into Leo's warm, wet mouth, or to push back and impale himself on the thick digit teasing his ass. Leo kept up his assault, and he felt it the moment Darius's muscles tensed, even before he gasped.
Leo, fuck, please.
Leo slid his finger past the ring of muscle with a little pop and felt Darius's big body shudder above him. He hollowed his cheeks and sucked as Darius came, his cock spasming as his seed spilled down Leo's throat and his ass squeezed at Leo's finger. His whole body vibrated as if it might fly apart, and when the climax ebbed away, Darius went soft and quiet, his breathing loud and fast. Carefully, Leo pulled away. He released his finger first, earning a small groan, and when he licked the tip of Darius's cock, cleaning him before backing away, Darius whimpered. He looked up to find his mate looking down at him from heavy-lidded eyes, his cheeks flushed with heat and his lips red and swollen from where he had clearly bitten them in an attempt to keep quiet. Leo had never seen anything more beautiful.
"You okay?"
Darius reached out and stroked his cheek again, tentative, and Leo smiled at the sweet man, who always surfaced after he'd climaxed. "I feel like I should be asking you that."
"I'm in heaven."
Darius smiled down at him.
"I think I died somewhere along the way."
Leo reached out a hand, and Darius took it, pulling him to his feet. He didn't let him go once he found his footing, instead pulling him close and hugging him to his chest. Leo wrapped his arms around his mate and breathed in the scent of sex and the spicy, woodsy smell that was all Darius.
"That was..."
Darius pulled back enough to look at him and shook his head.
"I didn't know you could do that. With your wolf, I mean. I thought..."
"He might try to bite your dick off if you put me on my knees?" Leo smirked when Darius's eyes widened, and he didn't deny it. He chuckled. "I think he was okay with it, because he knew I chose it. It may have been different if you'd pushed me down and forced it, but this was my idea. I wanted it, and he let me have it."
Darius hummed, brushing his lips over Leo's as he spoke. "If that's the case, feel free to go to your knees for me any time, mate."
Leo smiled against his mouth. "Maybe I'll save it for special occasions."
"We're getting married tomorrow. How much more special does it get? Darius caught his chin and held his gaze.
Well, I did just blow your mind.
You're right. Darius's eyes blazed with heat, and that arrogant, knowing grin spread across his handsome face. Which means it's my turn.
You don't have to repay me, Dee. That's not why I did it. I wanted it. I wanted you. I love you so much, and it was a pleasure to see and feel you come apart for me.
I love you too. Darius nipped at his bottom lip. And it will be my pleasure to show you just how much. He pulled back slightly and grinned. Bedroom, now. A shiver of awareness skated down Leo's back, and he smiled back at his man.
I love it when you're bossy.
I know, Darius smirked. Now go, or I'm going to pick you up and carry you.
If that's supposed to be a threat...
Leo grinned, and then squealed with laughter as Darius followed through on the promise, hefting him over his shoulder and stomping towards their bedroom. They spent the afternoon making love, and Leo couldn't remember a time he had ever been so happy in his life. He had his mate. He had his other half. Tomorrow they would be legally married, and their wolves were already bound to one another. The bond was strong, and it would only grow stronger the more time they spent together. He loved this man that fate had given him, and being loved by him in return was an even greater gift, one that Leo never intended to take for granted. Chapter 19. Darius snuck a glance out the window and silently cursed. The crowd out there just kept growing and growing. The conversations were so loud and varied that he could barely think straight. He tried to tune them out, but his anxiety about walking out into the crowd kept him from being able to completely block the noise. He was not a people person, and he hated crowds, especially when he was the one the spectators were looking at. He had never in his life wanted to be the center of attention, yet today, that's exactly what he was. He was about to marry the man of his dreams. He would go through the traditional mating ceremony, and on the other side of it, Leo wouldn't just be his mate anymore. He would be his husband. Both halves of him, the human and the wolf, would be tied forever to the man he loved more than life itself, and he wanted it. He wanted everything with Leo. But mostly, he just wanted Leo to be happy, which was why he was going through with this ceremony in front of their entire pack, even though the idea of it made him more than a little nervous. He still couldn't believe that this was his life. If someone had told him, even just 2 months ago, that he would no longer be a Moray pack wolf because he would find his mate, the other half of his soul, in the man destined to lead the Crescent Pack into the future, he would have laughed in their face. Even now, with the bond firmly cemented in place and his love for his mate growing every day, it all still felt so surreal. He was the Pack Alpha's true mate. He was a leader of the Crescent Pack in his own right. These people were his responsibility now, and they'd welcomed him with open arms, accepted him, and given him their trust. It was all so much more than he had ever imagined for himself. He didn't want to let them down. He didn't want to let any of them down, but especially not Leo. Never Leo. His strong, determined, generous, and loving mate who had gone through hell to get his happily ever after deserved this day to celebrate their mating and to make it all legal and binding in every way. Darius would do anything for Leo. He would walk through fire for him. He could certainly manage to walk out into the middle of that crowd and keep his shit together long enough to say some vows.
I hate to break it to you.
A teasing voice came from behind him, and he turned to see the man he loved smiling at him.
But if you're thinking of running, it's far too late.
Darius smiled as Leo came closer.
He looked absolutely delicious in his suit and tie. The fitted jacket showed off his broad shoulders, and the slacks made him seem even taller. He looked sophisticated, elegant, and absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, Darius felt like an overgrown child shoved into a suit 2 sizes too small, even though Luna had measured him at least 4 times before ordering the thing, and he knew it fit the way it was supposed to.
I'm only running if I'm chasing you.
Darius reached out and pulled his mate into his arms.
You're not planning on running, are you?
Leo looped his arms around Darius's neck and smiled. Not until after the vows, when we get to shuck these clothes and shift. Once that happens, you damn well better catch me.
Always,
Darius promised as he leaned down to brush their lips together. He had never imagined that anyone could fit him so well, let alone this man who argued and fought with him, who was as stubborn and hard-headed as he was, and hated to lose just as much. But his strength was one of the things Darius loved most about him. He loved that Leo didn't back down from a fight, that he stood up for what he believed in, and he went after what he wanted. If he hadn't, Darius wasn't sure he would be standing here right now, happier than he had ever been in his entire life. Leo pulled away for a moment. It's time. Darius took a deep breath for courage and gave a brisk nod. He could do this. As long as he had Leo by his side, he could do anything. They walked out the door of their home together, arm in arm, and the crowd hushed in the square ahead of them. Darius paused on the step as everyone turned to look at them, but Leo squeezed his arm, reassuring him that he wasn't alone, that he would never be alone again, and he proudly raised his chin and walked on with his pack alpha mate. The ceremony was traditional for many shifter packs, though not all mates wanted a marriage ceremony to go along with their mating. The ones who did all made this walk through their pack alone to their mate, who was typically waiting in the middle circle for them. Only Leo had opted to walk with Darius instead, saying that they were going to be equals in their relationship. And even if Darius thought his mate was probably just scared he wouldn't walk out here by himself, he appreciated the gesture more than he could put into words, now that the moment had come. They were doing the traditional ceremony, but they were doing it their own. After all, 2 male alphas mating wasn't exactly the most traditional pairing, but they were true mates, friends, and lovers, and they would walk into their future together. If there was one thing in the world that Darius had always known, it was where he belonged. He had learned recently that it wasn't so much about the place, or even about the pack. It was about home. It was about family. And that was what Leo gave him. He belonged with this man, by his side, and there was nowhere in the world he would rather be in that moment, no matter how much he hated all of these people watching him so closely. As they passed the outer ring of pack members, he recognized a handful of faces in the crowd. The kids who had signed up to become enforcers, and a couple of Crescent Council members. As they moved through the rings, the faces became more and more familiar. Barrett was near the front, and he smiled as they passed. Darius gave him a nod of acknowledgement, knowing how important this man was to his mate, and Leo squeezed his arm again. Darius thought it was because he was playing nice with his mate's best friend, but when they breached the inner ring and saw who was waiting for them on the first row, his breath caught. Michael was there with Luna at his side, of course. His former alpha lowered his chin, deferring to Leo as the Crescent Pack alpha, and then giving Darius a big grin. Luna was beaming with happiness. She seemed to radiate with joy these days, and her happiness was contagious. Beside her, Maya and Nova were there too. They smiled up at their big brother, and Darius felt his heart slip a little further under their spell. They were truly special girls, and he was so proud that they were his sisters now too. He had expected the 4 of them. They were Leo's family after all, but it was the rest of the front row that had caught him off guard. Rafe was there, in a suit even, and though he wasn't exactly smiling, he didn't look like he wanted to beat Darius's face in either. Considering their past, that was a real accomplishment. He nodded in acknowledgement, lowering his chin to Leo as well, and then bent to whisper something to his mate that made her grin grow even wider. The little redhead gave Darius a double thumbs up, and he couldn't help but smile back at her. Zoe was truly one of a kind. On the other side of them came other Moray Pack members. Andy was there with his mate. Paul was beside them with his own. Cyrus and Donnie and Rick were there too. His enforcers had shown up for him, and they all bent their heads to him in deference. Darius couldn't believe it. He had spoken to Leo when they were planning this ceremony, and they'd both agreed the front row shouldn't be reserved only for family like it was for many couples. After all, neither of them had large family units, just the girls and Michael really. He had never considered that other members of his former pack would care enough about him to attend this ceremony, not when he had left the pack to be with Leo. "They're here to support you." The words fizzed through Darius's head, and it took him a moment to realize that they had come from Leo. Their bond was strong, and they'd easily begun to read each other's minds. Darius wasn't always a huge fan of Leo being able to look at him and simply know what he was thinking or feeling, but he was getting used to it. Still, it felt strange to have someone else's thoughts inside his head, and he automatically looked to Leo to see him smiling up at him. "Look at them. You've always had a family, Dee. It just took opening yourself up to love to see it." Darius's chest felt tight with emotion, and he knew that he couldn't possibly hold it together if he spoke. Despite his reservations, he tried to send a message back to his mate through the bond. He hadn't gotten as good at it as Leo had, but he hoped his message made it through. "It's all because of you. I love you. I can't wait to show you just how much." Leo grinned as he pulled Darius close and kissed him soundly. The crowd laughed and cheered. They were supposed to wait until the end of the ceremony to do the kissing, but Darius didn't care. He held his mate tight and kissed him hard, possessively, showing everyone here that this man was his and his alone. It was Leo who pulled back after a moment, his eyes sparkling with mischief and lust, his lips swollen from the kiss. He winked playfully as he pulled Darius to the center of the circle where the priest waited to officially marry them. "After the vows, I'm all yours." Darius grinned as Leo's promise floated into his head. His. All his. This incredible man was his. He'd given him a new life, a new home, and a new family. He wasn't sure how he would ever be able to give him anything so incredible in return, but he did know one thing. He would spend the rest of his life loving Leo De Luca. Epilogue. 5 years later. "Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!" Leo De Luca's voice broke on a gasp as a set of sharp, deadly fangs sank into the muscle of his shoulder. That was all it took to shoot him over the edge into that dark, pleasure-filled void where he knew nothing but happiness. His body arched as tight as a bowstring. He closed his eyes and moaned as the climax sizzled through his every nerve ending, and then, just as quickly as it had come over him, it ebbed. He was left a massive, naked, twitching pile of skin and bones on the floor of the forest, with nothing but the heat of his lover to keep him warm on the cool, moonless night. "Oh, my God," he groaned again as feeling began to return to his extremities, and he felt the familiar flare of heat where his body healed the bite mark automatically. With a harumph, he forced the weight that had collapsed on his back up enough that he could roll over. He smiled when he caught sight of his handsome, satisfied mate, and instantly reached up to pull him down for a kiss. "Whatever possessed you to do that should possess you more often." Darius gifted him with a soft, slightly lopsided grin as he propped himself up on one elbow to look down at Leo. "Yeah, definitely. Noted."
Darius leaned down to nuzzle his face against the now fully healed mark where he'd bitten down when he experienced his own climax. Leo gave a contented sigh and held tight to the man that loved him so thoroughly, the man that he loved more than he'd ever known it was possible to love another person. If anyone had told him during those first few months, when they'd constantly been at each other's throats, that being mated to Darius would make him the happiest man in the world, he'd have laughed in their faces. Now he knew better. He knew and understood why it was that fate had seen fit to put them together. They were a good match, a good fit. They each had things the other needed. They were better together than they'd ever been apart. Fate had gotten it right when she made them true mates. Leo hummed appreciatively as Darius licked the claiming marks he'd left behind. So, are you going to tell me? Tell you what? Darius didn't bother raising his head, speaking even as his lips caressed Leo's skin. What that was all about? What was all about? Leo bit back a growl, knowing his mate was being obtuse on purpose. He slid his fingers into the hair Darius kept long. He loved Darius's hair. It was dark as midnight and as soft as silk. He ran his hands through the long strands, and just when Darius started to groan, he tightened his grip and jerked his mate's head up until their eyes met. Run. Leo repeated the one word Darius had told him that had sent them careening into the woods following a family dinner at the Moray Pack Lodge. It had been a nice dinner. Leo always enjoyed getting to spend time with his twin sister Luna, who had mated the alpha of the neighboring Moray Pack. The two packs had become more like one in the last few years. After everything the two packs had gone through just a handful of years ago, Michael and Leo had talked a lot about how best to serve their people, and they'd agreed that working together was the only way forward. Luna was, after all, a born princess in the Crescent Pack, but Michael's queen in the Moray Pack. Darius himself had been Michael's head enforcer for over a decade before he was mated to Leo, and became, rather reluctantly, a leader of the Crescent Pack. Even Maya and Nova, Leo and Luna's younger sisters, spent time amongst both packs. They were more than just pack. They were family, so they had family dinner whenever they could. Tonight had been like any other night. There had been a lot of laughing. Everyone talked over each other. Promises were made to get together again soon. But then Darius had guided Leo to the doorway of the big lodge, pulled him close, kissed him hard, and told him to run, with nothing but a smile and that glint of desire in his eyes that made Leo weak in the knees. The echo of the night they'd finally sealed their bond all those years ago had sent heat straight into his bloodstream. From the way Darius had looked at him, he'd known exactly what he was doing, bringing up that memory. He'd wanted to remind Leo of the night they'd finally accepted one another as mates, and with that one word, one order, he'd given them a chance to relive it. Leo had run, just like he'd been told, and of course, he'd let his mate catch him. But now that they were curled together on the soft floor of the forest, naked and sated, Leo's mind had kicked back on, and he couldn't help but wonder what it was that had gotten into Darius tonight. Did you not enjoy your run? Darius leaned up and brushed his lips across Leo's before leaning back to look down at him, because it felt like you enjoyed it very much, mate. You know I enjoyed it. I always enjoy you. He gave a dreamy sigh as he thought of all the times and all the ways he'd ended up naked and beneath his sexy mate, but he shook his head to clear his thoughts. But if I did something in particular to spark this little run down memory lane, I'd love to know what it was so I can be sure to do it again. Darius chuckled then, deep and raspy, and the sound warmed Leo from the inside out. He loved that sound. He'd been told by more than one person that Darius hadn't laughed much in his life before he met Leo. He'd made it his mission to never go a day without hearing that sound, and so far, in all their time together, he'd managed it. Darius leaned up again, propping himself on an elbow, and Leo frowned when he saw his mate's handsome face. All the laughter and good-natured teasing of moments ago was gone now. This expression was one that Leo knew well. Darius had something serious to say, so Leo did his best to sit upright and cover himself so that they could talk. "What is it?"
"Did you mean what you said at dinner?"
Darius searched his face, dark eyes moving relentlessly. "Which part?"
"When everyone was talking about how well the packs are doing working together, Luna mentioned that if communication between packs had existed before your father allowed Maddox Clary into the Crescents, that maybe everything that happened could have been avoided."
Leo frowned. "We've talked about that before, Dee. We both know that fate always gets her way. The things that happened back then, Dad being killed and Mom dying, that bastard driving me out and taking my sisters hostage, we couldn't have stopped it if it was fate that set it all in motion. You know that as well as I do."
"Maybe."
Leo reached out and touched Darius, forcing him to meet his gaze again. "Besides, we came out of it okay. Luna made it with Michael. I found you. The packs are doing better than ever."
"I know."
Darius was chewing his thumbnail now.
"I know, but you said during dinner that open communication with the other packs would be the logical next step. Did you mean that?"
"Of course I did. I do. I think that what we've managed to make work here between my pack and Michael's is good for all shifters. I want to reach out to the other packs and start creating a framework of communication and trust."
"Because Luna was right. If there had been a way to contact that bastard's old pack, maybe your father could have learned the truth before his life was taken."
"Yeah," Leo whispered softly, the memory of his father and his brutal death still triggering a pain in his chest that made it hard to breathe. "Yeah, that's one reason I think it's a good idea to start bringing the packs together. I won't say it never crossed my mind, but it's more than that."
"Yeah?"
Darius glanced at him again, his dark eyes sparkling in the dark. "Yeah."
"You've been thinking about this for a while now."
"I have," Leo admitted.
"But you didn't tell me."
"I wanted to work out all the problems first. I need a solid plan in place before I can present it to Michael and then to the others. Just because I want it to work doesn't mean it will. There are generations upon generations of mistrust built into shifter DNA, and we won't be able to overcome that easily." Darius surprised him by reaching out and wrapping him in his arms.
"I knew it. I knew at dinner that you'd been thinking about this. You should have come to me as soon as you decided it was a project you wanted to tackle, Leo. I'm your mate. I could have helped you talk through the problems and figure out how best to take the issue up with Michael."
Darius dropped his forehead to his mate's.
"In case you've forgotten, before I was your right-hand man, I was his."
"I haven't forgotten," Leo huffed. "I just wanted to have a good plan in place before I told you."
"Why?"
Leo shrugged. I guess I wanted to impress you." Darius smiled, and the gleam of it lit up the otherwise dark forest.
"You impress me every single day. You're a good alpha. You're a good mate. You're a good brother and friend. But you're a great leader, and I'd follow you to the ends of the earth. If you want to bring all the packs together under one umbrella, then I want to help you accomplish it."
"You do?"
"Of course I do." Darius framed Leo's face. "I love you, mate."
"I love you too." Leo pressed their lips together in a soft, sweet kiss. It wasn't the first time they'd used those words, but that didn't make them any less special. Neither of them were highly emotional men. They didn't talk about their feelings very often. They saved the words for when they'd have the most impact, and in between, they simply showed each other how they felt. But tonight was important, and Leo knew it from the way Darius had made love to him, and then talked to him so seriously, and now from the way he kissed him, pouring everything into their bond, letting Leo feel how much he loved him, how much he wanted him and needed him. Leo pulled back when he had to gasp for air. "Dee?"
You really want to help me bring all the packs together?
I do. Darius nodded seriously.
Why? It's not just for me, is it?
Leo asked, knowing the answer even before his mate shook his head. There are so many packs out there. Small packs, insulated packs. There are kids out there that are the future of our species, and they don't know how good their lives could be because they're stuck in a pack that doesn't value them, and they don't know how to find the place where they belong. I grew up in the Moray pack. I had Michael, and before him I had Gabe and their father. I always thought I knew my place, but then... Darius dropped his voice to a whisper. Then I met you, and I understood what belonging really meant, what pack and family truly meant. Leo blinked suddenly at the flash of emotion that sent tears to the back of his eyes, but his mate only shook his head. I know as the pack alpha that your line depends on producing an heir, Darius frowned, and I can't give you that.
It doesn't matter. Fate put us together. We're true mates. We don't have to.
I want to give you the world, Leo. Maybe we can't have children the traditional way. Maybe we can't pass our blood down to a son that will someday lead our pack. But I can help you do this, and I can help you save some of those kids out there that need a strong father figure or two in their lives. This time, there was no keeping the tears behind his eyes. Leo blinked, and they flooded his vision. Children. Kids. A future. He'd never questioned that he and Darius were mated for life. They were true mates. Nothing could tear them apart. They loved each other. But he'd also known that mating Darius meant never producing a biological child to continue their line, and he'd been fine with it. He would have sworn to himself even 5 minutes ago that he was fine with it. And then his beautiful, kind, sexy, giving mate had opened his big mouth and promised to give him the world. And now he could see it. Their future together, with a house full of rescued shifter kids, and so much love, joy, and happiness that his heart could barely contain it. Through the years, they'd helped raise Nova and Maya, of course, but it wasn't the same. His sisters had been old enough to care for themselves for the most part. They had never fully moved back to the Crescent Pack, splitting their time between Luna and Leo, enjoying the perks of being princesses of both packs. Now they were grown, or Maya was, with Nova just on the verge. And they moved to their own apartment in town. He'd hated to see them go, but he'd known they needed the space and time on their own to decide which pack they truly belonged to after all these years. With them out of the house for good, maybe Darius was right. Maybe it was time to finally start a family of their own.
You want to be a father?
He managed through blurry tears. Don't you?
Only if we do it together.
Darius smiled softly, kissing the tears from Leo's cheeks. That's not a problem, because together is exactly how I intended for us to do everything for the rest of our lives. They made love again on the floor of the forest. It didn't matter that they had a home not far away with a massive, comfortable bed. This felt just as natural to them, a reminder of their first time when Darius had chased his mate through the woods and caught him and marked him, a promise to keep him forever. Leo pulled back with a gasp when a sharp pain lanced his chest. Darius was immediately there, feeling the phantom wound for himself. Their eyes met, and Darius looked as concerned as Leo felt. "What is it?" he asked.
I don't know.
Leo frowned as he rubbed the spot over his heart.
I think it's Maya.
Darius didn't bother asking how Leo could feel her. Maya had never broken ties with the Crescent Pack, despite never officially coming home. Her wolf was still a Crescent wolf, and as Pack Alpha, Leo could feel all of his wolves if he reached out to them, or if they reached out to him. "What's wrong?" Darius was already reaching for his discarded clothes, pulling his shirt over his head and tossing Leo's pants towards him.
I can't tell. I just feel her heart racing. She's panicked, scared even.
Fuck. Darius cursed as he searched around for shoes. "We only left them after dinner an hour or two ago. How much trouble could she have possibly gotten into in that amount of time?" Leo tugged his shirt over his head and shot his mate a knowing look.
"It's Maya."
Darius handed him one of his shoes and nodded. "We better hurry. Not much manages to scare that girl anymore, so whatever it is—"
"It must be bad,"
Leo finished with a worried sigh. "Come on." Darius took his hand and started leading him back through the trees. "Let's go see what she needs. The sooner we fix whatever problems she has, the sooner I can take you home and tuck you into bed." Leo managed to chuckle despite his worry for his sister.
"You mean ravish me again?"
"You know me so well." Darius kissed him softly and then pulled away to take off running, and Leo could do nothing but follow.